you guys are better doing this stuff than me. I'm just on the sidelines.
Nah, you're good.
Did he leave?
Ja,
Gone.
Aw.
naar de runnen.
I wanted him to go all the way into the sex robot. It would have been. He was so just like Pagus. He would have gone all the way. Just needed to pivot it like into the curvature.
Well, I guess who's next? I mean, is there any more in it?
Aww.
I don't know. Do we have anybody else that wants to take the baton?
Anybody want to step up to the plate?
It's a hard act to follow. or easy. Like, if you want to be more retarded than that, then it's hard. But you could also look at it like, he set the bar really, really, really low. So, if you come in now, then you might have a better time. Best advice I could give people who might be listening, if you want to come in here, just be humble. Like, just ask questions. And if people point out, hey, there's an assumption in that, you're like, that might be an assumption. Like, yeah, sure. Let's go deeper. Like, keep asking questions. It doesn't have to be like us versus you. You can simply be a neutral party. It's not difficult. But it requires humility. It requires you to actually admit when you're wrong and admit when there's a problem and actually look into it and not just hand wave everything and just double down on being wrong. That's really bad.
That's like the hardest part. The Globies. It's getting past that part.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance kind of doesn't help us other than creating clips. Like, it's really good for creating clips because they just kind of lose their rationality and start just saying random crazy stuff because they're panicking. But creates great clips, but they become kind of averse to understanding it, and like it becomes an ego thing almost, and it's really hard to get through them at that point. At that point, just lead them where you want them to go. Don't let them annoy you. And like, I'm guilty of letting them annoy me because it's just so dumb and retarded. And you're like, I explained it perfectly. And then some other guy explains it perfectly. And you're like, why is he not getting it? And then the fourth guy is like, explains it perfectly. And you're like, they all explained it in different ways. He should be able to get it unless he's really fully retarded. I don't think he understands his own argument. And then we tell him his own argument, and he's like, no, it's not that. You're crazy, retarded. Until we finally get him to admit it, and then he's like, yeah, that's my argument. It's like pulling teeth. But at the same time, you get so many good clips from these kind of people. which is what I should be doing.
Well, don't you remember when you first found out about flat earthers and how stupid you thought they were? And shouldn't we be a little bit nicer to these freaking retards?
Oh yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
Kinda.
We should be. We should always lead with the nice hand and try to maintain that for as long as possible. And then, like, if one of us steps over the line, like I stepped over the line a little bit, like, I'm like, shut up, because he's telling me to shut up, and I kind of react. But
Yeah,
but the point is, when I notice I'm reacting, I want to step back, and so like we should just try to have the best hand forward. Now I don't mind if the next person who steps forward is like, let's calm this down a little bit, because that helps us maintain control of the room and helps calm him down sometimes as well, because he's seeing everybody's listening to this and following along and calming down.
And not just, all talking all at once, all crazy.
Yeah.
And the thing is like, God, I just remember how stupid I thought it all was, and like these guys, they still think they're right. So I don't know. You gotta kind of teach. I don't know. You gotta treat them like they're freaking mentally ill, because we were all retards at one. Nobody knew their own freaking model.
Yeah.
Nobody knew their own horse shit. So I don't know. That's hard to freaking remember. I wish the people could. I don't know. I kind of figured it out pretty quick. But there was that first freaking couple weeks, I was just like, before I looked into anything, and I was just like, no, you're an idiot. What are you, freaking retarded? So I don't know. Once you've if they've been in here for a while, yeah, we'll let them have it, I guess. But I don't know, the new guys. Yeah, gosh, it's so hard though listening to their freaking know-it-all bullshit, though, isn't it? But that was you once.
That guy has been here before with the exact same argument about sticks and stones.
I just came in talking shit, just a freaking. I wasn't even here. I didn't even hear it. I just assumed.
The principle is good. Like, you want to always present the best possible foot forward. However, we understand there are malicious actors, and sometimes you gotta kind of stand up in the face of that stuff. But we try to get rid of that, so it's not a problem. But I think Overlord is a prime example of of someone who does this well. Steps in, calms it down, and then continues the point. Or all right,
you said stand up, and now you said steps in, dude. All right, is that just because I'm here?
Yeah.
If the shadows are accelerating, is he debunking his 15 degrees per hour drift?
Oh, let's go say Heretic freaking handle it. He's got all the patience. Hey, what's up, Heretic? How you doing, buddy?
How's it going? But it's supposed to be a steady rate of drift, right? Well,
it does seem like that.
Not necessarily. I guess it's by the sign of the latitude, but they're going around claiming it's a 15 degree per hour drift all the time. It's one of their big selling points, right?
Yep.
Well,
it seems
the shadow's accelerating, then it's not a steady rate, is it?
No. And then they put their foot in it all the time. So to make one claim, they need to throw another under the bus. Like Miguel pointed out, this guy is not moving, and he's that's because you don't understand. He's in the same reference frame, and he just finished. He came in talking about cyclones and storms, right?
Oh, good Lord, is that guy? So I remember him.
He completely threw that under the bus, then, right?
That's funny.
Well, isn't it what they always do? I mean, it'll eventually get to, somebody telling you that the Atmos velcroed to the earth, and in the next breath, they'll tell you some shit about Coriolis. So
Weird.
yeah, pretty
Crazy
good, man. It's constantly freaking throwing another thing under the bus. But they don't know they're doing it. They literally don't know anything about anything. I mean, most of them. If they're really doing it and knowing it, boy, that's pretty freaking retarded.
Yeah, then when all else fails, just tell them they don't understand. You're stupid, you don't understand. It's contradict everything that you said leading up to what you just said. And it's your fault because you don't understand.
And most of them, they literally think that that we just, we didn't go to school for astrophysics, so you don't know.
Yes,
What
that's
makes
always
you think you know?
It's usually the final cop out, though, is just like when they've got nothing left to argue, it's just you don't understand.
Well, sometimes that's the first thing and the last thing.
You don't understand how the claim is the evidence.
Yeah.
God, you're just dumb.
Well, I'm going to have to agree with them. I just don't understand their bullshit, yeah? Their contradictions, their bullshit.
Nothing to be understood.
Yeah, and then if you make the opposite claim that the Earth is flat, now he has to accept it on those grounds alone, because that's his evidence. It's just inverted.
So there's an insightful thing here that Indio noticed one day when he was talking to someone where they were saying, dude, why don't you believe the science or whatever? So he goes, okay, explain it to me. And he goes, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. So there's a very palpable logic lesson there, which is this. They say you should believe the science while simultaneously saying they're not qualified to arbitrate whether the science is correct or not. So what are they basically saying? Hey, I want you to accept my faith. I have a faith and I want you to share my faith. It's worse than a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, I mean, you learned some shit in school a little bit and watched a lot of movies. There's a lot of globes. A lot of aliens were getting sucked out of windows from vacuums, so we know more than stupid flat earthers.
Well, at least the Jehovah's Witnesses give you a pamphlet.
And they try to be a bit personable and win you over and stuff like that. These guys just come in and insult you and expect you to join their faith. Weird tactics. They could take a page or two out of the Jehovah's Witness playbook.
Yeah, the Mormon missionaries, at least they'll give you a Book of Mormon, give you a fancy new pair of Mormon magical underwear. Be good.
Did it go silent?
Yep.
Okay, I thought I was having connection trouble. Or are all the Globers taking a moment to realize, wait a minute, if I'm not qualified to understand the science because I'm not a scientist, then how can I trust the scientist to give me sciencey science?
It's not sciencey enough.
Oh man. Trace, did you hear my new song?
I don't think so.
Oh, sorry guys.
I thought Vlad had entered the chat.
What's it called? Science.
Oh man. Oh. Oh, but I do have a new song.
They blinded
Yeah,
you
please
with
send it to me.
sciencey science.
I'll post it in 24/7 main admin chat.
Awesome.
It's going to become extremely relevant in the near future. Trace, are you in the mods on politics channel?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you have access to the mod back chat there?
Yeah.
All right. Well, either way, I sent it to 24/7 main.
I was gonna say, what do you? Does it suck that bad? You're not gonna share it with the little people too?
Oh, dude, it's you'll hear it eventually, but it would be bad form to post it right now because it would be pouring salt in certain people's wounds at the moment, and also it's I don't know. Maybe I will post it. Who knows?
Post it.
I already yoinked it, so I could play it for you.
Right, you could play it over, dude. If you could actually play it right now, so we can all listen to it without it sounding like broken leveled the garbage, and so we can actually hear the words, because you can't miss any of the words. If you miss the words, then it's poo poo poo.
Yeah, it should be fine. I played a couple of songs, and I was listening how the sound quality was on my mama's side, and it sounded good. So let me just set it up.
One of these days, one of us is going to have a virtual machine where we can just play through the mic directly, so it'll come through as if it was us on the mic, rather than like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying, but sure, let's try it.
That's pretty much what I'm doing. I'm using a virtual mic and then playing it through my soundboard.
But in the old days, I used to just take a double-ended cable and go straight out of one port right into the other, and it works like a charm. Because you can have dual inputs for a mic, right? So you can have the one mic be USB and the other one be your 3.5 jack. So you could go out your 3.5 jack and then back in. So everything came across crystal clear.
Hey, does anybody know why if I go outside and I jump, I land in the same spot that I jumped from?
You didn't run fast enough.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird question. I thought it was self-explanatory. If you're not running and you jump, like you're standing still, you're going to land back where you started. I mean,
Well, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, prove it. How about I jump from 128,000 feet?
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like, how do they
I will see
disprove
the Earth
that?
moving.
What do they say to that? I don't
Well,
understand.
who cares? The Earth is obviously stationary under you because you came straight back down to that spot from whence you left. Who cares what excuse they come up with?
It's important.
yeah, like for example, brother, why isn't my imaginary girlfriend home when you come and visit? Like I'd have her make you a sandwich, but she's never home.
She just happens to be
Right?
shopping.
Yeah,
those
of
times.
course. That's why she's never there. Yeah, so arguing a bunch of eloquent excuses of why something isn't showing up isn't relevant to like a notch on the side of that means it's more credible. So like the more eloquent excuse you have of why something's not present or can't be detected doesn't mean it's there. You know what I mean?
Well, it says you and the Earth are moving together at the same speed due to inertia.
Okay, now explain why I see clouds moving any direction every day. How about that? How you explain that? You are claiming that Earth is moving with the air, and now explain why I see clouds moving any direction every day. How about you, Ed? Can you explain that? Because the observation it goes against your making up shit. You see, you can make up shit all day. You are not proving anything. Does a pilot needs to?
He might not be trying to prove anything.
Yeah,
but don't forget, he might not be trying to prove anything. He might just be gauging in hypothetical questions, right? So, for example, Mr. Fancy Boots, are you of the mind that the Earth is a spinning globe?
No, I think it's more flat than round. But you got to answer the question in both lights. Like it's algebraic this way. It has to make sense both ways. So, if here they're saying that the Earth is moving and you're moving at the same time and you jump, then it's all going to be congruent when you land because of inertia. But if you're
how do you
like on a
explain?
skateboard
How
you
do you
jump.
explain
And
birds' migration from north to south and south to north? If that Earth is moving at 1,000 miles per hour, how do you explain that?
well, we're talking about like physically here on the ground jumping. I mean, it's kind of a different topic when you're talking about flying things or like weather balloons or even airplanes.
Yeah, exactly.
These all fall
Jumping
into a
straight
kind of a
up
different
isn't.
category. Well, like if you're
Well, the simple
moving,
answer.
like let's say you're on a skateboard and you throw an apple in the air. You and the apple are moving the same speed, but due to like what wind friction, the apple falls behind. So there's no wind friction, but why not? Doesn't make sense. So the atmosphere and gravity is the only explanation they have to contain you jumping and clouds staying here. And at the same time,
I'd love to see
listen,
that
there's a
gravity
whole
holding
bunch.
us pressure. Did it lift?
But no.
Oh.
The balloon. I release the balloon. It goes up. Do you call that gravity?
No, this would not be called gravity. It's more like
Yeah, but you call it
density,
movement.
buoyancy work.
Yeah, but just a second.
It's a
But you
displacement.
you call it gravity because I raise up an object and I release it, and you call that movement gravity, right? Then I release a balloon, it goes up. Why you don't call that gravity?
Because gravity is just a theory. If they just say
so,
that
what's the point talking
reason
about the
for the
theory
movement
never proven?
because of
What's the
gravity.
point talking about something that was never proven?
It's the gravity is actually the displacement of something from its equilibrium and the amount of force required for it to go back to its equilibrium. Also, we should be able to measure the speed at which it returns to its equilibrium. So, for instance, if I jump, how much force did it take for me to get outside of my equilibrium? How much force is it required? How much speed does it take for me to get back?
You know what's
And these
interesting?
measurements should be gravity.
Yeah, when you are
That should
jumping,
give you gravity.
when you are jumping, you are doing that because you have muscles, and with that you can do a force. Okay, now you can jump, but you cannot prove that gravity is a force.
No, I was giving you an alternative to gravity.
How about I did post if you scroll up, you see this guy is jumping from a balloon, 120,
Red Bull guy.
20 let me see, 28,000 feet. He's on a balloon. Nothing is moving below. Why? I can show you a guy jumping from 20,000 feet, 25,000 feet without a parachute, and the guy is landing on a net web. How can that be possible? How can pilots, when they are landing, they don't have to accounting Earth is moving or the runway is moving? Do they learn about Coriolis?
Density and Archimedes principle.
Okay, density and buoyancy. Okay, that explains why things go up and down. That you can prove it. But gravity holding us pressure, yeah, that's a big difference. Sorry.
Yeah, because there would have to be some sort of lid. And the atmosphere doesn't really have any description of a lid in all of its layers. Closest thing as to a lid is what? A magnetosphere. And they only coined that term because of a fucking compass. It doesn't indicate that it blocks the sun's radiational rays or any of that. It's just all assumed afterwards.
Whoa, bro. If we had a magnetosphere that blocked the killer death ray from space, you would be alive. You are alive. Therefore, it blocked the killer death ray from space. Does that follow?
Sorry, you cut out that whole time. What?
Man. All right.
Wait,
That's it. I quit.
he didn't cut out for me, dude. It was probably his end.
Yeah, that don't matter.
It probably is, but I
I
still
did
didn't hear
listen to
you.
him.
Well,
I
then
did
type it in the
listen.
chat, mate. What somebody said.
No,
You
no. If
can
I'm
repeat.
good on my end and you're bad on your end, you just got to
We all
reconnect.
heard him.
That's fine. I could be bad on my end, mate. I still didn't hear what he
Yeah,
said.
reconnect. Reconnect.
I'm fucking connected now.
No, reconnect. It means go out and come back in, please.
Oh,
Yeah, no worries. Just go out, come back in. Yeah, it might help.
Okay.
All right, now can you hear me good?
Try that again.
Hello?
Dude.
Now he's just green micing. Weird.
Howdy there, boys.
Just give him a second.
I can hear you guys.
Hello.
You can hear you too.
How's it going, my good old flat earth folks?
What's up, Saint? How you doing?
Nothing much, just taking the shit. What about you?
Doing all right. What you got going on?
He just told you he's on the can dropping a deuce. Like we all needed to know that.
Saying what you got going on with this debate,
dropping
man.
a good old log down here.
Now, I'm talking about what you got going on in this chat about, the flat Earth. Would you like to talk about?
Hold on, I had to mute that guy because not sure what his intentions are, but I'll just take it on face value that he just wants to talk about poo-poo.
Okay.
All right, but you have a genuine question. What's your question? What's up on flat Earth? Is that what you said?
No. I'm asking that guy.
Which guy?
The poop guy.
The poo-poo guy.
Oh, he's muted, bro.
Yeah, he's muted now. Yeah.
All right, no worries then. All right, Fancy Boots, what was your question?
Oh, I don't have any questions, mate.
All right, so you agree then that the killer death ray was blocked by the magnetosphere?
I don't know what. Okay, yeah, we were talking about the magnetosphere.
Yeah, so if there's a magnetosphere, then the sun didn't shoot its killer death ray and kill you. You're alive, therefore there is a magnetosphere. Does that logically follow?
On a flat Earth, that's what you believe?
Holy crap, dude. No, I said, does that logically follow? Was my question.
No, that's what I'm asking you. That's what you believe on a flat Earth?
What? Wow, dude. Let me ask this question. Do you know what a hypothetical is? Or...
Isn't there not? Because our compasses work, right? So there's a magnetosphere. How is it then?
Whatever that means, dude. How about just a magnetic field? How about just a magnetic field? How about that?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Here, let me help you out, dude. Calm down for a second. I was just positing a hypothetical to elucidate bad reasoning by giving bad reasoning and then asking if it was good or bad reasoning, and then you replied, no, that's horrible reasoning. And then I agree with you.
Okay.
Okay, that elucidates a point that just because someone's saying something doesn't necessarily mean that that's what they believe or proffer. They could be doing a rhetorical point. They could be doing a devil's advocate, et cetera, et cetera. So don't always jump to conclusions about people's intentions. Actually ask them parsing questions.
Okay, so what's your intentions there?
Exactly what I just said. To elucidate that you shouldn't jump to conclusions about what people are saying.
So what were you saying? Now that we've cleared that up.
Yeah, saying a lot of globe arguments are a form of logic known as affirming the consequent, which is what I had done previously. And I'd use you being alive as the consequent.
Okay.
So they go like this, hey, if I drink Gatorade, I'm hydrated. I'm hydrated, therefore I drank Gatorade. Now that's not necessarily the case. What if I just drank Powerade? So you see that it's not true that I necessarily drank Gatorade. I could have drunk in something else. So it might go like this. If the Earth was a globe, I wouldn't be able to see the boat when it goes out into the distance. I can't see the boat out in the distance, therefore the Earth is a globe. It's the same bad argument, dude. It's logically fallacious, right? Makes sense? No? Yes, no, maybe so?
Okay, so if you jump and you don't feel wind resistance, the reason is because the Earth's atmosphere is rotating at the same time as the Earth. So you get 1,000 miles moving an hour Earth and 1,000 miles moving atmosphere, and I guess you don't have to answer very many questions. Let's see.
But can you prove that though?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not even provable. Like, people just gobble this up. So
yeah, right.
Yeah, he's just agreeing with the parallel that the way in which the Globers argue that they're essentially affirming the consequent.
So, like, let's see. If the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, and the Earth is blasting through space, what the fuck keeps all of that together and not like if you roll the window down and you're smoking a cigarette, all the smoke is sucked out of the cabin, like whoosh. So where's the window between space and Earth? It's not gravity, and it certainly is not the atmosphere. Like, or what do they say it is? Hold on. How do you even question that scientifically? Damn.
Well, not all inquiries are adjudicated by science, right?
Let's see what keeps Earth's gases on Earth. It's gonna be like, oh, gravity. Yep. Primary force that keeps atmosphere. So,
yeah, the standard globe claim is going to be
dumbest,
gravity. Dude. You're correct.
It's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Or like, okay, so what's creating air pressure? Hold on, primary force that keeps atmosphere. Air pressure. What? So the gravity also, so inertia keeps it spinning at the same speed as Earth, yet there's no friction between the atmosphere and Earth, so they just continuously rotate together. And neither of them lose track of each other due to some sort of consistent force. That's what inertia would be for.
I mean, that's yeah. I mean, look, that's a claim.
Inertia.
Sure, that's a claim, dude. Right? It's not evidence of anything. That's just a claim. Right?
Right. Well, what I'm trying to do is this does not. So yeah, it's a claim that there's the atmosphere and the Earth spin together at the same time, and gravity holds it all together. This is a ginormous claim. However, I'm saying, how is this claim so believable? So, from a scientific point of view, why do we teach this in our colleges? Why does everyone believe it, and why is it perpetuated in the media so hard? So, what factors are outweighing this illogical thought of an Earth is my question, and I'm trying to sift through, I guess, different articles and stuff to figure out. So the scientific community just like, yep, that's it, gravity, but it's a theory, man. Like, so you could just very well say we literally don't know, but we assume it's this, and everyone's like, okay, we'll all agree with what they assume because they don't know.
It's believable because we were all raised and went through schooling, and in the school they were all like, the stupid flat earthers thought the earth was flat, and now we know better. And as kids, we internalized this.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, like, from our point of view, we have to be able to ask these questions and kind of have a logical answer to combat an illogical science, I guess you could say. We have to find where the fallacy is at, because if they're not promoting truth, there's obviously something that we can find as a flaw.
Yeah, the fallacy is that it's a story and a claim presented as if it's proof. So they're using the claim as the proof. That makes no sense. So it's essentially a tautology.
But what
So
I'm
like
trying
goes
to
like
say
this.
is,
Here, just hold on.
Agreed.
Goes like this.
Here, go ahead.
It goes like this. Gravity holds the air to the earth because gravity holds the air to the earth. That's their argument.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, right? So,
Yeah.
but our argument is that it's held on what through you would say, kind of like density and buoyancy, and like this ping pong diagram with the ping pong ball, the oil, the screw, how they all kind of had their own equilibrium within in themselves. And this is something we can actually prove, and we can say, oh yeah, the Earth is made up this way as well, and it doesn't move. That's why these gases are able to be this way. So there has to be kind of like we could present more evidence towards this than they should be able to.
Well, you can also provide a practical demonstration of your claim, right? So you don't just make a claim, you say, this is my claim, here's the demonstration.
Let's see if I could demonstrate. If you can demonstrate, not in water but in air, kind of the amount of force required to displace the object from its equilibrium and the speed at which it returns to that equilibrium, and that would be your equation for gravity, because there is no gravity, and these are the questions that would answer what gravity is and how we can manipulate it in other mathematical formulas.
Yeah, but keep in mind that's even something different, because you'd basically be talking about the effect, right? Not the cause. And the Glober's mentality is their claim about the cause, right? Like we all see density and buoyancy played out, which, by the way, the relationship of the object within the density versus the surrounding media, right? Its relationship is called specific gravity. Interestingly enough, the density and buoyancy thing is called specific gravity. Pretty weird. However, that's still just the effect.
Yeah, but if the effect can become measurable, then that's when it becomes an actual substance.
Well, I mean, effects aren't substances, but I do get your point. So, well, let me ask this question: if someone who understands that the Earth is flat doesn't have a sufficient answer for the density and buoyancy thing, or for example, if somebody asks, well, then how does gravity work? They're like, you know what? I don't know the cause of this phenomena that you refer to as gravity. Does that mean it changes the shape of the Earth and all of a sudden the Earth is a globe now because the flat earther can't answer every question?
No, but it puts you in the same fire that you're putting a glober, doesn't it?
No, it would be an
You have
argument
to
for
provide the same proof.
silence fallacy.
Yeah, gravity in any sense at all, no matter what, whether you're talking about the effect or causal claims, for the phenomena that's titled gravity, whatever they think it is. None of those things change the physical structure of the Earth at the present moment. So if the Earth is measured flat, regardless of a conversation about gravity, isn't going to change that, right?
Yeah, but it would give you one more token of proof towards the Earth being flat. Yeah, it can measure not being flat. We don't use
but gravity. Fair point, but gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, dude. Like you could have gravity and the Earth be flat. You could have no gravity and the Earth be flat. It doesn't change anything.
No, but you have to explain its non-rotation, don't you?
Okay, but a rotating object doesn't require gravity, does it? Like you could have an object standing still. You could have an object rotating, irrespective of anything about gravity, right?
See, this is why nobody believes in flat Earth, because of your approach right here.
What do you mean nobody believes in flat Earth? What are you talking about?
It's not a belief; it's a knowing.
Yeah, it's right.
What kind of double negative is a non-rotation? That's like saying non-unicorns. Like, what are you? You're not even saying
let's get off
anything.
track. Let's get back to that point.
Is flat Earth kind of fails to bring to the table multiple points of evidence towards it being flat. We have to have more than just two things that you observe. It has to explain a bunch of other things afterwards.
Not to validate or invalidate the surface geometry. No. If you've established the surface geometry, it doesn't matter what else you can or can't explain.
It does.
Look, you may be correct that it matters to people who are thinking that way. But once you understand the contingent differentiation that those other things aren't changing the shape of the Earth, and their explanatory power, whatever the heck that means, is irrelevant to the prima facie evidence that the Earth itself is flat in its own structure. Once you understand that, then those other explanations that you may have desired become irrelevant. Sure, they're still curiosities, but they don't change the nature of your acceptance of the proposition the Earth is flat. Because the Earth being flat can only be determined by the structure of the Earth, not about other explanations about things that aren't the Earth.
I guess my point is you cannot have a sort of hybrid of a theory between how things function on a round Earth and how things function on a flat Earth.
Why would we
If you
try?
have a flat Earth, everything has to function on the flat Earth the way we observe it, and you have to have a way to explain that. If you don't,
you don't.
There's like no point.
No,
There's no point even being here.
What? That makes no sense.
For you.
Okay, so it goes like this then. I measured the Earth, it's flat. Okay, tell me all the secrets of how everything else works, otherwise the measurement you just made of the Earth being flat can't be true. How does that make sense?
Correct.
It doesn't make sense.
So we've honed in by using your argument style as a foil to demonstrate that the crux of the issue is whether or not the Earth is flat, not about ancillary explanatory power for alleged phenomenon.
So if you observe the sky is blue, it's just blue. There's no reasoning for it.
It's never going to not be blue due to your lack of explanation.
Okay. If you observe the sky as blue, if you observe the sky as blue, and I observe the sky as blue, and then we measure the ground, and the ground is flat, does it matter that the sky is blue to the ground being flat? No, they're not logically contingent upon each other. They're separate.
All right. So how is our weather system kind of contained and go around the Earth? Like, how do we explain that?
Dynamic system. So there's introductions of heat and energy at various locations at various times, which means there's always a flow of energy, which means you get a cycle of some kind based on a disparate energy distribution. It's not a uniform system, right?
Right. So like the water will evaporate.
Sure.
From one place and it will go up what to the atmosphere and condense itself and
Well,
like
decondense.
accumulate amongst itself.
It might even
When-
unionize.
Well, then, like, when does it fall down?
Well, I mean, dude, the water cycle isn't changed by whether the Earth is flat or not. The water cycle is you got evaporation, you got condensation, and then you got rainfall. I mean, how is that going to change? That doesn't even make sense to even consider it would change.
Kind of seems like it would change.
Oh, dude, like how would the shape of the ground change rainfall? That's like saying, you know, if there's a mountain, it's never going to rain, versus if it's a flat land. You know, like over here in the prairie, it's never going to rain because it only rains on mountains because of the shape of the ground dictates whether it's going to rain or not. That doesn't make any sense, dude.
So these water molecules will go up in the atmosphere and they get so clustered together that they become heavy and fall.
Yeah, there you go. They become more dense than the surrounding buoyancy can support them, and then they are more dense in the medium they're in, and therefore they fall. Which we already all know that anything in them that's more dense than its surrounding medium heads towards the Earth, right? We already know that.
Also, it's in its equilibrium. But at first, it's not dense enough to fall.
Right, it's actually less dense than the surrounding medium, and so it rises.
But we also have a temperature gradient, so as it rises, it gets colder and colder and colder and colder until it forms a cloud.
Yeah, so for example, the reason why it doesn't rain in deserts is not because sand is kind of orange. You follow?
Wait, the reason it doesn't rain in a desert?
Yeah, you know, like the Sahara Desert, when you look at it from a picture, it kind of has a tan orangish hue to the ground. Does that have anything to do with why it rains or doesn't rain? No, it has nothing to do with the color of the ground.
Does, interestingly enough, if you go to Google Earth and you look at the color on the ground, where Africa and the Sahara Desert is, and you follow it around, you'll notice it's under the equator.
Holy moly, dude.
Where the sun is mostly present.
Okay, so your claim is that the fact that sand is a tannish orange hue is the reason why it doesn't rain there. Are you kidding?
Oh.
It's a correlation, dude, not a causation. Do you understand the difference? The color of sand is not, it doesn't have a causal influence on whether it rains or not, dude. You could paint all the sand green, it still ain't gonna rain.
You're right. It won't rain. But it shows
And
where
you
it
could
does
paint a rainforest orange, and it's gonna rain.
Did you miss my point on purpose? Or did I miss yours?
I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. I think everybody else understood my point, and I'm gonna ask the floor. Anybody understood his point?
I think that he misunderstood your point, AI. The question was, is the color of the desert going to, or the sand in the desert, going to prevent or cause rain? And your first answer was yes, but then you went to the location of the equator, so I don't think you quite understood, my friend.
Oh, it was a dumb. Okay, got you. Yeah, nobody learns from a question like that.
One thing you got to
That's
keep
fair
in
though,
mind,
but
brother.
like your point is,
No,
go ahead.
just quickly, flat Earth is not a different Earth. When you're like asking how it would work on a flat Earth, we're saying the Earth that currently exists outside is the flat Earth. So anything that works on the
Yeah,
Earth works
so
on
like
flat Earth. Not it's not some different
relative.
idea or some different Earth.
That was a really
So
good point.
in a flat Earth,
Facts.
is there a space?
Outer space? No.
Do you go out and experience outer space?
No, I don't think there is outer space.
Yeah, so that's mute.
Well, that's good.
There is space. There's there's the concept of length, width, and height, right? You can measure that.
So if there's no outer space, what are we calling like the stars and the sun and the moon?
No one knows what those are, bro. I wouldn't worry too much about that.
You just did call them those things.
Yeah, you called them what we call them. They're called the same things. We just don't presume to know what they are because we're not a replacement cosmology.
So
And it's not just flat earthers that don't know what they are either. No one knows what these phenomena are.
what's your response to the sun orbiting 24 hours over the sun and the Antarctic, and sometimes in the North Pole as well?
Does the sun set on flat earth?
No.
Did it set in Antarctica?
No.
Well, there you go. Ta-da!
Whatever the sun is doing or the stars are doing is irrelevant to the Earth being measured flat. Those two things are not connected, and you would have to establish a connection first. You can't just assume it.
Wait, that seems like a hasty conclusion fallacy, right? Because what you're saying is that he's assuming something. You actually have no clue whether or not he's able to adequately connect those things. So the argument doesn't really make sense. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, if you want to try to connect those points, feel free. That's my criticism. My criticism is I have looked into this and spoken to hundreds of people on this subject.
Make the statement that he's
Okay, just talk over me. That's not really helpful.
I was just wondering if you were conceding the point that he was assuming anything and that was wrong. Is that true or false?
No.
Are you assuming that we're assuming?
What I'm saying is I'm basing my judgment on all of the evidence from his side and where it comes from. And so if he's not basing it on that assumption and he's got some new evidence, I'm all open for it.
So the question I just asked, maybe I cut out, I'm not sure, was, are you conceding that you have no clue as to whether or not he assumed something about your view? That was the question.
Well, I know he's assuming if he's using the basic globe model. Yeah, I know he's assuming if he's using the basic globe model because I know what that is and the assumptions within that. If he's making up his own model in his head, I do not know if he's making the same assumptions. And if he has some evidence, I would love to see that. Stop talking over me. Are you retarded?
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Flatman. I don't need your shit, Mike, coming in over two people as the third wheel to add more shit to the pile of shit. Thank you.
To be clear, I said, who is this guy? Referring to you. Like, why are you even chiming in? Relax, Nancy.
What was I supposed to be assuming anyway?
All I heard, guys, was a question from CB. And the question was, does the sun set on a flat Earth? And the answer is no. Yeah, and then the question was, did the sun set in Antarctica? The answer was no. And then all I heard was a meltdown from that point. So maybe we can get back to there.
No, the correct logic was no, but he actually said the word yes. Doubt me? Bet me on it. We'll go to the tape. You'll find out I'm correct.
Go ahead, waste your time looking at the tape, mate.
No, you look. Everybody knows you meant to say no.
Look at the
Said yes,
tape and
though.
shut up. That would be great.
What are you even talking
I'm
about,
back to
dude?
nothing to say.
Nobody's busting your chops here. I was just pointing out that AJ misremembered what actually happened, okay?
Great.
All right, cool.
Yeah, sorry, I thought he said yes to both.
What? You just said he said no, and now you're saying he said yes. Dude, I think you're confused, AJ. You need hydration. You need a cold drink of water, brother.
Dude, I just woke up. I'm laying in bed listening to this shit.
I said no, it doesn't. It doesn't set, like, I agree. And
But are you assuming?
Assuming that it doesn't set in a flat Earth, how
I'm
would it
just trolling
set?
the other guy. I'm just trolling the other guy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Let's get the thing
I'll be
back on track.
about it.
So Jones did post something in the side chat and ran away. Provide falsification criteria for their beliefs. We don't have beliefs about flat Earth. Create a function model for day and night cycle. We don't have a model. We don't claim a model. That's it. Third, create a function wolves burning map with a scale. Well, we don't need the entire Earth map.
Or what? Or what?
Yeah, it is just
making these demands right, of us. Or what? What's the or?
He won't believe
You're
it.
not making me feel good. You're not making me feel good.
Just run away. But anyway, we don't. Yeah, you can check a city map, and it can goes from A to B, and that's it. We don't have to have an entire Earth map.
Yeah, so let me go through his things real quick. So number one, from the globe side. So can they provide a falsification criteria for their beliefs? So, you could ask them the same question. Secondly, can they create a functioning model of the day-night cycle without appealing to a globe that doesn't exist because the ground measures flat? And can they create a functioning world-spanning map with a scale that doesn't rely on the assumption the Earth is a globe because it is an assumption because the Earth measures flat? So, I mean, I guess they can't do the very thing he's asking us to do. Seems kind of weird.
Typical double standards.
Oh, P.S. real quick, if you're not a mod and two people are going at it and you're intending to open your mic to shout the people down, don't do it because I'm just going to ban you. Hope that was crystal clear.
Well, I wouldn't say crystal.
What's your take on Redshift?
Here we go.
Oh man, Redshift is awesome, dude. Yeah, it's awesome. It was an awesome dude. It was a super sweet game. It's a racing game on Xbox Arcade. I loved it. It's awesome. What else you got?
So, like, if I ask the Flat Earth community, hey, what's your guys' take on Redshift? You're going to respond to me with a joke?
Yes.
Just kidding.
Well, dude, what do you mean by Redshift? What do you mean by Redshift?
All right, let me Google it again.
What the heck? You have to Google it. Why would you bring it up?
That's the punchline.
Is somebody DMing you right now?
Redshift is used to determine the kind of like expanding universe. So, because some scientists observed that the light was a different color, they assumed that this mean the universe was, or the item that they were reviewing was leaving their point of view. And
Okay,
so,
fair point. So yeah, so if the room in the back of the house is painted red, then that means it's moving away from the room in the front of the house that's painted blue.
no, it's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, you got to be
That's the
careful
wrong
what colors you paint your house, bro. Like, yeah.
However, friend, just put this in context. Let's say we agree that if the elements bands, because that's what it is, the banding of the light is shifted more when it's put through a spectrometer
Banding. Are you talking
towards
about
the red.
radiation
Holy fuck, dude!
or frequency?
This is a waste of time, dude. If you don't even understand the terms that are at play here, why are we even talking about it? It's like you wouldn't even understand my answer. Okay, so let me finish my answer, dude. Thanks. So if it's the case that whatever redshift is caused by something moving away from you. So let me ask this question. Can something move away from a flat surface? Yes. So something moving away just means it's moving away. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Well, I mean, it does kind of come into play with the shape of the Earth because if we look throughout history, the stars have been observed pretty much in the same places as they've always been, and they still
Above the
dictate
surface,
the
right?
same seasons. So this is where
Okay, so
redshift would be
how does
kind of
that?
bullshit,
Yeah.
wouldn't it?
What, dude? What you just said, everything you just said, has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I'm failing to see how it has anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Well,
Help me out.
if you ask a scientist how the Earth got here as a round ball, what would they tell you?
Also contradictory.
Whoa, hold on, friend. Hold on, you screwed up there. Let me explain. A scientist can't tell you how a past event occurred that he doesn't have access to. He can't use science on that. So he would be telling you a story. So if a scientist is telling you about the creation of the Earth, he's telling you a creation story. That is under the auspices of religion, not science.
So this whole scientific community bases the fact that the universe is exploding and moving outward based off this observation of redshift, right?
So what? I could care less what they think. What matters is what they can prove. So give me some proof from any of them that their claims are correct, not just the claim. Because you telling me scientists claim this is just telling me their story. I don't care about their story.
Sounds like a backwards engineered affirming the consequent fallacy.
Yeah, I can end this all right now. You guys ready? No, hold on. I'll end it right now. Cite the experiment that validated retroactive uniformitarianism, please. If you can't cite that experiment, this whole conversation's moot. If you don't understand what I mean by that, you can ask me. Very important key figurehead in this entire discussion. Retroactive uniformitarianism. It's the idea that what's going on now has been going on indefinitely, retroactively into the past. So in other words, the processes that occur now occurred at the same rate in the past. The motions that occur now can be traced backwards ad infinitum into the past, etc., etc. There's no validation for this. It's purely philosophy. The philosophical assertion can't be tested at all. Can't be experimented on. The past. You can't test the past, dude.
I mean, well, there's no test. The past said, hey, during this time of the moon.
Okay, so then it's not accessible to the science. It's not accessible to science that requires you to test it, dude. Can't be tested. It's a philosophical assertion, dude. It's religion, dude. It's story. It's not science.
Okay, so what's the story of the flat Earth origin?
It's obvious, dude. Think about it for 1 second. If the Earth is flat, it's clearly what?
It's clearly flat.
No, he said about the origins. If the Earth is flat, then its origins are clearly what?
Created.
What'd you say? You
I don't
garbled
think he
a little.
grasped your cause and effect relationship. I don't think he even grasped that. He still doesn't understand what you was telling him.
Well, that wasn't
Outside of
helpful.
scientific inquiry.
Well, I think we got a bricked console here. Would he bail?
Yeah, what was even the question? Damn.
Oh, sorry.
Cause and effect. He just didn't actually say cause and effect.
No, the origin. It's an origins question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But you're questioning him on the cause of effect.
Yeah, why don't you talk more while he's trying to get through to this guy? That might help to clarify things. Even though you just joined.
So, like, what's your claim of origin?
Oh, dude, it's
For a flat Earth?
self-evident, dude. It's called special creation. Self-evident.
Self-evident?
Yep.
They're gonna roll out of here and just keep their foot on their
It's
necks.
self-evident. The Earth is flat, and its origin is self-evident.
Yeah, he gave you the answer, yeah? Creation, yeah? A creator.
Creator, okay. Gotcha.
Like, you don't have to accept that. You could parse it out and be like, well, what do you mean by that? Why would it be self-evident? I don't agree, et cetera, et cetera. You could go down that road if you want.
So, for instance, if a creator created Earth and the Earth is flat, it would be what kind of God, I guess? Everyone would still have a different opinion on that, wouldn't they?
Sure.
Or would it be more like obvious at that point?
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been doing this for the better part of the decade, almost 9 years now, and the majority of people who accept the proposition the Earth is flat immediately recognize that it means that it's either exquisitely probable to the point of almost certainty, or absolutely certain that the Earth is specifically created, with the exception of a very few individuals who maintained a specific atheism that was like God doesn't exist. Others still had a general atheism, which is, I'm not sure, about God. And that's only in less than 5 people that I've encountered out of hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds. So, yes, it seems obvious to most people that if the Earth is flat, then it's obviously direct evidence of a creator.
I'd like to point out that most of the time my experience on this server is shit. I get asked a lot of dumb rhetorical questions. Example would be Redshift is a fun game to play. It's never a serious ordeal when I have a serious question. The fact that you are basically toting proof that God exists, you should take it a little more seriously and stop being so offensive to everyone's questions. If someone's trying to learn something, just answer them nicely.
Pretty sure he did. How is it offensive to state that the Earth was created?
How is it offensive to blow off questions and like a smartass cunt about it?
No one was being a smartass.
No. My point was that that I was elucidating rhetorically was that redshift in itself is actually non sequitur and irrelevant to the shape of the Earth, much like the video game. So it was actually a salient, logical, rhetorical point, and I'm sorry you took offense to it.
But if I wasn't in the mindset that Earth is flat, you can see how that would be a huge turnoff for someone who's trying to figure this out, right?
Sure, and when we get to the salient point about the metaphysical implications of the flat Earth that are prima facie, we usually do get conversations about us as people rather than the merits of the arguments. I agree. So I understand your struggle. So how about this? How about I agree not to be quippy, witty, whimsical, make jokes, use rhetorical, joking, sarcastic, or sardonic points for dramatic effect for the audience to cater to you. Agreed?
Wait, no. Only do that stuff if you think it would help convey your point a little better, not for me.
Oh, dude, the problem with that is that I can't actually see the future. So I have to take a gamble where certain types of levity are able to be employed, right?
Oh, I don't even understand. All right, dude.
The point is, I don't know what's going to particularly offend you, right? That would normally not offend somebody else, right? Unless I do this magic crystal ball, right? So, okay, now that we know your predisposition, we'll try to avoid any of those categories that I previously mentioned, right? And we'll just be to the brass tacks facts.
Wait, is your time machine broken today?
Yeah, so for your learning, sir, after you've criticized me, I'm going to criticize you back, okay? I just want you to notice what you did there. If you completely sidelined the topic from the argument proper, and then you asked me to not be rude to you, but now there's no more discussion to be had. You're not asking a question. I'm not expositing any information. So now we're at a stalemate. So where do we go from here?
Well, there's no stalemate. Like I said, I'm here because I partially believe the world is flat, man.
All right, cool. So I hope that my answer about redshift wasn't too off-putting, and you actually understood that it wasn't relevant to the shape of the Earth. I hope that at least from my point of view, you understand that my conclusion is it's not relevant. And if that's not satisfactory, I don't know what to tell you.
Fair deal.
Redshift requires you looking out into the stars, away from the Earth. It has nothing to do with the Earth.
Is it on anyone's agenda in the flat Earth community to go up into space and maybe do an orbit or something? Is that on the roadmap at all? It's not. Okay. Shouldn't that be?
Well, what would that do? I still want to hear the cause and effect of redshift. What is the cause and effect of that? What's the relationship between the cause and effect?
What would that do? Like the agenda for going to space, what would that do for you?
If you do an orbit, yeah, it would give you direct sensory experience.
You can look.
Yeah, just okay. Yeah, hold on, one at a time, okay? So I'm in space, I see the Earth. What effect does that have?
Are you saying that like your visual plane is like only 2-dimensional and not like a hologram or something? Is that
No, I'm trying to see, do you have some layman's version of overview, the overview effect, which is what astronauts had said. When they go to space and they see Earth from space, there is a instant, not delayed, not like got contemplated, a very sudden, abrupt, instant cognitive shift in the way they view the Earth, the way they view themselves, the way they view other people. So what do you think would be the flat Earth version of the overview effect?
Well, okay. Well, first of all, yeah, I've heard that before, that when they see the Earth, like something is triggered, right? In my eyes, what it was is they could see all of existence and saw like how small it was and like fragile it was. And they just like, I don't know, space is devoid of life and it's like harsh. And you see this little ball and it seemed so big when you were on it, but then you can see all of it at once. And it had this kind of unity effect. I don't know. That's my impression of what they were talking about. But
yeah, so what would be, in your worldview, what would be the flat Earth version of that?
I guess you just go up really high and see the limits of a square. Like you see all the sides of the square and just void on the outside of it.
And then what happens?
You're like, oh my God, I've just seen the entire universe. And it's
and then nothing.
Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't trying to superimpose that exact same thing over.
No, I'm trying to see so in the globalist worldview, you've got a thing called the overview effect, which is an instant cognitive shift where they view all people, all identities, the whole world is interconnected. They basically said they don't see borders from outer space.
Yeah. I got you.
Okay, there's no national chauvinism, none of that.
Yep.
So it's quite odd for someone to come in here and be like, hey, flat earthers, how about you go to space when your version of space should have already offered enough space for flat earthers to begin with? From your viewpoint, from you going to space, there's no difference between you and the flat earther. Your overview effect would be, I totally understand where other people are coming from. That's where you're coming from.
I get how one could think the Earth is flat. I'm just saying that could be objectively false, right? So why not have it on the top of your agenda to like fly up there and do an orbit or two in 3 dimensions? That's what I was saying. Like, I totally understand how someone could think it was flat. I mean, I'm pretty sure in the history books, which are very dubious at best, right? A lot of people thought it was flat, hundreds of years ago. So,
well, even during the Apollo program, Carl Sagan said the moon mission, where they saw the Earth from space for the first time, was the most ironic token of all of human history. Here you've got a new renaissance, a giant leap forward for all mankind that was highlighted by the systematic bombing of third world countries in Southeast Asia. Like the contradiction.
Fred Tasty.
Yeah.
If you went up into space, like, let's say like that guy with the Red Bull sponsor did with the weather balloon, you would only be able to see what the sun is illuminating. You probably wouldn't be able to see the entirety of the Earth.
Yeah. I mean, there's got to be some stray photons, like giving it some light, right? Like bouncing off other celestial objects and coming back to
what's the highest?
You wouldn't even be able to see all of the Earth lit up by sunlight. Like, for instance, the height of the ISS can only see 3% of the Earth's surface.
Why not just stay in one spot? I don't know how possible that is. Based on like can you thrust as fast as the world is rotating, right? But what if you stay in one spot and let the world rotate so you can see the entire, so you like hover over the sunny part of it, basically the illuminated part, and then I don't know, you see it rotating. Just like if I saw a basketball rotating and I saw every point of it, outside, I would be pretty easy to infer it was 3D. I don't know, something like that could be a workaround. So
3D. What do you mean by 3D? Do you think flat earthers think the Earth is 2D?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Could it? Yeah, sorta. In my mind, yeah, that's like the default model. Yeah. Why? What is the model that's in your head?
Well, I mean, flat. If you try to model flat, the only functional model you can come up with is all the points of a surface arranged between two parallel planes. That's the functional defining model of flat that can be realized in three-dimensional space, right?
Sure. So could it be
right,
like
so that's just the surface, right?
So you're saying it could be like a polygon ball or something, and we've only you know what a polygon ball is? It's like a closed three-dimensional object. Yeah, closed three-dimensional object where every part is flat. It's kind of like I don't know. I mean, if you saw like a soccer ball in a video game, it like from the I don't know early 2000s or something, it wouldn't be perfectly round. It would be like all jagged, but it would be ballish. I don't know. Are you saying like flat earthers that could be a model that they have of the Earth, where it's like closed and has like an interior, but is still flat on every point or something?
Well, if all the extent of the known territory, which is about 190 million square miles, right, is covered with 70% water on the surface, right, and according to the definition of level, which water is the standard of, and sea level, and all heights and depths being measured off sea level to the top of the Everest and the bottom of the Mariana Trench, right?
Sure.
And water level is that standard, right? And we know by Pascal's principle and hydrostatic equilibrium that water is going to maintain a consistent level. It's not going to flow unless it's tilted, right? So we have
sounds
70%.
reasonable. Yeah, I don't know the two principles, but sure.
Yeah, so 70% of the surface is level, and if that level is flat, then that means the surface is flat, right? The extent of the available territory. Beyond that, the overall shape of the Earth is indefinite or unknown. Because keep in mind, flat's not a shape, right? It's not like globe is a shape and flat earthers think the shape of the Earth is flat. Flat isn't a shape; it's a surface quality.
So, what is the shape of the Earth in your guys's like?
I already said it's indefinite, undefined.
Oh,
unknown.
so okay. So you don't have like a precise model of what it looks like. You're just saying it's not what popular science is saying, and like that's it.
It's not something we can know at this stage.
Gotcha. Okay, so there's no overarching model you're trying to get someone to believe. You're just saying, a bunch of these assumptions that we're making are false, and it's not a sphere. Like, that's fair?
Well, not only is it not a sphere, but the surface is flat that we're on.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not too crazy. I thought there might have been more baked into the theory, but cool.
Yeah, it's like randomly pouring dirt on a dinner table where it stacks up higher in certain areas than the other. You got hills, valleys, throw some rocks on there for mountains, right? All this is three-dimensional and not flat and level, but the foundation it's sitting on is flat and level. The table.
Space is fake.
Oh, so that's another part of it? Is
Well,
it like,
who knows who just said that?
or is that a joke? Can't tell.
It's a trigger. It's a trigger, dude. Space itself is obviously not fake. Available free space, XYZ coordinates, length, width, height, depth, obviously are real. But the story you've been told about the vast vacuum of space, right, in the heliocentric Big Bang expanding cosmogony, that's not entirely a true story. Okay.
Yeah, so you said the surface is flat, but you can't tell me the larger shape. Can you tell me like the larger shape of space?
No, and not only can't we, but not even the heliocentrics could tell you that. They have no idea about the extent boundary of space itself at all.
Okay.
The reason why we know that is because they say that the extent boundary of space is accelerating faster than the speed of light would allow the light from there to reach us. So we can never get any information from that area. So the total overall shape of the universe can't possibly be known. However, you know what's interesting, friend? They'll tell you the universe is flat. They don't know the shape of the universe, but they'll tell you it's flat. Interesting. Weird.
Doesn't that just mean it doesn't curve back on itself? As in, if I go in a straight line for an infinite amount of time, I'll never like get back to my starting location. If the universe was like curved on itself, you'd hit that point again, right? Just like on the Earth. If I keep going in a straight line, I'll eventually get back to where I started. But the universe being flat just means it doesn't have that property. I mean, that's my understanding of it.
Yeah, the universe isn't curving back around to meet itself. Therefore, it's flat.
Yeah.
Just like the Earth. The Earth isn't curving around to meet itself. Therefore, it's flat. The surface, anyway.
Okay. So we're talking about like an abstract definition of flat. I see what you mean.
No, that's not abstract.
I think he thinks he can actually do that on the Earth, go in a straight line and get back to where he started, but nobody's.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's what I think. Yeah, that's
yeah, but you're like, that's like saying, no, I'm sorry, guys, I'm sorry, but that's like saying because you go on a bicycle around your neighborhood and you get back to where you started, that means your neighborhood is a sphere. That's the logic you're using.
Oh no, but if you did that, you'd have to take turns. I'm saying if something is not flat, if it curves back in on itself, you go in a straight line, you never take a right or a left. And if you just keep going and never stop, you'll get back to where you started. That's not.
Well, I mean, that's a proposition. Yeah, that's a proposition, but has that been done on the surface of the Earth?
Well, I mean, it's pretty hard to travel as the crow flies for many like operational reasons, right?
Wouldn't matter whether it is or isn't, because in order for this point to be valid, it'd have to be demonstrably accomplished already on the surface of the Earth. So if you don't have a valid example, then talking about it in hypotheticals is highly irrelevant, isn't it?
Exactly. Has it been done?
Yeah, even with the greatest technology we have today, nobody can travel the Earth in a straight line, dude. That's never happened. Not even close.
Well, what if you veered right a little bit for like 10
You're gonna
miles?
have to,
just
dude.
go around a
Nature's gonna say you can't keep going this way. Now that you're on a boat, well, now you got to go to land.
Yeah.
Now that you're on land, now you got to miss this cliff. You got to go to get away from this cliff. You got to get out of that. Like you can't go in a straight line.
All right, James.
But how
James,
close
cool,
can we? Yeah, go for it.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, bro. James. You notice how before we were actually letting people complete sentences? Don't be the one to start ruining that vibe. All right, ask your question again, bro.
Oh, sorry, me? Cool.
Yeah.
Like, how close to a perfectly straight line does it have to be? Like, I'm sure if you went 300 yards to the right to go around a mountain and then came back 300 yards and then completed your perfect circle around the Earth by just going straight, you'd still count it as like a valid way to test that theory, right? I mean, I could be like, well, if that mountain wasn't there, then it would have been I would have gone perfectly straight the whole time and I got back to where I started. Like, you know, just have to go around like one tiny mountain, I think you could still test it and it'd be theoretically valid.
Can you give me a name of a tiny mountain?
I don't know, some fucking mountain in the
Well, mountains are real. Mountains are real. Mountains are real. What's theoretical is this trip. So if this trip actually occurred, that would be a salient point. But if we're just talking in theory, then we'd still have to go out and do it. And so we wouldn't really have anything to talk about at this present moment, right?
So yeah, I guess that's a pretty hard like test, right? Because it's a lot of that's a tough one.
Well, it's like I said, you're not going in a straight line. So quit using that.
Also, you can't go. Listen, you can't go in a proper orientation straight line on the alleged globe Earth anyway, unless you're going around I think the equator. Yeah, it's the equator, I believe.
Yeah, it's
Because otherwise you'd have, in order to go a straight line without turning left or right, you'd have to orient your vehicle in a non-level manner.
Yeah, there's also
Otherwise,
the
you're
problem
gonna-
with wind. Wind's gonna push you a little bit to the side, divert you a little bit, and all these other factors. So you're always gonna need some kind of standard to try to aim at or aim with.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
once you go
even
around
if
the mountain, you're not going in a straight line anymore.
Well, even if you go around a ball or a circle, there is no straight line in any of those. This is ridiculous. There is not a straight line around a ball or in a circle. You'll never find a
Yeah,
straight line.
but we understand in this case that they're just talking about not changing direction in one axis.
Yeah, but navigation, you will find straight lines.
So maybe I should think of like tests and like just like single observances that would like disprove flat
Or
Earth.
or
Do
you could
do have any
try
of those?
maybe even try measuring. You could try measuring the Earth, see if it drops over a distance. That would shut down channels. That would shut down the server. But
Yeah.
why do you say ha 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 ha?
Because I think I've heard that before. I mean, this isn't like the first time I've ever seen flat Earth, but yeah, I mean, I think that's been a theme I've
Sorry,
seen.
no. Well, it would be it would be absolute. Like there could be no denial of it, right?
Yeah.
If the surface of the Earth was consistently deviating away from a horizontal plane of reference, consistent with a sphere Earth with the given radius of 3,959 miles, then nobody could really counter that with anything except that it must be true. It's just, it would be the way it is, all right? But when we try and establish deviation of the surface from horizontal, we don't find that deviation.
So I'm just like brainstorming here. This is not going to be gold, but so if like for example there was a ship and a really tall mast, right? If like it was observed in some like measurement device, right, that you could see the top of the mast but not the bottom of the boat, then that visual signal would disprove the entire flat Earth theory. Is that correct?
No. So let's say you are next to a building and you walk away far away and you see this building. You know, if you look back, you see this building appearing very small. Is that building smaller, or is apparent? So see,
Sorry,
does
is that building smaller or what?
Yeah.
What was the second?
Because you are walking away from this building, you know, you are next to this building. Is a tall building. If as you are walking away from this building, that building will appear very smaller. You know, even you can see between two fingers, you know, of your hand. So is that building that size, or is apparent?
Yeah, of course.
So it's apparent. Yeah. So you know. So has its perspective. As you are, far away from something, an object, that object will appear more smaller. So.
Well,
I think
I'm saying appearing smaller though. He's talking about the bottom up apparent, disappearance, right?
Yeah. I'm saying you can't like the bottom part is obfuscated. if that were to be the case, that would disprove the whole thing, right?
The flat plate because the ship there.
He isn't just talking about simple linear perspective. Well, I mean, he is in a way, but he's not just talking about the thing appearing to shrink. He's talking about the bottom of it appearing to vanish.
Yeah.
Well, the answer is no, it wouldn't. You'd have to establish that the surface is curving, and that's the reason why you're seeing that visual effect.
What so if you were to see that, like what other what else could be the cause other than like you can't see behind the hill that is the slight curvature of the Earth's surface. Like
if you don't have the minimum angle necessary to resolve the bottom of the thing, but you do have the angle to resolve the rest of it.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could technically say that.
Or there's something.
It's a reality of the physics of the fact that you have an angular field of view, and that light, when it's too low, can't be resolved on your sensor size. And not only that, but once it reaches a critical angle, light interferes with itself and becomes unresolvable. So it's actually a consequence of physics of how light works and how optics work. It's not. It's not a chuckle.
Yeah, well, I think the important thing that's being missed here, and perhaps you guys are already taking it into consideration, is symmetrically, as you walk away from the building, symmetrically, all at once, it gets smaller symmetrically. And the only thing in your angular sight, the only thing in the way of your angular sight, the further you get from it, is the ground. So obviously the bottom is going to disappear on a flat surface the further you get from an object, because your angular sight is the ground. It's where your angular sight is measured from.
Honestly, because I don't think about this at all, I'd have to look up this angular field of view and get fresh.
Well, it's maybe angular is messing you up. Angle.
It is, yeah.
Angle of sight. Maybe the word angular messed you up. I'll just replace that with angle of sight. Your angle.
It is angular, dude.
Oh,
yeah, but I was trying to get him.
Yeah.
I'm trying to help him.
I know, but 9 times out of 10, when you try to describe what's going on, James, you usually have at least one error, right? So,
but that's all right as long as that's called out. I'm fine with that. You know where I was going.
Yeah. So every optic, right, that has a lens uses an angular field of view, with the exception of a few, but they're very hyper-specific uses, and they actually can't see bigger. So, for example, the reason why you experience perspective is because you have an angular field of view. So you have a small aperture, small hole for the size, but you see a lot of space. So you see an actual bigger space than the size of the hole you have available, which is your eye hole, right? So in order to do that, you have to have angles. And eventually the angles get so small. Yeah, there's a boundary, absolutely.
There's a boundary.
Now that boundary is actually, and it's physically understandable. For example, there's a formula you can use called the Rayleigh criterion, which will actually give you the maximum angular resolution of any optic with a specific sized aperture. And so, once things get below the critical angle, they become unresolved. And the way perspective actually works, when you think of an artist's perspective, that's like 1 point linear perspective. That's not actually how we see it. It is how we see up until a point. And then after that point, it kind of takes off hyperbolically, and you lose the information much faster. So it's not a true linear scale.
So I don't see offhand. We were talking about if the bottom disappeared from view, but the top was still in view. I don't really see how that relates to this angle of.
It's easy. So easy. I can help you. out.
Okay.
So imagine one red brick. Imagine it moving away from you until you can no longer see it. That's pure. That could happen, right? It just keeps going away. Eventually, you can't see it, right?
Yep.
Now, stack another brick on top of it. Can you see that brick?
Yep.
Maybe.
Oh, sorry. You're
not-
saying until
yeah,
it goes,
yeah.
out of view, and then you stack one on top of it while it's still out of view.
Right. So
Saying,
yeah. So
probably
imagine.
not. Probably not. Yeah, you probably can't see it.
But you do understand that eventually, as you keep stacking the bricks, there's going to be enough bricks to where you're going to start seeing red. Make sense?
Well, it seems like those bricks would be even further away. So, no, is my intuition on that. Right? Like, if I kept stacking it and I stacked it like 300 yards high, I think
Dude,
that
you got,
top brick would be. Because isn't
They're all
the
at the same-
hypotenuse?
they're all
Like,
at the same
hypotenuse
spot.
would be.
Oh my god.
No, seriously though. Like,
Yeah, fair point.
like
but
the
don't make it
hypotenuse is a
struggle to-
larger distance than like the bottom part.
Yes, but that's not how you see. You don't see just one point or another. You see all the points simultaneously, and whatever available information is in those angle packets is going to be resolved if it's resolvable. So while you can't resolve the bottom portion because the angle that it's coming in at is smaller than your angular resolution limit, the overall structure in total is greater than your angular resolution limit. So the higher portions are actually going to have more approaching angles that expand into more available sensor data. And so you will see the top versus the bottom.
I lost halfway through that, but
The same thing that works
I think
horizontally works vertically. So horizontally would be the railroad tracks. They appear to get closer to where they touch. They're the same distance the whole way apart from one another, but they appear to touch, right? Now, if you just turn those vertically, the same effect occurs. Same effect. Okay, there you go.
yeah, no, I mean, I get that. Yeah. Do you guys have like a roadmap of things you're trying to do to disprove your own theory? I'm just wondering. Or is
it's called it's called searching for curvature.
Okay.
Curvature is the crux of the issue. Direct demonstrable surface curvature, not stories about this phenomenon could be caused by curvature. What else could it be? Because that's not conclusive. What's actually conclusive is demonstrable curvature, which doesn't seem to exist. So, for example, you said the bottom of something gets cut off because the Earth is curved. Okay, that's a fair point. The problem is, if the Earth is curved and it's a specific size, then that cutoff is happening at a specific location because it's a physical hump in the way. The problem is that we have numerous observations that supersede that geometry. So, for example, we have members that have seen boats at 30 miles away. There's no boat that exists in the world that's tall enough to be able to be seen at 30 miles away if the Earth was a globe in the manner in which they claim. And these observations go on and on. Not only that, but we have numerous laser tests where the surface of the water is measured against the laser standard, and it's shown to debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. We have one that was done over 25 miles of water over a lake. We have another one that was done over 35 miles in Utah on the Salt Lake, which is dried up. And they drove a truck with the laser on the back of the truck 35 miles away and had the laser in sight the entire time. If the Earth was a globe and there was truly a physical hump of Earth curve between the truck and the man looking, it would have been 400 feet below the eye line.
Gotcha.
So these types of things just demonstrate that the alleged curve of the Earth just isn't showing up.
Okay, cool. So that's a bunch of evidence you've seen. Is there like a social component to this, or is it purely like scientific? Is there like
oh, dude,
yeah.
Look, like any group, including Globers, right? Or any group, not everyone has the same motives, right? Not everyone has the same pure form of scrutiny and logic applied. Surely there's groupies in every group, right?
Yeah. Oh well, no, I meant like claims.
We're all
Is
buddies
this
that hate
purely
each other.
like? No, I meant like. There's claims about like the physical world, and does it end there, or is there like claims about like social systems of people and why this like?
Oh, absolutely, dude. So, for example, then yeah, look, the nature of the big questions in life, the great metaphysical questions: who I am, how I came to be, where I am, where I'm going, what's my position in reality. All of these questions, like, yeah, they're very important to this idea, because if the Earth is flat, demonstrably so, then that means there's at least people who are confused, and at worst, people who are engaged in a deception, right? But either way, a lot of people are basing their metaphysical questions off of erroneous information, because they're assuming the Earth is a globe, imagining their position in the cosmos as being on this globe that, pooped out of the Big Bang and is flying through the universe. So yes, it changes the world stage, does it not?
I get it, because like the current narrative in science could be pretty pessimistic, right? The universe is expanding, things are getting sparser.
It is.
Right? Okay. So like if you were to reverse that narrative, it could, life could seem better. I could see that. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it also cements that the Earth is unique and special, and maybe even the center of everything. Which, by the way, don't get me wrong, in the heliocentric worldview, there still is this idea that the Earth could be the center of everything. Interestingly enough, though, some of the very important figureheads in the formation of the heliocentric model and some of its propagation, they're on record saying that the idea that the Earth is special and the center of the universe are horrifying, are proud, all these negative connotations that the Earth is clearly the star of the show. They got a problem with it. And I would submit to you, why do these men find it offensive that the Earth is clearly the center of everything and the world stage upon which everything that's relevant happens? Why are they so offended or scared of it? I would submit to you, it's for metaphysical reasons, religious reasons, philosophical reasons. It has nothing to do with science. Because pure science would just follow the evidence where it goes.
Right. Would you say like it's their goal to like demoralize us, like shrink our importance in the cosmos or something, or reality?
Yeah, I mean, dude, some of them have some of them have said it out their own mouths in their own voice. They've said, we as humans are insignificant in the grand scheme of the universe. We're meaningless. We're going to be here a short time, then we're going to be gone, and the universe isn't going to give a shit about us.
Right.
These dudes are out of their mind, dude. They're literally telling you that the fact that you, let's just say, for lack of a better argument, you married your wife, your sweetheart, you had a beautiful daughter, she became an artist, you helped her through art school, then she became a dancer, she went on to perform at Carnegie Hall and Broadway and the Met. That's a big meaningless pile of shit. Your daughter's worthless. I mean, come on now. Are we kidding ourselves? That this is clearly metaphysically, philosophically, and religiously charged?
I got you. Because I guess
so you better get in all the pleasure seeking while you can.
You got to be godless hedonists.
Yeah, self gratification. That's the only thing you've got to look forward to.
Got you. So I guess like if you believe we're insignificant, then that could like demotivate you, and it might be easier to like take control of you, right? If you were just confused as to what to do, and you were like, "Oh,
yeah, absolutely, dude."
Right. So
yeah,
altering is that a component of it. Okay.
Absolutely. So altering your metaphysic, your worldview, and your relationship to it alters your entire perception about your self-worth. Yes, you're correct.
Okay. I mean,
knowledge
and the worth of others.
Knowledge or the truth is true power. So if a group of people know the truth and they subvert it and get pretty much almost the entire world to believe that truth, their foundation is flawed. No matter what they argue about, whatever, it's the foundation that they're arguing from is flawed, which is your world that you truly live in. Right?
It's like giving them really shitty food and expecting them to live a quality life or something. The basis of the whole thing is going to go awry. I see
I've always tried to use the Truman Show, with Jim Carrey, as an example. Only in that movie, the neighborhood knows about it, right? They know they're in
Yep. Yeah. I mean,
everybody's true men. They're in a faulty premise from foundation.
I mean, there's definitely been wilder lies propagated, downwards. So
Yeah.
It's not
absolutely.
It's not crazy to think that, right? So.
Well, let me take it another turn here. Okay, indulge me. So we're in a server right now. The name of the server is called Politics and Religion. Right? We all know that politics and religion are supposedly two of the things you should never talk about in mixed company because it's divisive. So we know that the idea of religion and politics is very close to the chest for a lot of people's psyche, so much so that you're warned, hey, you want to keep your friend, don't broach those topics because it may break you guys up. There's going to be consequences for these talks, right? So we already know that these are some of the most important things to people, that it's part of who they are and they're willing to sever relationships over it, right? So we know it's important. We know that's something that would be great to manipulate on people. But here's another thing. Out of the religions, right? You talk about religion. Don't most religions adhere to a metaphysical paradigm that has supernatural agents involved and extra things beyond just the physical? Isn't that correct of most religions?
I mean, most of the religions I'm aware of, yeah. Yeah, I would say so.
Right. So if that's the case, then that means that in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to questions about who we are, why we're here, why would anybody want to believe it's a globe when it's not, is that it's not limited by most people that believe in religion in the earth, which, by the way, is the majority of humans. They already have a predispositional bias to believe that there's supernatural agents that could be involved. So, for example, in some of the great Western, or let's just call them Abrahamic religions, and even in some of the others, there's characters that are specifically the personification of evil, like demons or the devil. And they are said within these religions to have designs against humanity to attack humanity in their way to get back at God because they hate God, right? So does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I know demons.
Right. So there's all of these.
Yeah, I don't know their motives or whatever. Yeah. Sure.
Right, but let's just postulate for a second. Let's say none of it's actually true, and we do live in a secular society and in an actual secular materialistic world. But people believe in that stuff. So even if they believe it, they could still be motivated by the same motivations, even if the underlying belief in their religion actually isn't the case. They could still think that the great god Cthulhu is beckoning them to deceive mankind, just because it's their weird bias in their head. But we know that this is the human condition, that humans are religious by nature. We know that. So it's not unreasonable that this would motivate people. Now, here's another twist that I'm going to take you down real quick. You would think that the materialist, secularist, science-based dude, atheist dude, is free from this type of thing. This idea that there's extra, supernatural agency. And guess what? They're not. The latest thing on the precipice of the advancement of actual experimental science, even people who are evolutionists and atheists and believe in the entire Big Bang, everything, due to you by way of the zoo, we used to be a protozoa, now we're a mammal, etc. They're coming to the fact that the actual inquiry into the physical and natural world when it comes to time, matter, and energy is that the experimental data shows that sentient agency is required in the first instance for the material, physical, natural, energetic, temporal world to exist. In other words, they're coming online with realizing that it's not the case that matter came first for whatever reason and then sentient agents evolved later on. No, it's that sentient agents have to be eternal. It's 100% fact, according to these guys. And these guys were atheists, were evolutionary psychologists, biologists, physicists, etc. Totally invested in this worldview that's not including God in any of their causal influence. And then all of a sudden, at the end, they arrive, we follow the science, and sentient agents is the cause of reality. It can't be denied. So even they are forced to admit it.
Yeah, like a consciousness centricness kind of. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah,
The old,
that makes sense to me.
first sip of science will turn you into an atheist. At the bottom of the glass, there's God.
It makes sense to me. I mean, why all these objects, evolving throughout time? If there was, it could be like, God, what is he? David Chalmers, like the philosophical zombies, right? Like there could be a bunch of agents that weren't conscious, right? Going through the motions, like you have a world that's like indistinguishable to this one, but there's no inner experience, right? Like what's the point of it, right? Like what's the point of all these like elaborate patterns and stuff, right? If it's not like, I don't know, some sort of experience. Yeah, I see what you mean. Cool. Wait, so like, do you guys then? Is there almost like a flat Earth like religion component? Like, is there something like that? Do you have like a story of like Genesis or something, or like a point of existence, or
mixed
bag? It's just measured and observed that way.
Okay,
that's all. Just measured and observed that way. That's all.
Yeah,
Okay.
the clean answer is no.
Gotcha. Cool.
There is a creation story for 24/7. 1 year.
Yeah, we've got an origin story for the VC.
What happened there? Did you guys get kicked
Everything's
off another
created,
platform or
dude.
something?
There's nothing
time
in
we did.
existence that has not been created.
All right, wait, did you say there's always been existence?
There's nothing in existence that has not been created.
Yeah, like every single concept exists somewhere.
Well, like for you to recreate requires a female, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you recreate, you've created something into existence, and there has been nothing created or nothing in existence that has not been created.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Every plant gives its seed.
Yeah.
The wind, everything.
Yeah. Everything requires a cause, basically. Yeah.
People say,
yeah, whoa, you screwed up. Now you have a tautological loop.
Well, hold on.
Now you have a
Let me say.
I don't hold on, bro. I don't hold on.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right, man.
Because you made a logical error.
I just wanted to add one more thing. That's all.
All right, I'll let you finish because hopefully it's going to be the correct answer to fix your logical error. If it's not, I'm going to have to logically smack you around.
It wasn't important. I already lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Okay, so then the next question would be, well, then God doesn't exist unless he was created. And then who created him, and who created him, and who created him, and who created him? The problem is that existence means to come out of. God doesn't exist. He simply is. He's the grounding, eternal, necessary entity. Whatever you think that is, that's God. And so, for example, these other guys I was talking to you about who ended up saying consciousness must be eternal, like that didn't mean they immediately became specific theists and adopted an idea that there's a single God and God is in control. No, they didn't necessarily do that. They just are saying sentience is eternal and whatever that means. And so if you're more interested in learning about that, I'm going to give you a few factotums here. So one of the guys who wrote a whole book about this, it's called The Case Against Reality. That is Donald Hoffman. He was also on the Lex Friedman podcast in an interview where he talks about a lot of these concepts that I mentioned to you. And if you ever want to look that up, just look up the Lex Friedman podcast with Donald Hoffman. It's super interesting, probably about 3 hours long. If you're aware of Lex Friedman at all, and this topic is interesting to you, you'll love it. All right, go ahead.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see. I mean, I don't have any questions right now, but yeah, this was definitely interesting.
You're the one that brought up Redshift earlier, right?
No, I think that was somebody else actually, but yeah, whatever you got to say about Redshift, go for it.
Well, I was just going to say that it's,
Can the Earth be flat if there's stuff in the sky that's red? Sorry, go ahead, James.
it's conducted in the environment of gas, or where we live, we would call the atmosphere. I hate to say it because it says sphere in it, but it's just a medium of gas, right? So that's where they first, like, this is what this metal looks like under this infrared or whatever. It's all conducted in the medium of where we live, and then it's portrayed like it's treated the same as what we see in the stars, like those are the same medium. And that's not the case. Like, you would have
Mike
to know the
Timbo.
medium and the difference of the transition.
Hey,
sorry.
To even use colors for metals or gas, or like I never understood how they do that here on the earth, and then they treat it the same as when they're looking into a vacuum. That's two different mediums. How do you know the colors ain't changing? Like, well, I never understood how that works. Can you enlighten me on that?
Hell no, I can't.
Well, it wasn't even his question in the first place. So it's kind of like an argument that you had in your pocket for the last guy, and he's gone, and now you're just using it on him.
No, but he said go ahead. That I wouldn't have done it if he didn't
All
say
right,
go
fair.
ahead.
Whatever.
Yeah, I would not have said that if he didn't say go ahead.
I
He
mean, I
said
used to
whatever you
be
want to say on this, but go ahead. Sorry,
used
go
to be
ahead.
like really scientifically oriented like many years ago, but honestly, I've kind of become way more lax, So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't
What do you
delved
mean by scientifically oriented? Because like science is a
like
method, it's not really an
I used to be like
orientation. I
tight on the
mean,
definitions. I used to like, consider equations as a math major.
but that's not science.
Yeah, well, I was never excited about like doing tedious experiments. But I don't know. I just tried to be more like intellectually tight, I guess. Now
Yeah,
I'm,
math
a
math
little,
can be
yeah.
math can be used within the scientific method, but it's not a requirement of the method.
Yeah, I'm just saying I used to care about rigor a long time ago. Now I just, have descended into hedonism, playing the simple game of society. Right. I'm not trying to.
So
Yeah.
So you're admitting that you wasn't scientifically oriented. You was mathematical oriented.
Potentially.
Yeah, not scientifically. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you wouldn't have said that if you thought it was math.
Right. Yeah. Simple acronym to understand that is the STEM fields: science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Not science, 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 and science. That being
All I'm
said,
saying is,
hold on, bro. That being said, I posted for you the links to those things I was talking about. So what you should do, if you check them out, if you want to, there's a short one, which is the first one I posted. And that'll kind of give you the concepts like in a broader Cliff Notes view. And then the second one is the Lex Friedman interview with the author who's being talked about in the first one.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
I might check out some other rooms and servers, but yeah, it's been real. Thanks for the combo. But I got this.
Cool.
Okay. Donald Hoffman on Lex Friedman. I got this shit now.
All right, bro. Don't trip over the curve of the earth on your way out.
Try not.
Thanks for being so chill, man.
Do you get a lot of people just like fucking yelling at you and stuff?
Heck yeah, dude.
Damn. Okay. Cool. No. Cool concepts. All right. See you guys.
It didn't seem like he had a cult mentality. I could be wrong.
Well, he doesn't seem like emotionally invested in the globe.
Dude, he watches those 2 videos I gave him. His mind's gonna be blown, dude. He's gonna come back and be like, "What? What the heck?"
I actually liked the principle, even though it doesn't really, you know,
No, it's a cool,
doesn't really tell.
video, dude.
Yeah,
I'm actually going to watch them videos in a second.
doesn't really give you the
2
truth.
hours
But
later.
Yeah,
principle's a good one.
dude. It the principle is kind of like, it's like a progress bar. It's starting off the argument and it's working its way towards a conclusion, but it doesn't take it to the conclusion. Like it stops off, and you have to do a little more work yourself to get to the actual conclusion.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's actually
I
a
also
good.
like how
It's actually a good opening. It's a good eye opener for people who are uninitiated into these types of discussions, because it goes over a lot of the history and a lot of the decisions that were made about that history, and elucidates how they were based on philosophy, not science. And that really opens up the idea. It's like you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute, I thought all these guys were scientists. They were dispassionately just telling us how the world worked, but it turns out they were just a bunch of religious zealotards trying to enforce on us their worldviews.
Yeah, I think it kind of showed him too, because there was 2 or 3 of them that went into him with that mentality, but they can't.
Yeah.
They was forced. They literally said they was forced to say I was wrong. Like but there was some that kind of stuck with it without saying it.
Check this out, Holmes. Check this out. If you watch The Principle and you watch Jaron's video called 200 Quotes, that I think it says that show that globe earthers are crazy or something, but no, it's a little more of a good title. But if you watch those 2 videos, because in the 200 Quotes, he basically just reads all the quotes of these globe founders and all this other stuff, and you see how much religion and philosophy is dripping in it. Like you watch those 2 videos in tandem, and you come out thinking, wait a minute, dude, this whole science thing that I was told is one big joke.
Dude, I'm sure you've already got those fucking. Sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to cuss. I'm sure you already got those on Click, right? You should do that more often, dude, because you're absolutely right on those. Those 2, the principle and no, well, now I can't think of it. No, it's terrible.
So Jaron did a lot of good exposing NASA videos.
The quotes,
that 200 quotes. That 200 quotes one, I think, was his best work he ever did.
Yeah. You got to give credit where credit's due, and that is a good video to watch. Those quotes
and he went downhill from there.
Yeah, and then he went downhill from there. Unfortunately, yeah. But like I said, you got to give credit where credit's due. And he probably wishes he never made that.
Hey, I got a joke. James, I got a joke about Jaron going to Home Depot. So imagine I'm Jaron. Hey, I went to Home Depot and I had to go to the other side of the store to get some pruning shears, uphill both ways.
Some pruning. All right, I got you.
The joke is uphill both ways, dude, because Earth is like a home globe depot and it's curved in the middle.
Yeah. That's funny. Hey, that brings it up. I'm probably outside the loop on this, but that brings a whole new definition to uphill both ways. I've never heard that before. Thanks, man. That's great.
Dude, it took me a while to figure this out, but when parents say I had to walk to school uphill both ways and the kids look at them funny, it's not funny at all. It just means that between you and school was a hill in the middle. No.
Yeah, you're on a globe.
No, it just means that the highest part was between you and school. So when you're walking towards school, it's uphill. And when you're walking back, it's uphill. Now it's downhill the other half, but it's still uphill in both directions, right?
Yeah, gotcha.
Not the entire way, but some of the way.
I thought I had you the first time. Now I really got you. Yeah. I'm embarrassed.
Not to be confused with ice skating uphill, which is something you should never try.
Right. You should never try ice skating, anyways, unless you're a child. Because if you don't learn it from the beginning, you're going to have some problems.
Be awesome in the Olympics.
Right, now.
Any muppet could slide down a hill. Skate up the bastard. Now that'd be impressive to watch.
Well, as a child learning to ice skate, you can fall down, get hurt, and be okay. But as an adult, you can't do that.
All right, banter diversion over. Get back to the topic.
All right, my bad. Yes, the principle, man. You guys should have that on the. When I watch it on YouTube, because when I joined, somebody said, "You just joined and started talking," and I do apologize for that. But it's not like I wasn't listening before I joined. What made me join is what I was hearing.
Well, that's even worse, dude, because then you have no excuse for what you said.
What are you talking about? What did I say when I first joined?
Dude, you were criticized for not being on topic or on point, under the assumption
but
that you
I was.
didn't know what was actually being said. So if you did know what was being said,
No,
then
I
not
was
being on
on
topic
point.
and on point would be worse.
No, I
Well,
was
I mean,
on
dude, it's
point.
your opinion you were on point, but I think the one who criticized you didn't agree, dude.
Well, we can always go back to
Okay,
it.
so yeah, I could care less, dude. We're not talking about that. Okay, so I'm just gonna put you on server mute because you didn't take the hint to get back on the topic. So, do you understand now? Get back on the topic. The topic isn't you joining earlier and not being on point. Okay, that's not the topic. All right, so I'm gonna mute you. Hopefully, you, for the love of God, don't go backwards. You go forwards. Go ahead.
I'll just wait till, like you said, we go forward.
Okay, so something that's on topic. So what you described, Overlord, with the floor of Home Depot being uphill both ways, right? That would dictate that Glober's redefined horizontal, right?
It should make you wonder how they determine what a flat 2x4 is. That's for sure.
Well,
why don't you just answer the question? Go ahead, sir.
Well, seeing as how engineers, builders are going to want the surface. Well, not necessarily, because they might want drainage, runoff, and all sorts of. But let's say they were attempting to make a surface as horizontal as possible. That was their goal. Okay. Now that would mean that they're going to start off with establishing perpendicular from vertical, right? And then the surface would have all of the surface of the floor that they're constructing would have to be perpendicular to that at all points, right?
Yeah.
Right. But if you were to do that on their concept of being on a globe, and you took any point away from the first point where you established vertical, right, and then dropped another plumb bob that's no longer going to be perpendicular with that surface if you maintained the orientation of the surface from your original point. Therefore, invalidating that surface as being horizontal, because for a surface to be horizontal, it must be perpendicular to vertical.
Right. So if they actually shot a line that was at the center of Home Depot, and it was a line that continued out in free space from its original shot, to like a level line, right? So you level it in the center, and then you have the a straight floor extending out from the center to the extent of the building. If that was quote unquote a straight line, then it would actually be experienced, if the Earth was a globe in the manner in which they described, as two reciprocal slopes where the center was lower than the outsides. And so, the water would essentially collect in the center if you'd imagine it being filled with water. Right. Correct. So it looked like a upside down, it looked like a V. Not as pronounced as a V, but you get the point. Two diagonal lines where the center is the lowest point. But they would tell you that these two diagonal lines where the center is the lowest point, and that it's increasing in altitude as it leaves from the center, is actually a horizontal line. That don't even make sense, dude.
Right, exactly.
I don't always make horizontal lines, but when I do, they're reciprocal slopes.
Fantastic.
What they'd be saying, right? If they could say, oh, but if we use a water level, then the surface will be curved. But if they're using a laser level to get all their points, yeah, you're going to have a bowl in the middle.
See, I always thought that in order to get 90 degrees, you got to have a vertical and a horizontal. You can't have a horizontal without the vertical. You can't have the vertical without the horizontal. They're both required.
You can have a horizontal. Just use a water level.
Yeah, you can have a horizontal. Well, you can have a horizontal, but you couldn't have a 90 degree on the horizontal unless you had a vertical.
Yeah, you can get the 90 degree from a horizontal.
How do you get a 90 degree from a horizontal without the vertical?
Well, you create a flat surface and then use a 90 degree angle to come up vertical from horizontal.
You need a vertical. That's what I'm saying about you can have a horizontal or you don't need a vertical with a horizontal or a horizontal with a vertical, but to get 90 degrees, you must have both.
No, you only need one. You only need one.
How do you get a?
Yeah, the one is the original reference.
Vertical? Just a vertical, no horizontal. How do you get a 90 degree?
Off the horizontal.
How do you get? Well, that requires both, right?
Nope.
No, dude.
Yeah, it does. You just said off the horizontal.
Dude, have you ever built anything in your life, dude?
Yes. How do you get 90 degrees?
So when you make a wall on a floor, do you build the floor first and then raise the wall on the floor, or do you build them both simultaneously and just throw them out into the yard?
No, dude, you don't. That's not how you frame shit, bro. That's not how you frame shit, dude. What are you talking about? I'm not. You guys are misunderstanding.
Dude, let me teach you something, bro. You level the floor, and then from the floor.
There's your horizontal.
You could pull a 90 degree, dude. You could use the 3-4-5 rule and square your wall up into a 90, dude. The wall doesn't have to exist before you make it, for goodness sakes.
Dude, I'm not saying you can't have a vertical or you can't have a horizontal without one another. I'm just saying you can't have 90 degrees.
Stop for a second. Does everybody else understand my frustration after he just said what he said?
Go ahead, let me hear it.
All right, James. So everybody else is on board with me, and that your description is whack. So this is where we have to help you out. All right. So, based on what you were told in the past minute, can you rephrase what you were originally saying to make so it makes more sense?
The only thing I was trying to say is the only way to get 90 degrees requires a vertical and a horizontal. That's all I was saying.
No, you can get you can get 90 degrees where the both parts are horizontal, dude.
Okay, you still need a vertical.
No, you don't.
Well, how do you know both parts are horizontal?
Because I'm living two dimensions.
Like if they're parallel, how do you know they're parallel without the vertical?
What?
Come on, dude. This is simple, dude. This is fucking.
Yeah, it's so simple. Absolutely, nobody in this room understands what you're trying to say, dude. Go ahead, ask. Ask if anybody in here knows what you're talking about.
No, you're probably right. I apologize, man. Can you steel man me so I can go from there?
No, dude, I can't steel man you because I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Oh, okay.
All I could do is repeat what you said. If you actually had a coherent point, then you could be steel manned. But nobody gets you right now.
Yeah, the only thing I said is in order to get a 90 degree, it requires a vertical and a horizontal. You can't get 90 without both of them.
Incorrect. You can have a horizontal 90 degree.
Exactly.
How can you have
I
a
could trace-
horizontal 90 degree?
Yeah, I'll tell you how. It's very simple. So I have a
flat on the
floor.
ground and then yeah.
Yeah, I have
you're
a floor.
standing vertical, right? You're
I
standing
have
vertical.
I have a floor, and I want to make sure it's square. I can use the 3-4-5 rule off of one side to get the other side to be at 90 to that side. Didn't require reference to vertical at all.
Yeah, it did with your.
No,
with
it
your
didn't.
Tool. Yeah, it required
Holy
two
shit,
lines.
dude. Two lines.
It's creating a horizontal between the 2 points.
No, you can't just have a 90 degree with just a horizontal, dude.
Yeah, you can keep on saying that, but you can keep on saying that, but it's not true.
James, I'm going to tell you one more fucking time, dude, and then I'm putting you on mute for the rest of the night. Pay attention.
I'll mute.
Try to follow along. Okay. I'm building a floor. I don't even, dude, you said you're going on mute. Don't be lying to me now. Can't trust you as a man of your word. All right, go on mute, so I don't have to hear you at once. I'm going to lay it out. I'm not even saying this floor is horizontal, because it could be off horizontal. It could be diagonal for all I know. It doesn't matter. I'm just laying out the frame of the floor before I feed the floor, before I put the subfloor on top of it. So I have a square. Okay, I have my long boards connected. Now I have the 4 boards. They're all the same length. Dude, go on mute, motherfucker. Was I unclear? When I'm done, I'll let you know. Sorry for having to take it that route, dude. So I have a square made up of wood. All the boards are the same length on the outside perimeter. That means I have a true square. However, it's not squared. That means I haven't yet made one of the quarters 90. I can use the 3-4-5 rule. Go to one of the corners, right? And from the one board, I can make the other board 90 degrees to that board. Now, where in any of that did I reference vertical? Go ahead and unmute and let us know.
By using the square.
What square?
You said you have a square. So the square has a 90 and a horizontal and a vertical.
No, dude, I never said that. I never said I used a tool called a square. I never said I used a tool named a square. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You said I have a square.
James. Here's the tab.
You said I have a square.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna have to put you on mute because I don't trust you to mute yourself. That way I don't have to get angry and swear at you. I said I have 4 boards that are the same length on the extent of the perimeter connected to each other. So I have a square made up of boards. A square where one side is a board, another side is a board, another side is a board, and another side is a board. Not a reference to a tool known as a square, which is actually in the shape of a triangle. Not at all. Hopefully you understand, so I'm going to unmute you to see if you can tell me you understand. Fair enough? Never referenced a tool called a square one time. Go ahead.
You said you had a square with the boards.
Yeah.
A square requires a horizontal and a vertical. 2.
Holy shit, dude.
2 each.
Dude, a square is a two-dimensional shape, dude. Dude, you're literally just being obstinate.
It's
dude.
James,
You're not James. Go ahead, brother. Let's see if you can knock some sense into him.
I was just going to say, even if you are referencing a square, if you lay that square on the ground, yeah, it's not referencing a vertical and a horizontal. It's just referencing a horizontal 90-degree angle. Correct, James?
Hold on, we got to unmute him so he can answer. All right, go ahead, bro.
Do you hear that, James?
Incorrect. Even if
in what way?
Hold on. If you draw a square on a piece of paper, that's horizontal, right? But you're going to draw hold on. You're going to draw 2 horizontal lines and 2 vertical lines to get the square.
Holy crap, dude! That was the dumbest thing I ever heard, bro. I'm sorry.
I think you're horizontally challenged, man.
What are you
talking about? Yeah, that's painful, dude. James, you lost the ability to speak until you go and get the definition of a square and return with it. Sorry. Dude, James, no offense to you, bro, but I have to take this hard line because I'm not going to be embarrassed in the public with associating you and me as if we're both flat earthers and we're on this level of intelligence. Go, for the love of God and all that is holy, please get the definition of a square. For the love of God. You'll find that it's a two-dimensional shape, dude. 2 dimensions, an X and a Y, no Z-axis, which means no elevation, which means no vertical. All the planes of a paper on a piece of paper are in 2 coordinate systems. There's no third coordinate, dude. So there's no vertical. So go get the definition of a square, read it. When you've accomplished that task, let us know.
Yeah, James, your orientations are all messed up, dude. If you're looking down at a piece of paper, you might call, from the bottom of the paper to the top of the paper vertical. But in reality, in 3D space, the paper's sitting on your table. It's laying, the whole thing is laying horizontally, right? That's just one sort of simple context. So the term vertical seem to be getting messed up here.
Yeah, Mick Bro is correct here. However, James, I'm going to apologize to you for getting too cantankerous with you. Okay, I'm a little bit on too many Red Bulls, so forgive me. However, the same logic still applies, that you're applying abysmal logic and you need to look up the definition of a square. So that hopefully that jogs your memory. And what Mick said about the axes jogs your memory to you, where you agree that when you arrange a piece of paper horizontally and you draw lines on it, there's no vertical. All right, so Google definition of a square, please. Read it. Let us know. Come back in.
Man, come on, James, man. We're waiting for you to Google it. I want to unmute you to see how progress you made, but I don't want to. Man, anybody else want to be on James' side with when you draw on a piece of paper, 2 of the sides are horizontal and 2 are vertical when you make a square? Or do we all agree that that was confusing?
It is confusing. Unfortunately, James and I had this conversation quite a while back. You know, it didn't seem to. Yeah, we had this conversation before.
James, that's naughty, bro.
Yeah, and I brought it up to him.
Naughty, my man.
If I were to draw 2 diamonds, right? 1 diamond shape, 1 square. Technically, they're both diamonds. It's just about their rotation, but that's another whatever. 1 diamond, right? It's technically a square, but neither of its lines are horizontal or vertical. They're all either 45 degrees or negative 45 degrees relative to the paper. Now, the paper itself is quote unquote horizontal and vertical, or X, Y, whatever. But the corners of the diamond themselves
Isn't that a rhombus? Can't remember. Maybe you can word it another way, AI. Back to the original point, you were building a deck and you're framing out the deck. What part of that frame has a vertical? Well, I mean, the depth of the board, so like if you're using a 2x8, let's say, the top facing upward surface is going to be 1.5 inches wide, and then it's going to have a descending depth of 7.25 inches, right? Yeah, 100%. But in the example you gave, you squared the corners on this deck, yeah? So we're not trying to obtain a vertical here for our 90 degree. Like you said, just 3, 4, 5 the corner to obtain your 90, which then squares that deck. Now, the problem why I'm so hard on this type of stuff is that it's just categorically false. And it can't be made as claims that are just easily erroneous and categorically false to fly on our forum, where it's obvious on its face that the person is clearly wrong, clearly misapplying and misunderstanding the logic and actual, reality of the situation. Right? So it's just got to be full stop. We got to address it, or they got to relent. It's the only way it's gonna, can go down. Yeah. 100%. He's just very confused giving that page example, I feel.
But like because his original claim was you can't have a 90 degree without a horizontal and a vertical, so both together, right? So it's kind of weird because you can do it with any flat surface. You can put a protractor on a flat surface and get a 90 degree off any flat surface. Right, so it doesn't have to be vertical.
Yeah, but you couldn't put it down. Yeah, but you put it down, which was
Descending in altitude, which is vertical. But that's just not genuine type of logical, reasoning when you're talking about things. It's like that's kind of silly. So it's like you shouldn't be holding people to that type of, ultimate, whatever the heck it's called. I don't even know what it's called.
I think was he meaning you can't get a vertical without but he was saying you can't get a horizontal and a vertical without a horizontal and a vertical. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Well, the way that I understood it, and
go ahead.
Sorry, I was saying the way that I understood it when he gave the page example, it was exactly the way that you explained it, Timbo. That this deck is horizontal; it's not vertical. We're not finding 90 perpendicular to vertical. We're finding it on the horizontal, and all he's done is confuse the page of paper where he's saying there's an up and down, a horizontal and a vertical on that page of paper. So when you're drawing those lines, you're getting that vertical. Yeah, he's very confused.
All right, let's unmute him and see if he's made any progress. James, you there? Did you look up the definition? Yes, no, maybe so. Did you fall asleep?
No, I'm here. What's up? No, I'm here. What's up?
Are you James? Oh man, I didn't know it was gonna go that hard, dude. I don't know. We'll give him another chance when he comes back because it may just be one big misunderstanding. I might have been a little too hard on him, so he might have been afraid to speak up. But bro, saying if you draw on a piece of paper a square, 2 of the sides are horizontal and 2 are vertical. I don't know about that, dude. That almost requires an intervention. That almost requires a driving test to be like, wait a minute, dude, you're getting too old. We got to check if you're safe to drive.
Oh, so he's just confusing the language. He's confusing up and down on the page. When someone says, well, that's up at the top of the page or down at the bottom of the page, or we're reading side to side, left to right, he's just transferred this across somehow.
Wait, he's back. James, did you find that definition, bro?
Yeah, it requires a right angle. A square does.
Right, but nowhere does it say vertical, right?
Well, it's got to be an angle opposed from the horizontal.
Why? A square could be arranged in an infinite permutation of angles. It doesn't have to be horizontal.
Well, like your example with the deck. How do you?
Yeah, I just use that example to exclude vertical.
How do you know that the deck is horizontal?
I said I don't, and I don't care because I'm not worried about whether it's horizontal. I was just worried about squaring it, creating a 90 degree.
Well, how do you know it's squared without a horizontal?
I told you how. I gave you the explicit definition that every builder knows how to do it, dude. And we all understand it. Why don't you?
Yeah, with the tool that uses right angles.
Wrong. Never said anything about a tool, dude. Use your tape measure.
Just saying. I didn't say.
Do you understand what a 3, 4, 5
tape measure is a tool.
You're not going to build a deck. You're not going to build a deck without a right angle. That's what I'm telling you.
Do you understand what he says when he talks about measuring 3, 4, 5 on the boards to create the angle?
Yeah. You're talking about just a horizontal, like a flat piece of paper, right? Like if you draw the square on it, none of the lines are actually vertical from the horizontal. They're on the same line as the horizontal. That's what you're saying, right?
Right. Fair point. But what I could do is draw.
Okay, turn the piece
like
of paper.
I could take my piece of paper and I could put it on a clipboard, and then I could turn that clipboard diagonal, and then I could draw a square on it.
But what I'm saying is, if you draw the square on the piece of paper, and then you held the piece of paper vertically, it still looks the same. It does. It's still it's the measurements. It's the opposing.
Right. So So it's entirely possible, according to your own admission, that you can draw on it without it being oriented vertical on the horizontal, and therefore it's a 2-dimensional image.
Yeah, you can have a two-dimensional image of a square, but you're not going to have it unless you have a 90
No,
degree
no,
vertical.
no. You can only have a two-dimensional image of a square.
Yeah, but you're only going to get a square even on a piece of paper if you have a 90 degree vertical from the horizontal on both sides and on the top.
What? No, dude. No, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to have a line that's horizontal. Then you're going to have a line on the left and right that's vertical from the horizontal.
No.
Even though it's laying flat, and it's not poking up.
Can you bring it? Okay. Can you bring up?
These are verticals and horizontals.
Bring up the definition of vertical.
They're not
Bring up
both
the definition
horizontal.
of vertical.
Okay, fair point. Timbo, he played himself. Let me explain.
I didn't
take a piece of graph paper.
You guys
hold on, bro. No, dude. We understand what we're talking about. You have no clue what we're talking about. You have no clue what you're talking about.
You're saying because the piece of paper is laying flat.
Oh, goodness, dude. All right, you got to be muted, bro. Hold on, so I can explain without you talking through me. So take a piece of graph paper. Draw an origin of coordinates in the center of the graph paper. Draw an x coordinate and a y coordinate on the graph paper. Put the title horizontal on the x coordinate. Put the title vertical on the y coordinate. Now orient the entire piece of paper horizontally. Is vertical now sideways? No. All you did was write the name vertical on your piece of paper. Okay? So if you then draw on that paper, on those coordinates aptly named, then yes, you would be correct that in those coordinate systems on the piece of paper, which is all arranged horizontally, that two of the lines would be on the horizontal axis and two would be on the vertical axis, but that's only because that's what you named them. You could have named them apple, and you could have named the other one orange. And so you'd have two lines on the orange axis and two lines on the apple axis. But rest assured, they wouldn't be oriented in the vertical perpendicular to horizontal in the actual physical dimensional free space of the world. At this point, dude, if you still want to be obstinate about it, I don't even know what to tell you. Trying to tell us that we're confused and we don't know what we're talking about, dude. Come on, now, bro. Can you not see what I'm trying to say here? Go ahead.
So if you're building the deck, how do you make sure that one side is not higher than the other, even though the deck itself is horizontal?
That's a different task. Not relevant to the other task I was talking about.
Well, you got to use elevation, right? You got to make sure that it's level from something.
No, dude.
Something.
One more time. You're talking about something.
No matter how you.
You're refusing to understand that you're talking about something else. While you're trying to criticize us for being wrong in some way when we're clearly correct, dude.
I'm not criticizing anybody, dude. I'm not even raising my voice at you guys while you're doing that to me. But go ahead.
My goodness, dude. Dude.
Okay.
You're criticizing us and insulting our intelligence. Either that or you're actually this mentally incapable, and I'm bullying somebody who's not fully capable, which would be wrong.
If I'm coming off as insulting, I'm not meaning that in any way.
No. If you were to build a deck, now what you're talking about is whether that deck is level. So what we're going to do is we're going to level the posts, etc., before we build the frame on the top. Now we
so
can
you
do
got
the same.
Vertical. So you got the vertical.
Hang on. No. Wait, please.
Go ahead.
Your vertical, your height, your level is done a different way, is what he's trying to explain. I might set the posts in the ground first before I build this frame on top.
Right. And some posts might have to be longer than the others.
Correct, 100%. But we're talking about the deck itself, the frame on top. Now, just recently I was doing some building and I was building wall frames. Now, these wall frames, they're going to stand up vertically eventually, but I built these wall frames laying on the ground. Now, the first thing I had to do when these wall frames were laying on the ground is I had to make sure that those frames, when they're laying vertical, are square, just like the top of that deck. Yeah, so what I do is I lay my timbers on the floor.
But how do you know that the deck is level without the vertical?
Am I Am I explaining this like way wrong?
Well, if you're
Please,
building
someone
if you're
correct me.
building a deck on a cliff, which
Yeah,
I've done before,
he's
right?
James, you're moving off your
dude,
original
good,
claim.
James.
Your original claim was that you can't have a 90 degree without a vertical or a horizontal.
Yeah, it sounds like you're on a script, dude, and you're literally not listening to anything anybody's telling you. And then you're being told that these two things are separate, and then you're trying to shoehorn it in as if you can't do the one without the other, even though they're completely separate. And anybody who builds knows they're separate and knows they're completely two. Let me guess, separate functions that you have a completely separate operation to accomplish, dude. Now, James, I'm going to unmute you, and you're going to acknowledge that they're two separate things, which are done in two separate ways, with two separate functions, two separate sets of procedures. If you don't do that, dude, then we are just going to assume you're being intentionally disingenuous and treat you like so. Make sense? I hope that you got that, because I don't want to have to be a dick to you for no reason, bro. All right. For the love of God, acknowledge that they're two separate things. Go ahead.
I gotta say, if I'm being a dick, then you should be a dick back. I'll put that out there right away.
Okay, but are they two separate things? Are they two separate things?
Well, hold on. Have you ever heard of?
Get muted, bro. Not even putting up with your shit, dude. I'm going to unmute you one more time. You're going to answer whether they're separate or not. It's either going to be yes, they are separate, or no, they're not separate. If you say yes, they are separate, then that's the end. If you say no, they're not, then you're going to have to justify whether or not. So yes or no, dude. Nothing else. We're not going around this rigmarole with you where there's absolutely zero progress made. It's pointless. It's a waste of everybody's time. Right. Yes or no? Are they separate or not?
No.
Okay, why not?
Blueprints.
Blueprints.
Yeah, they're the same
How does
thing.
blueprints?
You're drawing them horizontally.
What's the same thing, dude?
But the math
Specifics,
is the
please.
same. It's the same. You can't get one without the other. That's what blueprints are for. When you build a house or frame a house.
Okay. Let's say that's the case. So on a blueprint, you have the measurements that are going to correspond to a horizontal and measurements that are going to correspond to a vertical.
Yeah,
Hold on. Okay, so when you lay those blueprints on a horizontal table, are the lines that correspond to a vertical in reality, are they presently vertical or are they presently horizontal? Which one?
Oh, okay. So if you want to take it, okay, if you were going to take it there, then I'll agree with you. If that's how you're looking at it.
Yeah, holy fuck, dude. We finally got there. Thank you. I almost had to stab myself in the eyeball.
What are you talking about, dude? You was misunderstanding me if that's what you thought, though.
No, dude. Everybody in here suffered through the same pain I just did, dude. We tried to parse it out to you a million different ways.
Okay,
You finally conceded that we were correct, dude.
No, I didn't concede, dude. Not in the way you think I did.
All right,
They're
dude, you can just
mathematically
go back on mute, dude. They're not mathematically the same, dude. Okay. Vertical is an actual real world orientation, dude. Drawing a line on a piece of paper that's horizontal isn't vertical. Anybody disagree with me in the room? Besides James?
No. Please, God, no.
Now, blueprints, James, can be a side profile, or they can be a level profile. If it's a level profile blueprint, then every single thing on that blueprint is going to be representing a top-down view of a horizontal cross-section. So everything on the blueprint is horizontal. However, if I take that blueprint and hold it vertical, all the lines are now arranged vertically in tangible free space, yet they represent a horizontal plane of the finished building. Now, I hope that cleared it up. I'm going to give you a chance to respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, you said the horizontal plane, right?
Of what, dude? Dude, you got a hard time with
Uh,
specifics, bro.
of what you're building on. That's what. Tell me what you meant, so I didn't take it the. You said horizontal
Yeah.
plane. Okay.
Yeah, dude, a top-down level blueprint, dude, might be the wall layout, right?
How do
Of
you
where
know
the
the plane's
footprint of the.
horizontal?
Oh my god.
Holy fuck, dude! It's a fucking blueprint, dude. Come on.
I agree with you,
James.
dude. But damn.
James.
Hold on. I
James,
agree with you.
No. Do you know what a plan view is?
Yeah, but hold on. I agree with him.
No. Do you know what a plan view is?
Dude, I know what a blueprint is. I put utilities in the ground. I framed houses.
Okay, so
I
do you know what a
blueprint is.
plan view is then?
What's a plan view? Go ahead, tell me. I know.
Don't know what a
blueprint
plan
is.
view is?
No, I guess I wasn't high up in the totem.
Okay, a plan view is when you're looking at the plans from the top.
Oh yeah.
Horizontal.
Oh, okay, topographical.
No, not topographical. Plan view.
When you're looking at the house you're going to build from the top down. Never seen that one.
Never seen that one. How do you get your dimensions for your walls then?
All I did was walls based on the horizontal.
What
No, you
the?
didn't. You don't
Dude,
know anything.
How can all you do be walls and you not understand they have a top-down layout of where the walls go relative to each other? You can't possibly have that from the side orthographic view, dude. What the heck?
Well, you can from the blueprint.
No, you can. All right, dude, you're
But
done.
you can't do it.
You're done. Not going through it with you, dude. Go get me a side view of a wall plan that shows all the walls where their footprint's going to be relative to each other that we can see. Go get one. I can't believe you just said that you can have that, dude. Holy moly, bro. James, I really don't take pleasure in beating up on you, but it's like I can't even tell whether you're being serious or not anymore. But don't get me wrong; it's a worthwhile endeavor to be challenged with such incoherent kind of conclusions, where you actually have to parse out the particulars and be like, "What the heck is going on here?" So you get 5 points for making me exercise my mind.
Well, I'm exercising mine because I'm trying to think of a very simple way that I can try and explain this to him, and I don't know what to do.
Dude, we all get it. We all understand that when you're having the floor plan of where the walls go, it's got to be top down. It can't be sideways because there'd be no way to understand what's happening. The top down is the only way to represent the information. And there's no vertical information on that plan at all. Zero. Now, well, that's not true. You could put it on there if you wanted to. Like you could put this wall that's going here is going to be 10 feet tall. But writing the word 10 feet on there doesn't create a vertical axis that's extending in free space on your piece of paper. It's just info. Like it's not a vertical line. All the lines are horizontal. And you put it down on your table, it's all horizontal. There's no vertical. All right, we're going to unmute James to see if he found the sideways wall plan. James, you got the PDF of a sideways wall plan?
You just said you put it all down on the table. You put it all down horizontal. That's what you said.
No, dude. You previously said that you can have a wall plan from the side view.
Dude,
okay?
You would agree
You
with
abandoning that claim?
While you have unmute, you got me unmuted. Is it all right if I talk before I get muted again?
Well, please abandon your claim first or support it in some way. We've got to actually get to the point here somewhere. We can't just keep moving on.
So horizontal or flat is having no line, no part of the line higher or lower than the other, right? You can't have one part higher or lower than the other. Would you agree with that?
First of all,
yes.
Do we
okay,
see
so to get horizontal, you got to have the vertical. You got to have the vertical.
Hang on a second.
To make
Wait
sure
on.
one is
One
not
minute.
higher or lower than the other. Go ahead.
1 second. First of all, we were talking about wall frame plans, yeah? Now, are these viewed from the side or top?
How you're going to build it.
Yeah, and is this viewed from the top down?
It doesn't matter how you draw it on a blueprint.
Yes, it does.
You got to understand. No. It
Yes,
does.
it does.
Hold on. This is where it does. You're right. And this is where you guys irritated me last time you muted me, because there's levels in fucking framing, right? I don't have to know how they do the foundation. I don't have to know how they do the roof, right? When I look at the blueprints, all I got to do is look at the walls. That's it.
Yeah, from the top down.
Well, you can do it that way. Don't get me wrong.
No, that's the only way you can measure out. Sorry, stop. It's the only way you can. Dude, it's the only way you can measure out your rooms.
No, you do it bottom up.
It's the only way. Oh my God.
You don't do it top down. You do it bottom up, dude.
Are you fucking retarded, man? Are you fucking retarded?
Start from the bottom. You start from the bottom, dude. How do you put the roof on before the bottom? You start from the bottom.
You're retarded, man. You're fucking retarded,
down,
mate.
You start from the roof.
You're absolutely
That's how you build your house?
retarded, dude.
No.
You are retarded, man.
No. Because every house is
how do you get? Listen to this, James. How do you get your plan? Hey,
Sometimes they're a little off. They put the
retard.
There,
how do you get your plans?
That's how they put the roof on.
Hey, listen here before I fucking mute you. All right. How the fuck do you get the plans? How do you get your walls for the first floor, retard?
You don't, not from the fucking roof, retard.
Oh, no shit. So do you get your measurements looking at it from top down?
No.
From the top? Oh my God. Someone fucking ban this cunt. Get rid of him. You've got no spatial awareness, James. You're absolutely fucking retarded, man. Sorry, but you are, mate.
Well, hold on, bro. Hold on. Listen, we're going to have to assume that assessment is correct, and we're going to have to, just keep you on the side burner for your own safety. Because we can't have people who aren't wearing their head protection just running around bumping into walls. That would be child abuse, right? So we can't allow that. So we're just going to have to put you on mute. Because it seems like there's some kind of disconnect here. Look, there actually is a possibility that he's actually functionally, cognitively challenged, and so beating up on him in this manner would be immoral from here on out. So he's just going to have to stay on mute. So there's no chance of such abuse to occur to him. It's basically a left mute.
I can't understand how he can think that me saying, looking at a plan view, like a layout of that story, means me building the house from the roof down.
Yeah, makes no sense.
It's so crazy, man.
Did I hear right that James is a flat earther?
Yeah, he's been a flat earth for a long time, and he's been a thorn in the side of people who argue with him for a long time. He even drove Helio to drink straight through his eye sockets. Not anymore, though. Not anymore. Helio doesn't do that anymore. Yeah, they used to have, dude, him and Helio used to have legendary battles, bro.
Wow.
It's hard, though, because this guy is so clearly wrong, but yet he's so convicted that, it's hard to take him seriously, but also hard not to call him names, and so it's kind of like when he goes down this track, it's completely unproductive, and so in the future we just need to cut it off. Not even entertain it for more than a second. As soon as we know it's going down that road, it's just like, whatever, dude. We ain't got time for it.
I know it's just so simple, and I'm thinking, how can I help this poor dude? Like, it. You know what I'm saying? It's so simple.
Yeah, it's so simple. It's so simple. That's part of the reason why I got so frustrated and swore at him so much. I actually feel bad about it.
I just feel like, how can I help this guy? I mean, I don't know.
All right, dude. I got to go in and eat my feelings with some ice cream. That was intense.
I remember years ago arguing with this guy about triangles. He said there's only one type of triangle. And we argued for like 3 hours. And then I showed him how many triangles there were. Multiple, many, as many as you want. Change the length of each side. He said the only triangle that exists is a right-angled triangle. And we argued for 3 hours, man. Yeah.
Okay.
Helio was there that time too. He's going, what the fuck? He was, you know, when Helio gets on one of those things and he can't stop laughing.
Yeah.
Hopefully everyone realizes that you don't build the house from the roof down.
Yeah, I mean, I was like trying to think of a way of articulating this to him. The building materials are already preset for like 8 and 4 foot sections. When you go in for framing, it's already that length.
Yeah, check this out, bro. I'm going to post the 2 images here. It's going to make perfect sense to any rational thinking person. So here's the wall layout. And here's a wall profile. Okay? So you notice in the first image I said, it's just all the relative distances, right? Which is in meters, I believe. And then on the lower one, you see you got the wall profile there. That's what a wall would look like on the vertical axis. So the bottom image is a vertical axis profile, and the wall layout is a horizontal axis profile. So the vertical one, right, isn't really telling you the horizontal. I mean, you could assume that the bottom of the wall is obviously going to be resting on the horizontal, but it actually technically doesn't have to. It could be diagonal if you want to build your whole building at a slope, right? Think about it. I could build this building at a freaking diagonal slope if I felt like it, right? Make sense? So the one is the horizontal profile, the one is the vertical profile of the wall. One says where these walls are going to go on your foundation or your floor, and the other says what they're going to look like, how tall they're going to be, right? 2 completely separate things.
Everybody here?
Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I just lost my connection.
This thing working?
Yeah, you're working.
Oh, okay. What's up, AJ? How you doing, brother? Was that AJ?
Not much, man. Yeah, not much. How are you?
Right on. Talk to Skinny at all?
Yeah, he's just moving house at the moment. He's right in the middle of it.
All right. Well, can't wait for his return, man. Looking forward to it.
I heard you're finally moving, AJ.
I may be, yes.
Up near Townsville or something, yeah?
Yeah, so I'll know 100% this Wednesday on my finance stuff. But yeah, I've put a deposit on something and etc. So yeah.
Sweet.
Sweet. I love it.
Going from the cold to the fucking too hot.
That'll be all right. I went up there a few weeks ago and had a pretty good time up there. It's beautiful weather up there at the moment.
Oh, it'd be nice at the moment, yeah. Dry season, yeah?
Yeah, nice and dry at the moment. But Oh, look, it's only a few months of the year, and I mean Melbourne gets just as hot, yeah, or Victoria.
Yeah,
A lot
true.
of places do. Just, I know some people like the humidity, and some people don't. I think I prefer the humidity over the dry heat.
I can't stand the humidity, man.
You're crazy, AJ. What the hell's wrong with you? Dude.
I did one summer in Melbourne in my caravan when the air conditioner broke, and we were getting like 42s or something like that year, 43s.
Yeah.
And I was in that caravan, and it was like a fucking oven, man. I've never experienced anything like it. It was the worst ever.
It's so dry, isn't it? And then you step outside, and it feels like someone's put a fucking air dryer in your face.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, exactly. It shrivels you up as well. You get fucking all this dried up skin from the Melbourne summer.
I don't like it when I have dry skin and hair and everything.
I don't like your voice.
Yeah, you sound a bit cartoonish. You sound like a cartoon.
Hey, look, maybe they got a speech impediment, or they were outside too much in the heat.
Yeah, maybe.
There you go.
All right, no reason to beat someone up over their voice. I mean, if we did that, we might as well just get rid of Creation Bear.
Oh yeah, gotta get rid of
Well,
CB.
Maybe she took up drinking through the eyeball after listening to James.
Oh.
That's a possibility, dude.
You learn Ophelia.
Yeah, we don't need to.
Wait.
We don't need to pick on James anymore, bro.
Wait. Who's drinking?
No, we're not bringing it back up.
I gotta drinking through your eyeballs. That sounds crazy, man. I did see a guy snort a shot of tequila once. That was nasty.
Oh my gosh.
I know, right?
That's retarded, dude. AJ, did you hear me ask about your farm? Are you freaking moving the animals?
Oh, only a couple that I'm keeping, yeah. I'm keeping 2 sheep and 2 alpacas, and the rest are going and staying and whatever. But yeah, I'm taking 4.
Just eat the rest.
Can you grow? Can you grow stuff at the new place as good as the old place, or
better?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I got an acre and a half on the new one, so it's already got a few fruit trees and stuff going on. We just got to
got bananas and avocados up there, mate. You'll be right.
I've never been successful with avocados.
You have to have male and female trees. That's the secret, man. You got to have one of each. Otherwise, avocados ain't gonna go.
Really? You can't have one freaking male fertilize
I mean, you
females?
can, but your fruit's going to be limited, man. I had one of each in my front yard for 5 years, and every year, man, that thing just cranked them out. So many, I had to sell them to the neighbors, 3 for $1.
Like freaking like weed, you have one freaking male in a field of freaking 100 girls, and it's
that's what an avocado grower told me, and I experienced it firsthand. So I was like, okay, he's probably right. I don't know, man.
One for one.
That's botanist. I'm not a botanist, but I could.
Neither am I. I'm just kind of interesting to me.
I had a bacon.
Same with olive trees too, isn't it?
Bacon and a Haas, 2 different kinds, and they just.
Oh, they mated? 2 different kinds of freaking avocados mated?
Yeah, like so can 2 different kinds of humans mate. What happens, bro?
Yeah, with but like, let's say 2 of the same avocado. Like, you have 2 of the same kind. Would it taste different than the one that? I mean, if the girl was different, I would think it would taste completely different. But I would think.
I hate avocados. Occasionally, I fucking hate them. But if you got some good guacamole, hey man, I'm Mexican sometimes, and you got some good guac, man. It's got to be good, man. It's got to taste good.
Avocados are wonderful. Friggin' with just pepper, a little bit of salt, maybe.
You're drinking too much coffee. You got to lay off.
Nah, man, freaking avocados are freaking awesome. I used to hate guac as a kid. When I looked at it, I was like, no freaking way, I'm not doing that.
My buddy, my buddy would call it monkey brains. I was like, dude, that shit looks like monkey brains. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, it does. But anyway, not an avocado guy.
It doesn't look like monkey brains. It looks more like a damn cow pie than anything. If you're talking about a bowl of guac.
Anyway, he called it monkey brains. I'm like, okay. But avocados is a fruit, right? It's a fruit. And that's why I always thought it was weird, man. It's kind of a weird fruit. It's not real sweet. It's kind of gooey.
It's like a tomato. Tomatoes are fruits.
It's kind of slimy.
When you think about it, everything's a fruit.
That's true. That's right.
No. A pea isn't a fruit. A pea isn't a fruit.
That's right, man.
Yeah,
Everything's
a pea's like a
A pea is a
legume.
shitty, it's a shitty vegetable, man.
Would you call a squash a fruit?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure.
How dare you? How dare you? Well, summer squash have sweetness.
You got to look up.
To them.
Got to look up the definition of fruit. It says something about seeds on the inside, but
yes.
But what about fucking strawberries and stuff
I
like
was
that?
just gonna say strawberries. Just gonna say strawberries.
Strawberries aren't fruits; they're berries.
Oh,
berry's not a fruit now, is it?
Wait. Isn't berry a fruit? Like strawberry, isn't that a fruit?
Berries are on bushes and trees, so you kind of. I don't know if there's another. I don't think they grow on vines so much.
Silence all you Gentiles. Strawberries are berries, not fruits.
Oh no! Jeez, he got us.
Someone type in, is a berry a fruit?
Duckberry isn't.
I'll do it.
What about a blueberry? Is that a fruit?
Shit in.
Blueberry is definitely. Oh, shit.
You just want to prove me wrong?
Shit. No, I could care less if you're right or wrong. Well, dude, that has nothing to do with it.
Yes. All right, here we go. Yes, berries are a type of fruit.
Yes, they're a type of
Specifically
fruit.
in botany, a berry is a simple fruit.
I knew you were wrong.
You guys are so anti-Semitic. You guys are so anti-Semitic.
I still kind of am. So.
Hey, while you're saying that, dude, have you got any evidence that Earth's a ball?
That'd be cool.
Spirit art. Yeah,
I would enjoy a ball evidence at this point.
Yeah. Or is Earth a fruit?
What about like shadows?
Shadows.
Oh,
Shadows.
gosh, yeah.
What? You can't have shadows
Like
on
I put
a
a
flat
stick in the
surface?
ground. When I put like a stick in the ground.
I put
And
my
the
fucking
sun.
head in the sand. I put my head in the sand and I saw the curve.
That's not real. If I put my cock and I pull my cock out, I can see that this shadow.
See, all you globers resort to fucking being homos, don't you?
Yeah.
Always.
Balls attracting balls. Catfish and is peeping through holes in sheds like a little perv, looking at balls. Ooh, look at the balls. They're getting closer.
Yeah. I can't say it, man. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'll keep my mouth shut. Oh,
Yeah, good boy.
good boy.
You want to be my concubine?
I thought that the pervert talk was fucking TOS, man. I don't know.
Well, I don't mean it in a bad way. I'm sorry.
Hey, but you gotta keep it clean, man. Don't be a perv.
Exactly, man. Keep it like respectable.
Make it funny.
Hear me,
Just
mother.
don't, come up with
Don't be
ingenious
disgusting.
ways not to frickin' violate. Yes.
When you say I didn't mean it in a bad way, how can you be a pervert in a good way?
Well, I'm not a pervert.
Well, we said, well,
I'm
don't
just
be a
spreading
pervert,
love.
and you said I didn't mean it in a bad way. So that means you are being a pervert, but not in a bad way, right?
Being a
That's funny.
pervert's bad. I didn't mean to be a pervert.
Well, just don't be disrespectful to a bunch of people you've never met. You can say,
Mother, forgive me.
You're forgiven. All right, carry on. Hey, man, does anybody have evidence for a spinning globe shooting through outer space that planes fly flat and level on? That'd be cool.
What about like gravity? If it was like a flat disc, wouldn't it like crumple up?
Flat gravity disc? Oh wow, man, that's crazy.
Why can't you have gravity on a flat surface?
Oh, you can, but like gravity would pull it inwards and it'd crumple up. No. Why would gravity doesn't go in?
Can you
when have you
demonstrate
witnessed
that? Yeah, that'd be cool.
Oh, let me think.
I dropped a pool ball on a piece of paper that was laying in a pool, and the paper went straight around the ball, man. It was.
You dropped what?
I dropped a pool ball, cue ball on a piece of paper that was laying flat in my swimming pool, and the paper wrapped itself around my cue ball, and it sank to the bottom. And then it flattened out again, of course. Duh.
I'm sorry that happened.
I'm not following. Yeah, I'm not following.
Let's say.
Let's trick it to prove.
These things you bring up, right? You say shadows, right? You can have shadows on a flat surface, right?
What's the idea then? The sun is like rotating around a disk?
I don't know. I just asked you a question though.
Oh, well, I would assume like that wouldn't work. Like, how would a sun rotate around like a flat disk? Because it would.
How would a shadow work? How would a shadow work on a flat surface?
No, not that.
I don't understand what you're saying.
You could have a shadow on a flat surface, but how could you have like? Because you need the sun to have a shadow. How could a shadow like rotate around like a disk without like it being pulled in?
How does what you just said make the Earth round?
Well, but the Earth is round. Like
the one clicking.
This is pretty puzzling. Holy shit!
Yeah. What you're saying is very puzzling.
Well, you don't need to like antagonize them like that.
You're hurting my feelings.
I'm not antagonizing you. I'm just saying, how does that make it a sphere?
Nah, the one I don't get is the gravity. Like, why would gravity go in one direction?
Can you have gravity on a flat surface?
Yeah, but if they had enough gravity, wouldn't it all crumple in?
How does that make it a sphere?
How does it make the world a sphere? Well, I think.
How does gravity make something a sphere?
I think when it gets to a certain like power, it would pull it into. Like,
where do you witness
down. That's
this?
why like asteroids won't be like a flat surface. You know, like if it gets attached in one direction, maybe, I don't know. It's hard. It's very hard to.
I know. It's
never really
hard
thought about this. Never really thought about this.
Yeah, it's hard to say why you believe it's a sphere, right?
You think all the pictures from outer space are fake?
I didn't say that.
Who said that?
No, you asked me a question.
Yeah, probably, because we measure the Earth's surface to be flat. So if you have images from space being a sphere, then where's that sphere when you come down to the ground?
I'm pretty sure that outer space goes against the second law of thermodynamics. I checked it out.
Well, you think like all of space is fake?
Well, it goes against the laws of nature, and there's a problem there.
How's that?
Gas pressure. Are you familiar with gas pressure at all?
Nah, give me like the toddler explanation.
Propane tank. You ever had one of those?
Yeah.
So the gas is inside the tank, right? It's contained.
Yes. Okay.
Right? The air we breathe here at where I'm at, by the coast, is like 14.7 psi, right?
Okay.
In order to have 14.7 psi, you have to have a container. Otherwise, the gas will just keep escaping into the vacuum of space. I love that they stuck themselves with the vacuum space. I love it.
Wait, I have a new question.
Yeah.
So, if the Earth is flat, what happened to like the edge?
What's the
Through
edge
an
of
ice
the
wall?
edge of the
What's at the
universe?
edge?
Edge of the universe?
Edge of the planet.
Edge
Or
of
Earth.
planet. What's a planet? What, define.
Sorry. Sorry. Okay. What's at the edge of Earth?
Edge of Earth. There you go. I'm pretty sure it's a coastline of some sort. I mean, that's what's going to contain all the water. What's it made of? I don't know. Like it's sand, rock, ice. I don't know, man. But there's
I
an
still
edge.
I don't get the gas one.
You don't get the gas.
Why
one.
not?
Timbo, help the man out with the gas.
So like there's no atmosphere. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the atmosphere
Because like the
is
atmosphere,
gas, right?
well, yeah, because it gets like the gravity keeps it in.
Gravity.
Are you sure?
Is that
can
not how
you
the
show-
atmosphere works?
Can you show that to me in my lab? That'd be great. I have a lab.
How gravity keeps air in?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be.
Well,
that
we'd
would
all be dead if
gravity.
it didn't.
No, that's just that's just because you think something's happening, right? So if you think about it, right? So
If all the gas left, we'd all be dead.
That's left.
well, yeah, of course, yeah.
Therefore,
what's
we
keeping
must.
it in?
What is keeping it in? I would assume it's gravity.
Well, then you'd have to demonstrate gravity acting on gas.
Yeah, well, hot air rises.
Yeah.
Hot air
So, like,
rises, so therefore gravity.
Oh, yeah, because it gets lighter when air gets hotter, it disperses more and it gets lighter and it goes up.
What direction does gas go in?
What?
Which direction is gas going? Up or down?
Well, if it's hotter, it'd be going up. It depends on
Goes
what's
in all
around it.
directions. Goes in all directions. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So where's the gravity acting upon the gas?
Where's the gravity acting upon it? What do you mean? Oh, okay. Well, I would say like.
Well, just simply, in order for you to say that the atmosphere is contained by gravity, that would have to show gravity containing gas acting upon it, right? So making gas go to the surface of the Earth.
So you. So
Doesn't
you
do
don't
that,
think
does
that
it?
you don't
Because
think that
it's
gravity
produced-
acts upon
Well,
gas?
it's produced at ground level, so therefore at ground level we have the highest concentration of gas, like the highest pressure. Right? But then that gas rises, like you said, right? So it rises up, and then where does it stop? So at the weaker point of gravity, as you get away from the Earth, it gets weaker and weaker, the gravity. So wouldn't that make it go towards...
I thought it gets cooler and cooler.
Well,
And that's why
and then it gets hotter as well. And then apparently it gets hotter too.
Oh.
So
Thermosphere. Thermos is hot. Thermosphere is hot. It's very, 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 very hot.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Goes hot.
I don't know.
Hot, cold,
Why would it be hot? There's nothing to like reflect on it.
yeah, I don't know. You're going to ask NASA that. They're the ones that are claiming a temperature up there.
Wait, what do you think happens when you go super high up? Like from the ground?
I think it gets really cold. The air gets really thin, and you can only go so high because at some point, man, there's a equilibrium of pressure, and you're gonna be like just kind of stuck there, and you can't push off with your jets, and you can't fucking go higher with your balloon, and you're kind of fucked up there, man. Too high. That's pretty much a fact. I mean, it's called a ceiling. I don't know if an airline has a ceiling. Every airplane has a different ceiling that they can go to, and that's it, man.
Makes sense.
So when you look in like a telescope and you see like objects through the telescope.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
what
I've
do you
done it.
think those are?
Lights in the sky, man, because we can't go there and check them out. They're not like an oak tree. Hey, man, I got oak trees on my property. Come over here. Yeah, okay, here's oak. We can cut a limb, make a guitar, whatever. Yeah, it's some place we've never been, bro. There's no way to fucking know. Nobody knows what they are.
Why do you think that they want us to believe the Earth's a sphere?
It's a long list of things, money, control, psychopaths running the world.
How does that control us?
Oh, it controls that you can only go so far, and you can't leave. You're very controlled when your mind is shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, and yet you don't.
You'd be more controlled if you were in a flat. That's all you get.
No,
because you're saying we can't go any higher, but then you're saying that in the way you think we can't go higher, literally cannot go higher. So
well, none of us have been that. None of us have been that high. First of all, nobody in this room has been over 100,000 feet. Period.
Yeah, you can't divine people's thoughts either, right? So you got to ask the question: is it a sphere or is it not a sphere? And then you can go, okay, well, what are they doing? But you can never actually tell why they're doing it, because that would be like being a clairvoyant, right?
I'm not. I don't get it. What would that control over us? How would that?
Well, I don't know. I just told you that you can't divine people's thoughts.
Yeah, or
so you'll never know. You can come up with all these ideas, but you're never gonna know, right?
So why should I care then if I'm never gonna know?
Oh, I don't really care if you care or not.
Why do you bother questioning
I don't care.
I mean,
because I know.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Every day I practically use the Earth as a flat horizontal stationary plane.
Well, have you ever thought that?
Why can't you see all the way? Why can't you see the Eiffel Tower?
Oh shit! Why can't we see too far? Oh my god! Have you ever been
curious.
Let me ask you, bro. Have you ever seen a fog bank? You're driving through fog and you can't see fuck all. You can't see shit. Have you ever driven in fog? That's my question.
Yeah.
Do something for me. Do something for me at the moment, because there's a combination of things. Have you got you on your phone or your computer? Can you look up the weather app? Or look up a weather station. Then look.
I'll imagine I did.
And then look for visibility.
Visibility.
Fair.
Yeah, dude. I got
what
one
about
of those.
A perfectly clear day?
Yeah, one of those on a perfectly clear day. What's a
There is
perfectly
no such thing.
Maybe locally, but not thousands of miles. It's perfectly clear. Okay.
Yeah, mine today says 22 kilometers today.
What
if you just walk in a straight line?
He's got 93 million mile visibility.
If you just went in a straight line and you just came back to where you were.
My visibility here where I live today.
Wait, what? What did you just say? Say that again.
If you just went in a straight line.
How are you going to do that?
Came back to where you were. How would that work?
How are you going to do that?
If you booked a plane ticket, I just went straight.
Hey.
How do you fly in a straight line?
Timbo, I'm going to take the airline thing, man, but my visibility today was 14 miles, bro. 14 miles. I got you beat. Who's got 14 miles beat? Anybody? Visibility. Anyway, flying straight on an airplane is what they do. They fly straight. They might hang a quick, 45 degree here or there. Unless they're coming in for a landing, they might have to do some maneuvers, but airlines fly straight point to point every time, guaranteed. What's up? What's your question?
What? If you just went straight ahead, continued going straight nonstop, would you make it back to where you came from? Or where would you end up?
Nope. Well,
definitely not on a globe, because you would be in space.
That's it, AJ. Yeah, you got it, brother. That's it. Yeah, you'd end up in space because you have to account for the curvature if you're, flying on a ball. On flat Earth, man, it's we don't know, but definitely planes fly without calculating for curvature or spin. That's a fact, man. I've talked to 15 pilots in the last 10 years, and all of them say treat the Earth as flat and stationary. That's it, man. That's how airlines fly.
Well, because gravity keeps it.
Gravity, fuck off. No. They don't. Those guys, the pilots, don't even invoke gravity. They just bring the plane up to perfect 3%, nose up, and they fly straight, bro.
Yeah, pilots don't control
like
the gravity.
10 hours straight, man. They fly straight and level. They don't fucking deviate for curvature or spin. And
because the curvature doesn't make you go up or down.
When you have to invoke spin and curvature, you're in a dilemma that no pilot in all of human history has had to account for. Not one of them. Not one. If you got a pilot that accounts for curvature and spin, please bring him in here. Please bring him in here. I want to talk to him. And that's it, man. I'm going to leave it there. Somebody else jump in, man. I'm good.
What do you think about like Magellan? Like didn't he go around the whole world? Who was he with? Why would he lie about that?
Can you sail around the world? Yeah. We live on a world? Yes. Is the world flat?
Yeah, but he circumnavigated it.
Flat.
Like he went
It's
around
flown flat. It's sailed flat. It's driven flat. It's calculated flat.
Yeah.
Every single airplane that's ever been built has been built to fly on a flat stationary plane, going back to the fucking Wright brothers. And, if you believe that story. And then it's all flat, man. They don't account for curvature or spin. And they've thousands of flights every single fucking day. Not one of those pilots think about curvature or spin. They think about air currents and weather and all kinds of other
because
shit.
the world's huge.
Oh, no, well, the world's
How big is it?
How big is it? How big?
Probably pretty big. I don't know.
I don't know. I really want you.
Pretty damn big.
Let's find out how much you know about this globe that you think you live on. What's the radius of Earth?
What's the radius of the flat Earth?
39. It's 3959.
3959. 3959. What? Kilometers, miles? What is it?
Centimeter, kilometers.
It's miles. 3959. Yeah. Well, I'm talking about the radius of the ball. See, you didn't even know the fucking radius. How about the circumference or the diameter? You got either one of those bad boys laying around?
Wow. No, do you have that?
I do. Fuck yeah, I do.
But you don't believe it.
Well, no, of course not.
Where are you getting this from? What information?
Yeah, where are you getting it from?
This comes from NASA and the government and schools.
NASA has the flat Earth size?
No, they got the globe size.
No, he's got the globe.
Where are you getting the flat Earth size?
No. The globe was given to us. It said, hey, man, this is where you live, and this is what's going on. And you're shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, and you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour. And then, your circumference is, 24,901 miles. And then, we're just shooting through outer space at 500,000 miles an hour around the Milky Way. And then, yeah.
What do you think about Magellan? You know who Magellan is?
Yeah.
I think you know your stuff.
Yeah, I've heard of that manga. He was a sailor. He was a fucking sailor. Yeah, I'm a sailor. I've sailed the Pacific Ocean. What's up?
But like how he went all the way around the.
Yeah, here's the fucking great thing about around the world sales races and around the world. Yeah, they all go east to west, man. They don't go north to south. Nobody has ever had a race north to south. They're all east to west.
Because they're going to hit a block of ice.
Whatever, man. Believe whatever you want, man. But nobody's ever circumnavigated the Earth north to south, man. I find that interesting. That's all. I'm not being a
kind of tricky.
you know, if you guys can come bring in some data that says somebody's done it, that'd be cool. I'm willing to look at it, but nobody's ever
sailed
done
north
it.
to south.
But
Yeah.
what do you think about? So what's wrong with going the other way? What's wrong with east or west?
East and west, man, makes sense on flat and globe. It works 100%.
How does that work? Well, yeah, but
I mean, it
that doesn't
just
work on a
works.
flat Earth, no?
Yeah, it works on a flat Earth, or
How's that?
it kind of works on a globe Earth, but not really, because if you have to use a sextant, man, the sextant's not going to work on the globe. You're going to have a problem. But on a flat Earth, it works perfect.
Yeah. Just think about this, right? So you've got a northerly point, like all compasses point north, right? You agree with that?
Yeah.
So if you've got a northerly point, even on a globe, you start flying on a westerly direction. The only direction you have is north. So you have to keep correcting to stay on east because the compass always points to north. So even on a globe, you have to spin around in a circle. You're going around in a circle. So if you have a northerly point somewhere that the compass points to north on a flat surface, you just fly around the same as you do on a globe, and it corrects you to east and west, and you're flying around in a circle. It's the same on a globe. I don't know why you guys think you can only fly in a circle on a globe. It's weird.
It is weird, Timbo. It's weird because it works on both.
Yeah, the only place. Sorry, the only
Like
you
Magellan's
have a
path.
north. Well, you could go point out Magellan's path, please, and show me that he went directly west.
Yeah, yeah.
No, but we know what he did. Like we have his maps.
Okay, what did he do?
What did he do, bro? You got to bring it up now. You got to go look it up. Even if you take
Let me pull it up.
I don't care. Take your time, pull it up, and let's look at it, man. That's all we're asking. We're not, being assholes here. It's like,
Yeah, no, like, what do we?
Let's go look at it, man.
You have any proof of what you're saying?
Like what?
What am I saying?
Flying around a northerly point.
Northern.
Think about it. Compasses point. Yeah, compasses point north, right?
Compasses point north, 100% guaranteed. Anybody want to trip on that one?
So the only time that you'd ever say that you can fly without correcting around a globe would be on the equator, and no one's ever done that east to west, or west to east.
Oh, what? Sorry, say that again.
So the only place that's claimed on a globe that you could fly straight without correcting and end up back where you're supposed to be, or back at your same point, would be on the equator, directly on the equator. Otherwise, any other point on the globe, any other path that's off 0 degrees, then you're correcting because you're on the top of a ball, right? So you're flying around on say you're at 45 degrees north. You're at a 45 degree elevation on a ball. You're facing 45 degrees. So your sideways trajectory is 45 degrees on that ball. So if you fly straight, you'll end up going south. But you have to correct. You correct to west. That means you correct to west only from north because the compass is point north. So you're only following north. So north is always going to be in the center.
You lost me, man.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
It's difficult. It's difficult when you don't know your own.
Yeah,
globe.
it sucks. It sucks that they don't know their. Okay, if the center point of the magnet is in the middle of, like, I don't know, a circle, right? You have to fly around pointing at north to go directly east or west, right? You follow that?
Yeah, that makes sense. Right.
I mean, it does make sense, man. Is that the way? Is there some greater, thing that happens other than all of our compasses point north, bro? Pretty much wherever you are. Even Timbo, he's in Australia, man. He has a compass that points north, man, and he can figure out where the sun is, the moon is. It's absolutely guaranteed. You know, you can figure out where you are on the Earth using celestial navigation, man. No doubt, it works. Does it work on flat and globe? Yes, I think it does. But you know, your point's kind of mute, man. The fact is every single airplane ever built, every single pilot that ever flew those planes was treating the Earth flat and stationary. Period. That's it. We're done. There's no pilot that's going to come in here. I treat the Earth as a globe that's spinning. What? Get the fuck out of here. No, you don't. No, you don't. And that's, you know, that's where I'm going to put my foot in the, I'm going to put my foot in the sand and cement. Put my foot in the
You said you're a sailor, right?
Yep. I sailed Pacific Ocean. What's up?
You sailed the, okay, wait. So you sailed the Pacific.
Yep.
Okay, wait, what does the circle look like? Because we're on a flat. Like where's like the, is there like an ice ball at the edge? Like what's at the edge? Nothing?
I'll tell you what, man.
Beach?
I know
Doesn't matter.
I'll tell you what, man. There's a beach that holds the water. I don't know what the end of that beach is. You know, there's many, many millions of beaches in the world. Could there be one that's completely surrounding us? Potentially, yes. On a globe, man, you gotta come up with some crazy stuff to keep the water on a ball, dude. You gotta come up with some crazy explanations for water ball. I mean, fuck all, man. It's crazy.
You said you sailed the Pacific?
Yeah.
As in, like, you sailed... Like, you sailed, like, where? Like,
Southern California. Southern California, Catalina.
Just like around in the Pacific?
Yeah, I'm not like, you know, going across.
Why don't you go across it?
Well, that's a great question that you bring up, man. So, have you ever heard of a thing called the transatlantic sail race?
No.
Transatlantic? I don't know. It was started like 150 years ago or more. And it was a sail race from like England to New York, right? And they've been doing this for 150 years.
Okay.
And they came up with a trans-Pacific sail race about, I don't know, 55 years ago. And it only goes from California to Hawaii. It doesn't actually
so not really.
actually transit the entire Pacific. There is no actual trans-Pacific sail race versus the transatlantic. That's a real thing. Where trans-Pacific is a fake race, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know. I see what you're saying. That's pretty dumb.
And let me tell you the reason why I think they fake it is because if there was a real trans-Pacific sail race, it would take way longer to go from California to Japan than they would calculate. And it would be an absolute dead giveaway that, you know, the maps are fucked up. The distances or something's fucked up, man. Something's not right here, man. Something's not kosher. So that's my opinion as far as the Trans-Pacific Sail Race goes. Check it out. Don't believe me? There is no... The Trans-Pacific Sail Race goes from California to Hawaii. That's it. It doesn't go all the way to Japan. It doesn't actually transit the entire Pacific Ocean. And that's a problem, in my opinion, because it makes it a bit cucky, man. Go check out the records for California to Japan sailing. They're all solo. Every single one of them is a solo. We had some solo.
Why don't you go do it?
Yeah, I'm too old. I ain't going to. You know, man, fuck that, man. But
that proves everything now. You can prove it all.
I think it would be a dead giveaway, in my opinion. You know, an actual Trans-Pacific sail race. And I know enough sailors. I could go, hey man,
my uncle Johnny, he was like in charge of mass-based sailing. He owned his own motor yacht and sailboat too at one point. My father's a yachtsman too.
Anyway, I think the water ball is much more harder to explain than a flat Earth that has no edge or has a coastline or whatever. The ball thing is so much harder to explain, man. You ball guys you got work cut out for you. I'll tell you that, man. Good luck. Good luck, man. I mean, flat works perfect, man. I built the airplane to fly flat, and it flies flat, and the pilot flies it flat and stationary. There's no spin. They just fly it flat, man. Every single pilot I've ever talked to tries to fucking fly their fucking plane flat, man. That's it. That's all they do, man. And if you got a pilot that treats it otherwise, bring them in here, man. I would love it.
No, I mean, I think that makes sense to me in the sphere too, because it's so big that it wouldn't affect it.
Yeah,
I think that just
so big it wouldn't affect it. That's okay.
That's what I believe.
You go with that. All right. Well, here's the problem, man. There has to be affected because we're dealing with physics here on a ball that's spinning. And the physics of that, let's say I took off from the North Pole, right? It's up there, man. There's like zero spin, right? I mean, you're right. Right. If you go to the equator, man, it's 1,026 miles an hour spin.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to fly from the North Pole to the equator. I have to adjust for the spin, bro. Because I took off with zero tangential velocity. Zero. Right? Now I got to make that up, man. I'm going to have to think about this. I'm going to have to calculate this, man. To fly to the equator that's spinning 1,026 miles an hour. And I'm like, oh shit, man, I got to like speed up here or slow down. No pilot ever does that, man. They don't do it. They just don't. And that you can check it out. Don't believe me?
No, I believe you. Let me think.
Talk to some pilots, man. Bring that up to a pilot and say, hey, man, what's up with that? That's all. Yep.
That's interesting. Yeah. I don't know. I think
you have conserved momentum. From zero, you got conserve momentum from 0 to 1,000 miles an hour. You got to make it up somewhere, man. That's just physics.
What do you think about like the sun and the moon? Like, are they orbiting us, or are we orbiting them still?
No,
are we orbiting the sun, or is the sun orbiting us?
From my perspective, all I see is those things moving above us. That's it. I mean that. You can observe that too. We all observe it. Those things go over our heads. Ain't that cool, man? Yeah, that's cool. Check it out. I love summer. That sun's right over my head. And I'm baking I'm fucking swimming. I don't wear any shoes, for like 3 months. I love summer, man. Summer's awesome. Have you guys ever seen the movie Endless Summer? You guys know about that?
Isn't it like is it French?
No, it's American. It's surf.
I don't know
what one of the greatest surfing movies of all time.
Yeah, that's right. Endless Summer is like the greatest, right? So these guys, man, they say, hey, man, I do not want my summer to end. So what do I do? Well, I'm just going to go surfing wherever it's summer.
All over the world.
All around the world, man. All across the world. Not around.
End up in New Zealand, everywhere.
Yeah. They end up all these great places going surfing, but it's still summer, They don't have to they're not freezing their ass off. Yeah. What a great movie, man. Anyway, I would love an endless summer. I don't know about you guys. I certainly would. Damn, that would be cool. Give me a whole year of summer. Damn. Think about that. Hey, guess what, man? There are people that experience that. They got lots of money. They'll go and then globetrot around the world in their jet.
You could live on the equator. You live on the equator.
Well, The equator's another different story because it's like it's either raining or it's piss poor fucking humid hot as fuck all, right? There's no in between, man. It's either raining or just humid. But it's always like 80 degrees there, man. Almost every single day, right? Isn't that interesting? I find that.
What do you think about like seasons? How do like seasons work on a?
Oh man, so right now, man, we're coming up on the summer solstice.
Okay.
Right, and the sun is going to be right over my head, bro. Here in about a couple weeks, and it's going to be hot as fuck, and I'm going to be sweating my balls off and swimming. I'm going to be in the water, but when it's winter, man, the sun is way on the horizon, man. It's like barely kind of coming up and going down real quick. It's in a hurry, and it's cold, and it's not. It's not. Well, it doesn't snow here, but it's rain. It's cold. The sun is. I don't know if you've ever been to a campfire where you get closer to the fire, it gets hot, and you get farther away, it gets colder. I mean, these are physical things you can check out in reality, man. I mean, nobody in here is going to deny that if I walk away from the fire, I'm going to get hotter. And that's ridiculous, right? Come on. Nobody's going to argue that. But some people might say that, oh wait, here's the funny thing, man. In the summertime, when the sun's right over my head and I'm sweating, the sun is supposedly 3 million miles farther away. That's their claim, not mine, not my claim. So the sun's farther away, even though it's over my head. And this does not answer your seasonal question. I get it, man. I know it's not going to answer. But it might just observe it for your own reality and say, hey, man, is the sun right over my head? Am I hot? Yeah, I'm hot. If the sun's on the horizon, it's farther in the south, you'd be like, well, shit, I'm fucking cold. It's rainy. Yeah.
So, like, what do you think about, like, the sun? Is it, I don't know. Like, what? Yeah, how do we have seasons? Like,
I mean, like I said, man, I mean, if the sun's closer, man, it's summer. If it's farther away, it's winter. All right?
Yeah, okay.
I mean, is that too incomprehensible to understand? Is that if you're closer to the fire, you're hotter. If you're farther away, it's colder. I mean, that's a physics thing you can check out, man. Put your hand on the fucking stove and then, pull it away. What's the difference? Of course it's going to be colder.
Interesting test.
Hmm?
Might have to try that one.
You don't have to try that one because you already know. If you put your hand on the fucking gas stove, man, fuck, you ain't going to last a second in there, man. You're going to be like, fuck that. You're going to pull your hand away. If fire's closer, it's hotter. If fire's away from you, it's colder. That's all I'm saying, man. And that appears to what happens with the sun, man. This giant heat source thing goes over our head. And when it's over our head, it's hot as fuck all. And when it's farther away on the horizon, it's colder. That's physics, man. 101. I mean, everybody knows that fire's hot.
But summer and winter, I thought it was the opposite way. That's what big government says. It's like when the sun's farther away, that's when it's winter. Or no, when it's farther away, that's when it's summer.
Right.
And it's the other axis that makes it.
That's what they tell us. You're right. That's what they say. You're right. And I always bring that up, man. Hey, why is it when the sun's right over my head, it's 3 million miles farther away? And I'm, yeah. Explain that, Mr. Globe.
I'll go find out. Let me see. I don't even know. I just know that that's what they say. It's like when the
I do. I know that too. Man.
Yeah, when the sun's farther, that's when it's summer.
That's what they say.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, AJ and Timbo, do you guys have a holiday tomorrow or no? No holiday?
I don't think so. I don't even know what day it is, though, so I probably couldn't be telling you strictly whether tomorrow's a holiday.
I love it. I love it. Tomorrow here in America, it's a holiday, day off tomorrow. So, I anticipate some more interesting conversations going into tomorrow. We'll see. Even
What's
though
tomorrow's holy day that you have?
it's called Memorial Day, we honor the fallen soldiers, right? The soldiers that fought the wars, AJ.
Yeah, we have the same. We have Anzac Day.
Okay.
This was a little while back. Probably a month ago now. I don't know the exact date.
All right. Yeah. Here it changes, yeah. Anyway. So yeah, it's nobody has not somebody's working tomorrow. I know that. I get it. But factory workers, corporate workers, those guys, they get the day off, man. They get the day off.
I got every day off. That's why I don't know what day it is.
Well, AJ, I lived like that for most of my life. I didn't know what day it was. I'm like, hey, man, I'm just working today. Tomorrow I'm not. Yeah. I've been in the position to say, hey, man, I got to leave town. I'll see you guys later. But I never leave. I like to leave a customer hanging. If I've committed to something, man, I'll finish it. But as soon as I'm done, man, I might bounce. I'm out of here. But as far as airline pilots flying over a flat stationary plane, it's so easy to figure out that airplanes fly over a flat stationary plane. It's like super easy, man. So if anybody needs any help, let me know. Yeah, I would love to hear some pilots talk about how they treat the Earth's curvature and spinning. That would be great. But if you don't have those pilots available,
I'm a
student pilot, excellent. Do you treat the Earth as flat and stationary?
Yeah, because I'm moving so much slower than it.
So the answer is yes, but because I'm moving slower than the Earth, is that what you said?
Yeah.
But you do treat the Earth as flat and stationary, right?
Flat, yeah.
Flat and stationary.
Because I'm on a surface that's so large.
You're on a surface that's very large.
Until I get to the curb.
Until you get to the curve. All right. Sounds like somebody's taking an oxygen hit or nitrous. I don't know what the hell are you hitting over there, bro? So
yeah, what was that?
I don't know. It sounded nasty, but it might be good. I don't know. Anyway, so you treat the Earth as a big, flat, stationary plane until you start to see.
Talk about that. Sorry, I was blowing my nose.
Oh, you're good. You're good, man. So you treat the Earth as flat and stationary while you're flying until you start to see curvature. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Where do you start to see curvature exactly?
It's all around. And I'm so small and it's going so slow.
So you're flying slow. You're a student pilot, so you're flying what, a Cessna
Yeah, 172.
172. Yeah. So, well, good luck with that. Keep it level. Keep it stationary. You'll be fine. Enjoy your flying training. I love it. You're in it. Be careful up there, man. Be careful. Yeah. I wish you the best.
I got
And
pictures and videos too.
I'm sure you do, man. I mean, who wouldn't these days? I mean, that's what. Appreciate it. So every single airplane, every single air pilot.
And I'm a ham radio operator. And
Okay.
you know what I want to do? I want to
What?
get people. I want to get people from Raytheon, Garmin, Bruno, and Simrad into these conversations too.
Yeah. Oh, please bring them in, please. I would love that. I'd love to hear from those guys. That'd be great. I know some guys that worked at NASA, and they built satellites, and they know for a fact the Earth is flat and stationary. And that was kind of cool, man. Meet those guys. Damn. I love those. I love it.
And you know what else?
Yep.
If
I
the
don't
Earth
know.
is flat, I have yet to seen somebody take live pictures, in-person pictures of the edges of the Earth.
Well, you have a
And I have another question.
no. Stop there.
comment.
No. Stop.
If the Earth is flat,
No,
does that mean
no.
my
Silencer, go silencer.
No, I'm not silencing
Dude.
her. I gotta make a point here. She made a statement. I need to make a
Oh,
point.
okay. Make your point, then we'll go back.
All right. The reality which you observe every day is flat and stationary. You have to come up with this crazy notion that you're spinning and curving. And I've yet to see anybody prove a spin or a curve. So go ahead.
And I've yet to see real in-person pictures of the edges of the flat Earth.
You know what? I've never seen pictures of the edges of the universe either. And yet you're going to go there. So there's that. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's it. Nobody's got pictures of the edge of the universe. Does anybody?
Edge of the universe. What?
Yeah, I want pictures of the edge of the universe. Man.
I don't think my phone camera's that good.
She wanted pictures of.
I never took a picture of my asshole before, but like, I
Okay, that's crazy. But can't you just point your phone up in the sky and that's a picture of the edge of the universe? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
it's there. It's on the screen.
Is it the edge of the Earth or the edge of the universe? Which one is it?
No, I'm pointing straight up. You know, like it's going in the sky. Like even on a circle Earth, like that's the same.
All right. Can you tell me how many miles away the edge of the universe is? That'd be cool. What do you got?
I couldn't. No. But could you with the circle universe? Or the circle Earth?
Yeah, actually,
the universe still exists.
Was there a piece that we had for that?
Was there a what?
Huh?
Say that again. Say it again, Timbo. What'd you say?
No.
Timbo, you're lagging or something, man. What's up?
My thing isn't too loud, is it?
No, you're perfect.
Okay.
You're good. Timbo, what happened, man? I think he's roboting or something. I can't hear you, Timbo. Timbo, can't hear you, bro.
They got him.
It's because he's down
Big
under.
Sphere got him.
He's down under.
Too much truth.
It's down under. I'll put another shrimp on the Barbie for you, bro. No problem.
I want that. Can I have one?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
They're not shrimp here, they're prawns.
Prawns.
I don't know where it's from.
Fucking Hollywood, AJ. It's Hollywood, bro. I mean, I demise Hollywood, man. I went out there and busted Hollywood's ass for, I don't know, the whole 3 months, and it was fun, man, to catch people on the street and ask them about Hollywood, man. Damn, it's NASA's a Hollywood production. Do you guys know that? It's a MK Ultra operation, man. NASA's an MK Ultra operation.
Yeah, I can see it. You know,
the astronauts all
just
have
like
their
get ahead of the Soviet.
Time.
That's right. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins all have stars on the Walk of Fame, bro. How about that, Mongos? Think about that.
When I went there, it was I had to wait to see Trump star because of everybody lining up to spit on it and step on it and jump on it and kick it and do whatever.
Yeah, I remember that, dude. Didn't some guy take a jackhammer to it and fucking took it?
Yeah, well, when I was there, that sort of stuff was going on. And I had to line up and wait for it to stop spitting on it, and then I found Snoop Dogg's, and I wanted to get a photo with Snoop Dogg's, and I had to wait for everyone to stop smoking their joints.
Yeah. Welcome to Hollywood, man. Welcome to Hollywood, bro. That's how we roll up here, man. In Hollywood, man. That's what we do. Yeah. That's crazy funny, bro. Damn.
Yeah, I stayed in Beverly Hills for about maybe a month and a half, I suppose.
Nice.
2 months.
Nice. Yep. Beverly Hills, man. Been there, done it, man. What a money fucking shit show that place is, man. Oh my God. It's amazing, man. People buy stuff, man.
The first day I was driving there, I went to turn down the street where the GPS was taking me, and there's cops everywhere and dogs and helicopters and shit. And
yeah.
Anyway, we had to do this massive detour to get to where we were going, and then I pulled up at my unit, and the guy from out the back come and welcomed us and everything. And I said, "What the hell is going on, man?" He's like, "Held up the Rolex store." I'm like, "Wow, it's GTA."
Yeah. Yeah. That happened for a little while, but yeah, they beefed up their security, man. It hasn't happened in a while, man. But yeah, the Rolex store got robbed. The Gucci store got robbed. There's a couple other ones that got robbed. But yeah, Gucci bags are like, $3,000.
2018, I think.
Yeah, like 2018, 19. It was before 2020. You guys all know what happened in 2020.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have to mention that, but yeah, it was before 2020 for sure. I remember that. Yeah, it was a thing. But man, I want some pilots to come in here and tell me that they treat the Earth as a globe that's spinning. A pilot any pilot.
Nope. And I'm out. I'll catch you later.
Cheers, mate.
No worries. See ya.
Cheers.
Have a good evening.
All right. Shout out to AJ. He's on a spinning globe upside down with I think, well, shit. All the Australians left, man. Damn. Anyway, a spinning globe upside down in Australia. It's called the Down Under. That's weird. It's a weird term, in my opinion. It's kind of weird. Under. Well, since I don't usually get here until 9 minutes from now, I will say, Jamsey, this guy is as good as they get, man. Jamsey.
Ugh.
Thank you, brother. What a contributor to reality, man. Like Jamsey, you're up there, man. Thank you, brother. Daz, man. What's up? I love your name, man. Daz. I knew a musician named Waz. This guy's incredible. Incredible. But Daz is cool. That's a cool name, man. Like Daz. Definitely like the Daz, man. Anybody else want to ask or tell some story, whatever? I would appreciate it, man. Mark, anybody? We have musical notes. I heard that. Musical notes. Go ahead.
I was just saying they're coming.
Well, you had a musical tune.
I have an old song going through my head
Okay. That's fine.
by Terrence D'Arby. Remember him?
Nope. Never heard him. That's okay. Have you ever heard of Louis Armstrong? Do you know who Louis Armstrong is? Anybody? Can anybody imitate Louis Armstrong? That'd be great. I could do it, but anybody? Nobody? Come on. Fucking Mongos, bro. You guys are killing me, man. Come on.
Wait, what?
Can you imitate Louis Armstrong? Can anybody in here imitate Louis Armstrong on the spot right now? Go. Nobody? Louis Armstrong.
Don't know him.
Jazz musician. Hey, let me. It's a wonderful world. Come on. You never heard of Louis Armstrong? Really?
He died almost 60 years ago, so no.
All right, man. Well, it's good
I
to go
didn't mean
back.
to ban it off. I'm sorry.
The greatest thing is to go back in history through music and find out what the heck happened. How do we go from Bach, Chopin to rock and roll, man? How did we get here? How the fuck did we get to hip hop from Bach? You know what I'm saying? There's a progression. There's a influence. There's a time that you are going to live through that you're going to hear music. But, are you going to hear the masters from the old? Do you have a recording of Bach? No, you don't. That was way before anything got recorded, man. But his music carries on the way he wrote it on the music sheet, man. Right there. Boom. Anyway, music's a big thing in our culture. You guys will all agree with that. I mean, it's a generational defining thing that will enter our subconscious and present itself when it needs to. Because I'll go to a bar, I'll hear a song, man, that I haven't heard in 10 years or something. All of a sudden, I know every single fucking lyric. But if you asked me to sing that song, I couldn't. Yeah. Off the cuff, I'm gonna be fucked. I'm screwed, man. Anyway, the mind will play many tricks on you, and some of them are by design, and some of them are not. But there are people out there that design mind tricks. You guys ever heard of a magician? Yeah, it's a mind trick. Damn. There are people dedicated their lives to this mind trick shit. So my advice is don't get tricked. Just don't get tricked, bro. It's super easy to get tricked. Don't get tricked, man. There's the Matrix, and then there's the Trixix. Write that down, man. The Trixix. Yep. Hey, man, you got tricked into the globe. I get it. Dude, it's super not complicated to check it out. You got tricked into the globe. The globe's spinning and magical gravity thing. Yeah. You got tricked. Get over it, man. Just get over it. That's it. It's simple, man. You don't have to overcomplicate the thing, man. You got tricked into the globe. Dude, we all did. I did, for sure. 100%. I love those NASA. There was a Tom Hanks production on HBO. He had talked about going to the moon. Yeah, I think it was called From Here to the Moon. From here, it's like 7 1-hour episodes, man. I think it was 7. Anyway, and he was the star of Apollo 13, man. amazing Hollywood movie. I mean, amazing, bro. Another great Hollywood production brought to you by. Yep. Hey, Space is a Hollywood production. I'm going to go there. I'm going there. That's it. Take it or leave it, man. Space is a Hollywood production. Guaranteed. None of us have been to space. None of us are going to space. But they all want us to believe in space, man. But just believe. Hollywood space. I think I called it Disney space for a long time. Disney space, bro. That's where we're going. None of us have been to space. None of us have been to the moon. Yeah, nobody's going nowhere. Just get over it, man. Get over it. Step aside. Say, hey, man, of course I'm not going to space, bro. I know that. 50 years. 50 years, man. I'm trying to go back to space, bro. Go back to the moon. Yeah, nobody's going to the moon. Nobody's flying an airplane over a spinning globe. Nobody is going to the moon. Nobody. Hey, everything's going to be cool, man. It's all going to work out because the truth always finds its way to the surface, man. It just does. And welcome to Flat Earth, man. Welcome. What's that? Kind of robot, man. Hey, does anybody in here want to figure out where the fuck we live? How it works? Yeah, we do. That's why we're here. Hey, man, how does this place work? Is it gas pressure? There's no gas pressure. Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be gas pressure, right? I breathe. You know, we all breathe. Shit, man. All right, where do we live, man? How long it's been here? Are you guys interested in the mud floods or Tartaria? Anybody? Earth is Earth. That's it. That's all we get. trees,
I
cyclone.
still want to defend myself, but I'll get muted for doing it, so I can't.
Yeah, man. I'm such a moderator here, man.
I'm not talking about you.
I'm not going to mute your ass.
I didn't think so. I wasn't talking about you.
I will.
They all will.
It's hilarious.
They
Anyway,
see that predator and they're like, mute.
hey, man, if we got some evidence for, a spinning globe, man, that'd be cool.
No, there's no
Would you-
evidence of that.
Where'd your friends go, FED?
Dude, I don't know, man. They just boogied, man. I don't know. Yeah, it happens.
Maybe we should critique that evidence.
What evidence? Critique nothing.
The so-called evidence
Yeah.
that the Earth is spinning.
So-called evidence. Wow.
Shadows.
I think it's a so-called
Shadows is one. Yeah,
premise.
Shadows is one. Yeah, let's critique that evidence real quick. Because think about it.
Yeah. I can get shadows on a flat surface.
Yep. And you can change those shadows and their dimensions by moving further away and closer of the light source.
You can also change the shape of the shadows by changing the shape of the ground that they're being cast upon too.
Yeah. So if they're going to say that the sun or the light source is 93 million miles away, and they treat that like as fact, comparing it to a flat Earth, then of course the shadows ain't going to work out, right? Or will they?
Hey, it works out on
Actually do work out.
It works out on a 339.59 mile sun too, man.
3959. I thought that was like the radius of the Earth?
Yep.
Yeah. Isn't that strange?
Yeah, not the distance of the sun. That's just the radius of the Earth.
No.
No, but in math, yeah. You did it, didn't you, Flat Earth dude? With math, you learned.
I did it twice with the math professor, and he and I calculated a distance to the sun at like 3,400 miles average
From a flat surface, yeah.
from a flat surface.
A horizontal plane of reference, yeah.
Yeah. It was a simple angle measurement, and that was it. It wasn't too complicated.
But you got it at what? And how did you get up with the 3,400?
We measured a shadow at the solstice and the equinox. We did both. And from where our latitude was like 32 and our angle to the sun, that was it, man. How did the shadow how long did the shadow measure at 1 meter? 1 meter stick. We measured a shadow and took the length of that shadow and determined our angle and came up with a calculation that said that the sun was like 3,400 miles away or something.
Okay. I think I understand. So is it kind of like triangulation?
Absolutely. Yeah, it was kind of but it was still a calculation using, triangle.
So multiple triangles, not just one, in other words, is what I mean by that.
Yeah, I think it was just one. But this is a math professor, man. I'm like a retard, luthier.
Oh, the military does that shit. They triangulate in multiple different directions. Even if it's one guy doing it, he does like 4 or 5 different triangulations from his position.
Yeah, and they're all based off a flat stationary plane. That's the problem.
Top of a blast. Yeah. That's
That's where those Mongos run into trouble.
Yeah. And you're talking warfare, dude. That shit's serious. So you know that they're giving away things here and there, but they don't think they're big enough, so they just give them away. They just let people see it.
Well, I don't know. Are you familiar with the Hegelian dialectic?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what we're witnessing right now, actually.
Problem, reaction, solution.
But it's not just in one area right now on the earth.
Yeah, it's worldwide.
This is going on. This is going on everywhere you look. Everywhere you look.
It's crazy,
And it's because people can't put. I'm guilty of it too. It's because people can't put their phones down. They can't put. We're worshiping the internet to our own detriment.
Yeah.
It's literally going to screw us over, and yet we keep doing it.
Hey, yeah, and it's right there in your face these
It's going to
days.
screw us over eventually, dude.
Yep, that's okay, man.
You won't be able to do anything without the government knowing what you're doing.
Yeah. Here's the problem, man. They're
overdoing it. God.
Dude, they're overreaching. They know they're overreaching. Dude, they still think they want to push them like the moon landings were real, bro. And
yeah, I'm not trying to come off like a fucking absolute weirdo. Like, to me, the internet is a double-edged sword. So it can be used for good and evil. It's just more used for evil. It's way more used for evil.
Absolutely.
And we keep fucking using it, even though it's way more used for evil. And I'm guilty of it too. Not acting like I'm above everybody. Oh, I'm right there with you.
I hear you, brother. You and I are in the same boat, man. We're rowing the same direction. And yeah, there's this evil fucking shit show. Evil shit show. And
to me, it's going to get to a point where, all right, let's end it, or you're on board with it. And that's going to separate. That's going to separate the tares from the wheat. It's going to get to a point where you're either on board with it, or you're totally against it.
Isn't that the mark of the beast kind of thing, man? Right?
Yeah. That's where I'm going, but I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, I'll say it. But yeah, that's kind of where they've been, pushing that.
Well,
one.
they did it. They knew they did it with COVID, right? So they know it'll work.
We shouldn't talk about that, but
well, I'm just saying. Hold on. The mark of the beast says you can't buy or sell without it, right? And if you look at COVID, if you didn't get the vaccine, it was pretty much limited from buying and selling. You couldn't get it on an airplane without it. The athletes couldn't go from country to country. They had to stay in their own country. Athletes couldn't travel. There's so many things that correlated with it.
Yep.
Like you
I get it, man. I get it, bro. We just can't talk about
so
that.
they are.
I get it.
I think it's the most important thing to talk about.
Me too, man.
Speculation Sunday.
Go over to. Oh well, I agree. It's speculation.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Speculating.
Okay. All right.
You see what I mean, though? Like,
yeah, I do. I know what you mean, bro.
Yeah. We're gonna get to a point like I can't put it down. I want to know what's going on in the morning. I click on YouTube, and I got my own followers that I follow for news source and shit. So I look at them, dude. I'm guilty of what I'm trying to express. I'm guilty of it as well. We can't put them down. We have to put them down, otherwise we're fucked. we're fucked.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're
Yeah.
kind of messed up, but the whole place is messed up. We're not allowed. Even the Globers and all the guys that,
Well,
think the world.
think of the nations that are in power, right? If every person like you and I, just normal person, no matter where you are, America, UK, no matter where you are on the face of the earth,
Right.
if everybody quit the internet, all of a sudden these governments are finding themselves in big trouble, dude.
Yeah.
They have no more power. Instantly they have no more power.
Well, the internet is too addictive for people to leave it at this point, bro.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like a worship, the worship of the beast. The worship of the beast. You can't put it down.
The black screen. I'm sure you've heard that one too. The black
Just speculation. Just speculation.
speculating, black screen.
Yeah, we can't put it down. It's like the worship. The Bible says be careful because you'll fall victim to it. If it were possible, even the very elect, in other words, the people he's chosen out, if it was possible, even they would fall for it. So we got to be careful. And if you think about the internet, it's a mark. You are marked when you get on, when you put your information online, you are marked.
Yeah. That's what the Bible says about, amen, the mark of the beast. Here you go.
Speculation Sunday.
Speculation Sunday. I speculate that no pilot has ever flown the Earth as spinning or curving. If you have a pilot that can, if you know a pilot,
if your pilot's spinning and curving, you're in some serious trouble.
if your pilot's spinning and curving, you're screwed, man.
Yeah, you're seriously screwed.
You're done. Yep.
If he's treating that fucking Earth as a flat plane, motionless,
yeah,
then
every
you'll be
time,
all right.
man.
Then you'll
Every
be all
time.
right.
Every time the pilot's treating it as flat and stationary. Oh my god,
Yeah.
that's weird.
They
That's
have to.
weird.
That's what they, dude. Even their own simulators are patented to simulate that.
Yep.
Public information. U.S. military too. You could go into the U.S. military flight simulators, right?
Yep. Flat and stationary.
Yeah, they fly over it flat and stationary. Specifically mentioned.
Hey, thank you guys for letting me hang out.
I'm not talking about NASA's derivation and definition of a linear aircraft. I'm talking about U.S. military patents that are public information, right?
Yeah.
You just go into that. Yeah, if you just go into that, you type in because they have their search thing, flight simulator, and then you go into flight simulator. It'll start giving you. It's almost like Wikipedia. Start giving you letters in blue or words in blue. Click on those. Those are sources like Wikipedia, and you'll find how they fly over. Every flight simulator is designed to treat the Earth as if it's flat and motionless.
Yeah, ain't that
There's no-
something? Ain't that something? I love it. Yep.
Even your non-pilot video games, those are over a flat, non-rotating surface.
Yeah, like what Microsoft Pilot? What the fuck?
Those are regular video games for people.
Yeah.
Not military. Your regular video games for people to fly once. Back in the day, it was Afterburner. Yeah, those are all treated over a horizontal plane. Non-moving.
I met a pilot. I knew a pilot, a family friend, uncle, whatever. He said, "Man, the key to flying is when you push the throttle forward, the houses get smaller. And when you throttle it back, the houses gets bigger. That's how he treated the Earth, man. He treated like, flat and stationary, bro. 100%. Yeah. I love talking about airlines.
I treat our eyesight like a fly, right? It's a shitty way to do it because not most people can't comprehend, but a fly, dude. You know, in the summertime, a fly comes buzzing around you and starts irritating you.
Yeah.
Right? But the fly has to go what? 10 feet away from you before you can no longer see it.
That's about
Now, all of a sudden, yeah. It's like, dude, that's what happens at distance with objects.
Yep.
It's not one part. It's not one part of the object. It's smaller than the other. Symmetrically, the whole thing gets smaller symmetrically.
Yep.
Length, width, whatever, however you want to. Symmetrically, as it gets away from you, it's symmetrically getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yep.
And a fly is so small that it doesn't take long before the aperture of the eyeball can no longer resolve it.
Yep.
It's not that it went over a curve or anything.
Yeah.
It just went so far from you, and it's already so small to begin with that you can't resolve it anymore. It's like, I don't understand how fucking globetards don't get that, dude. Not only does that happen, not only would that happen on a flat plane, but on a flat plane, the only thing that gets in the way first would be the ground. Right? If it's a building, a fly, a damn fly, like I'm talking about, no matter what it is, the ground's gonna get in the way first because that's your angle of sight. If you're a midget, some people are born a midget. And it's not that I'm laughing at them, but if you're a small guy, you can't see on the ground as far as somebody that's 6'4" and you're 3'5". You know, he's going to see more rocks than you are.
Yep.
It's like, I don't get how they don't. Things would disappear from the bottom first because it's the only thing in the way. The ground. It's the only thing in the way. Sky's not in the way. I don't know, man. We should see this shit on railroad tracks and great artists, Leonardo da Vinci, even the guy that a smiley tree here, a happy cloud here. They all start with a horizontal. Where they want that horizontal in the picture, that's where they start to draw everything else. But they start with the horizontal, the parallel. Do they want it down low in the picture, or do they want it medium? No. Where is the horizontal line drawn? Or the parallel? That's the first thing I learned in art school. Speculation Sunday, man. Everybody's Truman. Everybody believes they're in a world they're not even in, so their foundation is flawed from the beginning. Let's argue about abortion and left and right. Let's argue about all these things. none of those matter because you're already in a world you're not in. Isn't that crazy? When it comes to globe versus flat, like flat people are humbled. They're like, wow, we've been fucking lied to on a dramatic scale. And globe people are still egotistical. I know everything. I know the universe, it's expanding and black holes, and it's just crazy to me, man. It's almost biblical because for those with eyes and ears to hear, it's literally separating the tares from the wheat, but that's just speculation Sunday. The fake FISA warrant, Jeffrey Epstein, all these things, we're all arguing about them. But that's because we believe we're in a world we're not in. So the very things we argue about are faulty to begin with. Foundation isn't even correct. It's crazy to me. It's separating the tares from the wheat. Speculation Sunday.
I hear you.
Only for those with eyes to see and ears to hear.
There's so
You'll
many
be
things,
mocked.
though.
You'll be mocked and ridiculed. You'll be persecuted. You'll be. Just wait, man. Just wait. So pretty soon, flat earthers are going to become globe earthers because of the persecution.
I've heard so many things like our calendar, like even our calendar and our categories of time, like the Bronze Age and this age and that age, and everything is like just like, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that. I've just watched some videos about it, and then just like arbitrary. I don't want to say arbitrarily, but just categorizing.
I kind of seen it with Jaron, man. Persecution, it got too much for him. He couldn't handle it anymore.
Rightfully so.
Persecution. And perhaps unknown deals, just speculating. Maybe he was offered a deal. The devil likes to do that.
Look, those kind of guys like Jaron, they jump at every little dangling thing. It's like some celebrity. What was that guy's name? I forget what his name was. It was like some big.
He hasn't done anything I wouldn't forgive, though. If he came out and asked for forgiveness, he hasn't done anything I wouldn't forgive.
Well, I get it, but you know what I mean? It's like this huge at the time. This huge YouTuber came out and was like, "Oh yeah, flat Earth shit, man. I'm rich. I'll go anywhere I want. They say I can't go to Antarctica. Well, I'll go there." And they just clung to him, and then they brought him to some big flat Earth thing, and he just made a mockery of it. It was
just
dumb.
crazy to me how he flip-flop like that, dude. Like, we're talking
about Jaron is that the what he's saying shit about Globe, you can see that it's really bullshit.
What's that?
Say again. Elbow.
My bad.
That the way he's talking about the globe proofs is really dumb. Like it doesn't. It's like he's doing it out of spite.
There ain't no globe proofs. He ain't talking any globe proofs. There's none. There's no proofs of a globe.
He's talking about the video that he just did with Simon.
That's the only problem, man. There's no proof of it.
Dan, I would ask everyone to watch that video again, as much as you probably can't stand Simon Dan. and watch his body language, as in Jaren's.
Yeah, I would say that to anybody though too.
What was he fidgeting in his seat or what?
That's why I wish we could be on video.
The usual, rubbing his ears,
So people can see
fidgeting,
people.
not looking at the camera. Like most people, when they're telling the truth, will not be looking at the person they're talking to. They'll be looking in every direction. But yeah, just watch his body language through it. And it's not all the time. There's just when he says particular things. Yeah, you see his body language. You just go, "You're a lying sack of shit, mate." You won't take as much to pick up on it.
Kind of like the Apollo astronauts.
Yeah, but I it's just since how it's speculation Sunday.
Yes.
It's my speculation that from the beginning, Jaren was sincere, and then perhaps maybe the devil presented himself and he took a deal. That's how I see it, because I don't think he was that way from the beginning. Maybe he was, and I'm wrong. From the very beginning, I don't think that's who he was. But I
want to ask him about. I want to ask him about all his space videos now. Is he going to renege on those 2000 space videos that he did about NASA bloopers and stuff like that? What's he going to? What's his go there? So
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like we know. What is the saying? You'll know them by their fruits. So I've seen his fruits. Unfortunately, he hasn't seen mine, or I haven't seen any of your guys. The most fruits I've seen out of you guys is QE, but I've never even really seen his fruits. Like me, it's nothing.
What are you talking about? What fruit are you talking about? Do you want a fucking strawberry, an apple? Like, what do you want?
The fruits, man. Your fruits, man. You'll know them by their fruits.
Yeah, and what's that in relation to when you talk about us and then mention QE?
Well, like to me, there's really no flat Earth without QE, in my opinion. That's just me, and I'm sorry if that dogs on.
We don't understand what you're getting at. That's what he's asking.
What I'm getting at is like I just didn't think that from the beginning, and
No, our
I don't
fruits.
think.
Yeah,
I don't
you
think
said,
Jared.
I haven't seen any of your fruits except for QE's, but I haven't really seen any of his fruits.
Oh yeah,
I don't care
yeah,
about
yeah.
Jaren at the moment.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
asking,
seeing the
what do you
fruits.
mean?
It's seeing the fruits.
Yeah, I know what you
that's
said.
yeah, yeah. Like Jaren, you've seen Jaren, right? You've seen his face. You know what he looks like. Right.
Yeah, but isn't that part of why he's, you want to be a public figure like that?
Well,
And
you
he couldn't
agree
handle
that
it. I haven't
you
finished
agree.
it, and he hasn't, and he couldn't handle it, right? You guys said before, like he couldn't
Yeah, I would
handle it.
agree.
He became
I
a
would
public figure, and with that comes, ridicule and pressure. Like if he wants to do that, he can do that, but you don't need to see someone's face to know what they're all about. And you're saying, you're seeing someone's fruits, right? So you're talking about the
Yeah,
Bible
I
verse.
think you. Yeah, I think you pretty
Yeah,
much.
you don't
summed
need
up
to
what
see
I
someone's
said, yeah.
face to know what someone's about. No, right?
Well, you do. You do.
Yeah, the
You
only
do.
issue though is that he
Hold on.
always been.
Hold on. There's very wise drug users, and I'm not trying to put myself on a pedestal above whoever I'm claiming is a bad person, right? What I'm saying is, and when there's people that use hardcore drugs that when you see them and meet them, you would not think that they're doing those hardcore drugs. But
What does
over
that got to do with
time,
the fruits of someone?
Yeah, exactly. What the hell?
hold on. Over time, you'll start to see.
Yeah, but how long have you been on this channel, James? I know you don't know us personally, but you know most of us and what we talk about in our content. So our content is our fruit, right? So
yeah, you got.
you don't need to see our faces to know that the fruit is in the right direction. You know what I mean?
So what have I said that made you get defensive? Because it sounds like you're getting defensive, and I was
You know what? I'm gonna ask
not trying to
you
be
if you remember what I'm gonna ask you if you remember what you said.
Yeah, about the fruits.
What did you say?
You'll know them by their
Yeah,
fruits.
what did you say? Yeah.
So like
What'd you say?
when I was talking
what
about
did
Jared,
you say? No. What did you say for me to say? And then I replied to you. What was it? What did you say?
I think I brought up kiwi.
You don't even know what you said. And then you're asking me, like, I'm not offended. I'm trying to work out what you're talking about. You don't even know what you
Dude,
said.
hold on, dude. I was under the assumption
Fucking muttering away again.
It shouldn't be this hard.
You're just fucking so difficult with you, man. Just fucking spit it out, mate.
Wait. We was talking about you'll know them by their fruits, right? You questioned me on that.
Yes.
Yeah. And you was wondering
and I
how
said,
I came up.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
said you don't know. You don't have to see someone's face to know what their fruits are about.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, all right.
I was getting to the point where you can have bad people.
This is a fucking pointless conversation, man.
You won't let me talk. You ask me a question, I go to answer it, and then you say it's pointless.
Okay, because we're disagreeing, and there's actually no conclusion about what we disagree
But what
about.
are we
So we're not going to
disagreeing
get
on?
anywhere.
That's what I'm asking. What are we
What did I
disagreeing
just
on?
say?
That's what I'm.
What did I just say to you?
Oh my
About seeing,
goodness.
you don't need to see someone's face to know what they're about.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Yeah, I know. That's what the disagreement is, and we're not going to come to a conclusion on that disagreement.
So you don't
So we
think,
might as well stop the conversation.
so you don't think
you
when it
think
comes
you're right, I think I'm right, and there's actually no objective answer to this because it's both opinionated. So we're not
so
going
you
to
don't
come to
think-
a conclusion on it, man.
You don't think talking to somebody looking eye to eye is different than across the internet? You think those are the same things?
Of course it's different, but you don't have to.
It's so different that I think you and I would share a beer together. I mean, maybe you don't drink, but I think maybe you and I would share a beer together if we was face to face. But on the internet, it's a totally different thing, right? So when I say you'll know them by their fruits, you're automatically assuming what you hear and see on the internet. Like to me, that lets me know what your fruits are. Like, come on, dude. What I'm saying is,
You just
in
said you can't
specific-
know my fruits unless you see my face. So you can't
yeah,
say you
and-
know what my fruits are,
and
because
that-
that just totally eradicates
unless-
what you just said.
no, it doesn't, because you're saying I don't need to see
Oh my
you.
God. Is anyone
You're
listening
saying
to
I
this?
don't need. Dude, if you and I was face to
Okay, let's break this down,
this
Richard.
this would not be the
James,
conversation.
listen carefully. Do
Face to face, we
you
would not be
or
having
do
this
you
conversation.
not need to see his face?
Yes, to know him by his fruits. Yes.
Okay, so you can't make a decision. You can't make an opinion on me then until
You
you
got to
see
look
my
somebody
face.
in the eyes to know their fruits. I mean,
Fucking hell.
you could, or their children, their family. You know, you judge a man by his family.
Oh, now it's not just that person, but you also need to see their family now as well.
Are you kidding me right now? You don't think you judge people by how they look and how you associate them from patterns?
Yeah, I what I do is, if I want to know what someone's like, I go and speak to their kids.
Oh, so you can't based off of what you've seen on pattern recognition, you can't understand how somebody might be on a certain.
You know what, James?
lifestyle
Sometimes I think you
because of
just
their patterns?
argue just to
For the
argue.
sake of arguing. Yeah.
No. You guys are.
So let
You
me get
guys
this
are
straight.
doing that. Then you're claiming I'm
I'm going to stop this shit before I do my fucking head in. So let me get this straight. In order for me to know T-Dub, I've got to go and chat to T-Dub's kids. No, that's not going to fucking happen. If I want to talk to T-Dub or know T-Dub, guess who the fuck I'm going to talk to? If I want to know Timbo, guess who I'm going to talk to? I'm not going to talk to his missus or go and pat his fucking dog because it'll probably bite me. But If I want to know somebody, I'll talk to that person directly. Wow.
Yeah. See, that wasn't that difficult, was it?
Pattern recognition. This same shit is what globers are like. Oh, I'll look at the sky so I can judge the floor. Wow. Anyways, now that he's had a few seconds to stop and think, maybe the conversation he was having an hour ago might catch up.
Yeah, I think we should end mine and his conversation because it's not going to go anywhere. Yeah. Everyone agree?
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Anyway, back to the topic.
So
Shit,
we've
what
got
was
down the
the topic?
bottom a heap of stars and something and a house and a little tune and it's Amanda someone. Amanda, are you a flat earther or a glober? Crickets.
Amanda, hug and kiss. Like, James, I got nothing against you, man. Sometimes you just say some
So, anyways, have I missed anything exciting this afternoon? Or today, I should say.
Flat Earth dude we were chatting with a few young guys before. I was still at work, so I had to mute up. But he was just chilling out with them. They were asking a few questions and stuff. I think they were pretty cool. I didn't hear the end of the conversation, but they were all right. They were kind of taking the piss and, a little bit, but Flat Earth dude doesn't care. He was just chilling with them, so.
He was
having a laugh.
Taking the piss with himself, yeah. Having a laugh,
yeah. He was having a laugh. Other than that, not much. Been a lot of internal conversations and not really.
Yeah.
Kind of half been listening. So if I missed anything, well, I missed it. You know what I mean?
Jargon. Yeah, hold on. Let me get this phone. That was funny. Ring a ding ding. Where are you at? I'm at home. Oh. Can you do this? No, I'm at home. Oh. Why are you at home? I knock off at 3 o'clock, mate. I start early, I finish early. It ain't rocket surgery.
Yeah, unless you want me to do overtime.
I got no problem with overtime because my rules are if I do overtime, I get 4-hour blocks at double time. So even if I stay back for 5 stinking minutes, ka-ching. Yeah. So they tend not to ask me to do overtime. It's a wise move.
You ever work Saturdays?
Not in a long time.
Yeah.
He did not
just like Saturdays. What?
I was just looking inside chat.
James?
Yep.
What is that? This time.
What is rockets?
AI was fighting with him earlier today as well. I'm not going to rehash the fucking conversation.
I think some of it may have appeared in the mod logs.
Yes.
From what I've understood, and I don't think I want to be a part of it.
How's your weekend, dude, anyway?
Somewhat constructive. I got me lawn finally mowed.
You got grass up there, do you? In Dubbo?
Hey! Don't be rude. Actually, it's not going too bad at the moment, which is pretty good because normally what happens, it all gets burnt off in summertime, and then I get this 3-week period where it grows, and then we get a couple of frosts in winter, and then we don't have any grass left. So I seem to get this couple of bits of the year where it's all or nothing. And I'm in the bit at the moment where it's growing good, except the problem is when I wanted to mow it the other day, it was raining, and I was away the weekend before doing a squash competition, and Yeah, it's just I just haven't been here to do it, or I've been in here on Discord, and I've just looked at the mower and went, nah, it's not happening.
AstroTurf.
Concrete.
Neat. Yeah, concrete. I love concrete.
My
What's that Astro about it? Does it come from a fucking star?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the origin of the term is, but I think everyone understands it's fake grass.
When I owned my computer,
Maybe that's what they used on the set of the moon landing.
Yeah.
That's true. When I owned my computer shop years ago, there was an Italian fellow that worked for me. And he said he came across to Australia when he was only in like second class or something like that. Couldn't speak English. And he said, I'll tell you something. I never realised grass was green until I come to Australia. And I was like, well, what fucking colour would it be? And he goes, grey, because it's concrete. It took a while for it to sink in, like, because I wasn't right up on all the typical Italian racist smart ass jokes. But yeah, it's like I thought grass was grey until I come here. Fuck, man.
We always give him shit down here. Like, I dig up my lawn, I lay concrete, paint the fucking thing green. There you go, grass. Fucking beautiful. I was mowing mine twice a week during spring. It was fucking crazy.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's what it used to be like when I was living at Newcastle. You could do it twice a week.
Yeah. And then it stops growing during the summer, unless you get rain, but kind of dies off. And now it's back.
Dude, I got 10 acres in Indiana in the United States. It requires a goddamn tractor to keep up with that shit.
You got... Fuck.
Yeah. I'm serious. It literally requires a tractor. You need a bush hog, which is a bastard that'll cut down trees, and you need a finish mower. But I just use the bush hog, and I just set it low.
Slasher. Chuck the slasher on the tractor and go for it.
Yeah.
Buy a goat.
Buy a goat.
Goats are good. They munch on the grass. Also strip your line for you.
And you can eat. And you can eat them.
Eat them when you're done.
Then you can eat them.
Yeah. Throw your trash out the window, tin cans and all. They'll take care of it.
They'll eat a box of nails. They're so stupid.
Have you ever heard when you hear them scream or laugh? Like, they're fucking funny cunts, man.
What's with them falling over playing dead?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that's a specific breed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's only a
Fainting
particular
goats.
breed. Oh, okay.
Yes, they're awesome. Walk outside, clap your hands, and just the sound of your hands clapping is enough for them to chuck a little wobbly and just... It's a reflex thing. They just... All their muscles tense up and they just fall over because they can't move at all.
I want one of them.
Friends of ours years ago used to have, they had probably 15 of them. And it was funny as shit. You'd walk out in the middle of a paddock and just go, oi! And a whole lot of them would just fall over. And you'd fucking fall over yourself laughing so hard at the shit.
Just by saying
It was
oi.
funny.
I've seen videos where they just chuck a bucket in the air, and when it thumps, they all just drop.
Yep. Clap your hands.
They
you get
make-
at least 5.
They go like that and fall over, don't they? Like, do they make noise or they just fall over?
Sometimes they make a noise. Sometimes they just fall over.
They get stiff and just fall over.
Yep.
Weird cunts.
See, with fucking goats, you need fence, a lot of fence, and to fence in 10 acres is one thing, and then you got to fence in your flower beds or whatever plants the wife.
Yeah, you got to put a fence around your house area as well. Yeah, like so you can have a decent garden and stuff.
Exactly.
Make sure they got nothing to climb on that's near that fence, because the bastards love climbing on stuff.
Oh yeah, they'll climb anything.
All right. Well, no goats then.
Tick that one off.
Yeah.
But
imagine getting home from work and there's and my goats are out running around in everyone's gardens.
Goat curry is really good.
Oh, I love goat curry.
Might have talked him back into it.
That's the one thing I'm not accustomed to eating, like lamb, goat.
Really?
It has that flavor. Man. I just not. It doesn't
that gamey
appeal to me.
sort of taste that a lot of people don't like. Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting the wrong lamb, mate.
I've had quite a few times, and even at a Muslim's house, and they did a lamb roast or whatever the hell. They did it the way they do it, and it has that same exact flavor. And I just it doesn't appeal to me.
Yep, that
I love lamb.
Old stuff.
Yeah, the mutton.
Yep, it's got that real nasty, gamey taste to it.
Yeah, like a BO kind of flavour. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love gyros.
Yeah, because it's proper lamb. Like, a lamb, like, they're not supposed to move, and they're, what is it? 0, I think it's 3 to 6 months old, and that's it. After that, it's mutton.
Oh,
yeah, they have to be
veal. It's like the
gotta
veal.
Be fed. Yeah, it can only be fed by milk. If it's being fed by anything else, it's not classified as lamb anymore.
Yeah, there's a certain age bracket they've got to be under to be still considered lamb.
We're pretty strict here on what we can call lamb and not lamb.
I myself do not purchase any lamb or sheep at any stores, only because mum and dad have got them running around at their front paddock. And I'm fucked if I'm paying for something that I've just got to go and catch.
Oh, that'd be great, fresh.
Yep. And Dad's got his own cool room, so he hangs them and stuff, so yeah, it's pretty mad.
Oh.
I don't mind rabbit either. Some rabbit.
KFR.
Sounds like an inside joke. What is that?
Not KFC.
Oh, yeah.
Kentucky Fried Rabbit.
Kentucky Fried Rabbit. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Well, KFC stands for Kid Fattening Center. So.
Any Globers, or are we just going to keep talking about meat? Because I'm getting hungry. I was going to make a shepherd's pie tonight, but now I'm thinking about making souvlaki's.
We learned the other day that we've been calling shish kebabs, it's a misnomer.
Yeah,
So
shish kebabs on the stick.
But it's got to have vegetables on it. If it's all meat, then it's shish, something
Shisha.
other word. Starts with T. I can't remember it. Some guy was in here informing us, or was it a lady? I don't know. Yeah, they said that no, if it's a shish, if it's shish kebab, it's just meat. No, it's got vegetables. Sorry. Shish kebab has meat. If you ask for this other thing, you'll get all meat on it and no vegetables. Shish kebab, you'll get vegetables on your stick with your meat.
Maybe it was just kebab.
Were they Turkish?
Or something.
Because what's a shawarma? Country's shawarma from? That's like a kebab. Oh. Actually, we've got it all wrong. A kebab, like they make in the shops, yeah, that's not a kebab. The kebab is the meat by itself. Yeah?
Right. Okay.
And then when you put it with bread and stuff like that, then that becomes the something else.
Here we go. Shish talk. Shish talk is.
And what country's that?
It's Ottoman cuisine that later became part of Middle Eastern cuisine. It's just all chicken, marinated chicken.
So central west of Sydney.
Kebabs are Australian then.
And then if you look up shish kebab, it does have cubes of meat, typically lamb.
And it's got onion and capsicum or red peppers.
Yeah, that's
Red
what the
and green
pictures
peppers.
show. But the AI overview is saying it can just be meat, though. It refers to the skewer. The shish part refers to the skewer, while kebab refers to the roasted meat. Oh, there you go. Yeah. But typically served with, portions of onion and capsicum or something. Sometimes pineapple.
So yeah, we're gonna
I'm hungry.
talking about food.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there's these other ones here. You got shish kofta.
Kofta's the minced meat.
Yeah,
minced lamb.
Looks good.
I love them. It's mixed with heaps of garlic and sometimes they cook them on these swords.
Oh yeah,
Like these
yeah. I
flat
think I've seen
swords.
that.
Oh man, they're so good, man. And they just slide them off the sword onto your plate, and you just eat them with rice, bread, salad, and hummus, tzatziki, baba ganoush. Oh, I could just when I go to those places. I could just eat bread and dips. They're so good.
Meat on swords. That reminds me of Brazilian restaurants.
What's it called? We were talking about this last night. The Brazilian restaurants. Most of them are all you can eat as well.
Yeah, they have this coin, like this big disc, and it's red or green. And if you flip it on green, they just keep bringing you shit. And they keep bringing you shit. And they just...
Yeah.
And then if you flip it to red, it's like, just leave me alone. I'm eating.
Yeah, and they keep on bringing you those fucking roast potatoes to try and fill you up so you don't eat all the barbecue meat.
Well, they usually have a buffet off to the side where they have the pasta and the salad and all that shit. But it's the meat that the big disc, the coin or whatever you want to call it, the red or green. It's the guys with the big swords with the meat, and they just shake.
Yeah, and they cut it onto your plate. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
fucking best, man.
It's sausages,
So good.
it's like all kinds of meat,
Oh,
chicken and everything.
Yeah. Except pig.
no, they have pork.
Do they? Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, crispy pork too.
Yeah, making me fucking hungry. Like when we go somewhere like big place, big town or whatever. No, I'll go for like Subway or fucking pizza or something. I'll be like, nah, I'm getting a doner kebab made by Arabs. I just get the lot. Fucking everything. Hummus, tabbouleh, jalapeno
Kebabs
Yeah, mixed.
just everything.
Mixed.
Yeah, mixed kebab, yeah.
Hot chili. Also got a bit of a soft spot for those Vietnamese pork rolls. I like them little buggers.
Banh mi.
Is that what they're called?
Every second shop in Melbourne is a banh mi place.
Spent a few years working on the rail, and I noticed at every train station, you walk out, walk across the road, walk down 2 shops, and you walk straight into somewhere where they're making them. It's great. And they're cheap too, so... I called them poison pork rolls for a while there because I was eating so many of them, and I was sure one of them was going to get me. It's only a matter of time. But...
It never did though, did it?
No. Maybe all the chili that's on them keeps all the nasty shit away from you.
I always check the pork when I go into the place, and if it looks crispy, I get it. But if not, I get the barbecue chicken.
Yeah, I've tried the crispy pork ones. I didn't really go much on them. Just the standard ones with heaps of chili on them. Pretty good.
I'm a sushi fanatic. I love good sushi.
Yeah, some of them go alright. California rolls. Yummy. They're expensive for what they are. Bastards.
Well, it actually is expensive because I make it at home, but I only do it a couple of times, maybe a few times a year, and we have like we call it a sushi day, and I just make a huge spread of sushi, so much, and yeah, it is kind of expensive because because you got to stock up on all the ingredients and everything, and then you got to have the rice. Got to have the rice vinegar. You got to have I like the low sodium soy sauce. Got to have your wasabi. I mean, God, you got to have the nori, which is the seaweed wrap. You got to have all the ingredients. What do you got? Cucumber, avocado, the crab, artificial crab sticks. Then if you want
Seafood
eel,
extender.
yeah, you got to have the seafood
Stingray.
extender. Got to have the
Stingray
eel
painted.
eel sauce. And that's just getting to the beginning. Yeah, it takes a lot. Oh, but it's so much better homemade. Then you got to have the sriracha, the Japanese mayo. I mean, it goes on and on and on. All the ingredients.
Sounds like you should just go to a sushi place.
Yeah, but it's so much better at home. And as long as you do it up big and as long as a few people bring some of the ingredients, it makes it doable or more doable.
You'd have one of those sushi rolling machine things, wouldn't you?
Hell no, you do it by hand. It's much quicker and easier.
Do it by the shops. Oi, I'll have 2 California rolls, thanks, mate.
One spicy chicken, one tuna, please.
Spicy chicken.
Yeah, they do these fried spicy chicken pieces in the rolls with like sriracha mayonnaise and stuff. I know it's not sushi.
Yeah, I can't do the tuna ones. It's nasty.
Oh, spicy tuna is so good.
No.
It depends, though. If it's cooked tuna, it tastes like canned. You know what I mean? Not exactly.
Well,
but
it's that canned. I don't know what it is about canned stuff. Tuna and salmon. You can open a can of cat food, and I cannot tell the difference between tuna, salmon, cat food if it's come out of the tin.
Yeah, it can't. That's why you don't make sushi with canned anything, or no canned tuna. It's got to be raw. Here's a cool thing. When it comes to sushi, I thought you had to buy sashimi tuna. You know, like from a Oriental or a Japanese, what's it called? Shop. But no, all tuna frozen raw is all treated the same. Which means it has to be frozen to a certain thing, you know, like a certain temperature for a certain time to kill off any potential parasites. So you can just go to the local Walmart or whatever store and buy a lower grade tuna, like tuna steaks. And it's perfectly safe to thaw out. Yeah, and just thaw it out, chop it up, spice it up.
Yeah, when I was living in Western Australia, one of the boys went out and bought a really expensive piece of tuna, came back and sliced it up nearly to the point where you could see through it. He got these super sharp knives out, sliced it right up, and he made up this soy sauce and something else mixture. And you dip it in one, dip it in the next one, and eat it. And it was absolutely brilliant. Who'd have thought cat food would have tasted so good?
Cat food. Yeah, don't get me wrong. High grade tuna is it costs a fortune. I mean, it is expensive.
Yeah.
But
well, this
what I'm
piece the
saying
size
is,
of my fist cost him about $50, and that was it. It was just like, whoa, that's
exactly.
crazy.
But when I do, spicy tuna rolls with the sriracha and the mayo, it kind of like it's like the tuna takes the back seat. It's more about texture, and everything else makes the flavor.
I love it. It's one of my favorite fish. Like squid. Could eat squid every fucking day. You soak that shit in milk for an hour. Tenderizes it.
They sell bricks of frozen squid as bait in South Florida. It's terrible. You thaw it out. It's just like, that's good eating shit right there.
As long as it doesn't look like what it is, I can eat it. But like if they, I get a marina, whatever the fuck they call it, pizza, right? An authentic Italian restaurant, and it's actually got the whole fucking tiny baby squids on it. I can't eat it.
You're talking about the mini octopus.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what they are? Mini octopus? Yeah, man. Whatever that fucking shit is. I look at it and I can't. I just want to heave.
I love them.
Just close your eyes. Squid flavored. Go for it.
An octopus on the barbecue, char grilled, so good with lemon juice.
Yeah. Octopus.
Give me one of those legs.
A lot of people complain it's rubbery and tough, but if it's made right, man, it's great.
Yeah, if it's cooked right, yeah. That's why you got to soak that shit in milk. Squid and octopus. Garlic butter and milk. You soak it in there. An hour, 2 hours, whatever you want. And when you cook it, it doesn't dry out, it doesn't go chewy. Like oysters.
No, you can keep them.
No. Yeah, you can shove them up your ass. That's what you can do with them. Fucking can't stand them. I go, I'll get a six pack of oysters. Yeah, you can fucking have them by yourself.
Yep. Bon appetit. Fuck off and enjoy them.
$80 for fucking 3 shells of snot. Yeah, right.
I'll admit I've never tried them I've never tried them at like where you would say you get the best ones. But I've seen them, and I was like at a buffet, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll try them, and yeah, they're awful. But I can't say I've had the best ones, you know.
They're all the same, man. Now I've had them cooked, and they were all right.
I've tried those bastards on 3 separate occasions throughout my life. I've tried them, and they ain't getting any better.
Yeah, I'd try them. You'll get used to them. There you go. If food is something I need to get used to, then I don't want
it. Yeah. And that's what they say about sushi. It's an acquired taste. You know, it's like, no. You either
like it or you don't.
Or you don't.
Or you don't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen some people just pick up a piece and just eat it. And it's like, no, you're supposed to put this on it and dip it. And it's like, no, it's garbage. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, I gotta duck out, boys.
Alrighty.
Have a good one. Been a pleasure. Flat Earth and Food. 24/7 Flat Earth Food channel. Adios, amigos.
Gotcha.
He couldn't take it anymore. He's going to pig it out now.
Exactly. Just recently, I was watching YouTube and I clicked on one of those weird food videos in other countries, and it was Japan making burgers and French fries. And it was so good looking. They were making smash burgers in Japan, French fries and stuff.
French fries that came from Belgium.
Well, here's a flat earth thing. Sort of, I guess. Our HVAC people for years have been telling me that I need a big old dehumidifier in my crawl space. So finally, after years, I got a big old dehumidifier in my crawl space. And I'm like, well, it's just blocked off. It's like localized in my crawl space. So how is that going to help my house? Like the rest of my house. I got a 2-story house. And then after searching and searching, I finally understood that if you dehumidify your crawl space, which is down low, humid air, which is much more dense, is going to find its way down and be dehumidified. And they say 50% of your home's air comes from down below. And it finally clicked. And I understood. It's like, oh, shit, yeah. You know what I mean? It's like if you dehumidify down low, what's more dense, heavier, so whatever you want to call it, it's going to find its way down. And therefore, it helps dehumidify the whole house.
Hey T-Dub, you want to have your laugh for the day? Read
It was that one.
the last two comments. So the last paragraph of the second last comment and the very last comment that was posted up.
What the heck, man?
Let me guess. It's not what goes in a mouth. The mouth that defiles a man. It's what comes out the mouth that defiles a man. And the next statement, Earth is a ball. Is that it? Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Man. I've got to add that for AI. I've got to take it for that.
That's worth screenshotting or something.
Yeah. That's so promotion worthy. Get in there.
Yet he was in here saying, knowing one's fruits.
And I'll make sure I tag Overlord. Actually, I'll reply to one of his messages. What do you think? I win? That'll do. Alrighty. I'm going to restring a squash racket. If a Glover comes in, don't cook him too quick. I've got 45 minutes of torture ahead of me, so I want something to listen to.
No worries, mate. Good luck.
No, it's just this one particular type are an absolute pain to do. They've got a fan pattern on them. But anyways, I'm listening.
Alright, cheers, mate.
What's happening here, brother? Hello?
Hello.
What's up, brother?
Not much. It's late. I came out, smoke a cigarette, and check on the flat Earth shit, and no one's talking.
Figures as soon as I have time to get on here, it's all dead. Just figures.
Yeah, all we were talking about was food earlier.
Hey, Oblivion, did you say something? I missed it, if so.
Oh, yeah, I said all we were talking about was food earlier.
Oh, yeah. Just sitting around waiting for a Glober. Killing the time.
The last guy in the chat said something funny. He said, it's not what goes in the mouth that defiles a man, it's what comes out of the mouth that defiles a man. Then his next statement was, Earth is a ball.
He's defiling himself. Yeah, he's you know James Richard, right?
No. I don't think I have much previous interactions with him.
Pest flat earther.
Oh, he's a globe Earth apologist. Is that right?
No, he's just melting down in the chat. I don't know. He's kind of incomprehensible usually. Drunk off his mind and just babbling usually. You have to kind of decode what he says. He's sort of like an Into the Break kind of character.
But Into the Break appears to be like a hardcore flat earther, though, most of the time, doesn't he? He tries to be.
Yeah, so is James Richard, but he's off his mind a little bit. Off his rocker.
Yeah, what we talking about, guys?
Some homies.
That makes a lot of sense. Yep.
Yeah, I'm good with it. How about you?
You good with what?
The thing we just talked about.
It's a good thing I wasn't in this call.
The topic didn't change in one sentence, dude.
Wait, what?
It happened again, didn't it?
Exactly. But like, I asked what you're talking about.
This guy's a one-sentence memory span. This is going to be tough.
I asked what you're talking about, and you said
it might be better than others. Then
you said the home. What?
Then we got Guts on his cam. He's camming up. We got to see him for some reason. He's just got to be seen. He can't just hang out.
Eric, you don't gotta be heard.
Right out front and center, like he's the star.
You don't gotta be talking all the time, Eric.
Wow, look at this guy.
Guts, you're tough.
You know you want to be heard.
Why is everyone talking at the same time?
I can turn it off if it's triggering you.
No, it's sick.
Man, I'm triggered.
Heretics just wants all the attention, so he doesn't like you taking any.
Steal my thunder. Let me cook.
Hell comes the thunder.
Yeah.
What you guys talking about it here?
We're trying to find out if anybody knows why exactly they believe it's a globe.
Okay,
why do you believe it's flat?
Why'd you turn that around on me?
Guts was about to talk.
Well, why do you believe it's flat?
Why are you interrupting him?
Because you have to turn it around on me every single time I ask you why it's a globe. And when I go outside, I don't see no globe.
Every single time.
The water looks flat and horizontal. I'm at the beach when I'm looking at the lake or the ocean. I don't see any reason to believe it's a globe.
Stop interrupting.
I ask you, okay, how do you know it's
You're
a globe?
interrupting.
So one thing.
That's why. That's why I'm in here doing it.
Hot dog, shut up.
Your guts.
So
Shut your
one
mouth,
thing
Hot
I
Dog.
like to ask like flat earthers is imagine a scenario in which a plane flies straight, right? And it just keeps on flying straight. What exactly does a plane see if that fuel source is like infinite? Let's think about a plane that can refuel in air, right? You've heard about this
Got one of
before.
them?
Well, okay, so what I'm just like posing in the scenario is that at some point with the technology that we currently have, we would assume that the powers that be
We don't
would
do
want
assumptions.
Well, okay. Let's just take it to the end of the road. So the idea.
Well, I mean, just you can give your whole whatever. Go ahead, give your scenario.
So the idea is if say the governments that were in power, the people that are powerful in this reality as we see it, they would invest money in searching other places with these so-called planes or surveying, even with drones, this and that, to get more
They
of
might
these
have already done it.
out of Earth, right? So okay. So the idea is that if there was a person in power and he had the capability to do so, if the plane were to fly straight, they could potentially seize resources that other people that didn't make that journey would not have access to. And so what I'm kind of So what I'm kind of posing to you is that even though we don't know exactly what is out there, there are people with resources to explore these areas, right? And so the plane flies straight. What do they see? Do they see more land? Do they see more things that they could take advantage of in terms of resources, water, oil, these things that are currencies to us, precious to us? Don't you think that there would exist somebody that would explore these areas, and once explored, they would either.
All right, now you're repeating
We're gonna have that to ourselves. We're gonna have this to ourselves, right? Is what they're thinking.
Right, and I agree with you, but they're also in that you're saying that they did this, then they would know what is out there, right?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know if anybody has done it.
You get what I'm saying?
It's an interesting hypothetical. Yeah, I get it. It's an interesting hypothetical. Don't know if anybody actually has done it, but like it's a scenario where, maybe somebody has gone out there and found extra lands, extra resources, and then they went, well, just to hoard this to ourselves, we'll just quarantine it off by telling the rest of humanity it's a ball and it's limited, dimensions and limited terrain, and this is all you get. This is all there is, and that's it. Never mind. And everything else outside of that is reserved for those people. Yeah, it's a hypothetical scenario. I get what you're saying. Yeah,
and also it's also an explanation of proving the point of a flat Earth, right? Like, so let's imagine that the flat Earth is exactly how it exists, right? Now, what I'm saying is like, what is the benefit of them telling us it's a globe? The resources that they have been hoarding and that they have like taken advantage of, and now using those resources and that unlimited basically money and power, they've tricked the world into believing that it's a globe so they can hoard those resources. How about that?
It could be. It's a good speculation.
It is Speculation Sunday, so okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Now when you said they travel a direction and keep going, which direction are you referring to?
It wouldn't matter in this point because if it exists, that is a flat Earth, and the Earth just went on for however many miles or whatever, they would in turn take all those resources. So even if they went north, south, whatever direction, they would try to hoard those resources. And now they're basically tricking the rest of the world into this globe model because they're saying this is all that exists. And these are the only resources available on this globe. Everything has been explored. But if we think about it in that term, they're saying, we're going to hoard all these resources, and this is the only land that you can own. basically the people that can own land, purchase land. You could purchase land anywhere in the on the globe, right? If you have enough money. But that's all that we know is the globe, right? So all of that land that we can potentially purchase is just what they're telling us is out there. So that's what I'm trying to argue from your point of view. That's how I would argue it if I was going to.
Well, if you want to engage with that question, why would they lie? You could give that as a possible, like a hypothetical scenario as to why, right?
Yeah, and you can,
Sure, and the resources.
Preface it as speculation. Say, I don't know, but here's one possible angle, right?
Yeah, because you
Right,
can make
and the
that
resources-
speculation, but
Go ahead.
you can't ever come to a conclusion. Yeah.
Well, that's why I took it to this point, because what other reason would there be to not divulge information about this
Could be
extra
any
land?
reason.
Well, the only reason is for money in terms of
No, it's
our
not.
reality.
No,
Money,
it could be
power.
spiritual. It could be spiritual reasons. Ultimately, it
Yeah.
could be beyond money. You know, there could be something way bigger at play.
Why do you
Sure.
need money when you're the one that controls the money?
And you can't say it's the only reason based on your own speculation. You see?
Well, okay,
Speculation is purely, you know?
Sure. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. So the idea behind it is that there has to be a benefit for them not to tell us that this is the case, that the world is higher. So
Well, whoever
if
them
the
are,
world is,
No.
they get
Go
to
ahead.
keep the secrets of. Well, they get to keep the nature of reality as a secret to themselves, right? And deceive everybody else about it. That everybody else is in the dark when they know what this place actually is and what's going on. I mean,
Yes.
I'm saying that loosely. I don't know who the fuck they are, but it's
they who want to hoard the resources, right? Because that's
Yeah.
the only thing that makes sense to me. Because if they're not hoarding resources, and like what you were saying about
just because it makes sense to
Logical
you doesn't
sense.
mean it makes sense to them, though.
Yeah.
Sure, but it makes logical sense, right?
Well, whatever. But let's just say hypothetically that they came across some beings and they said, if you tell anybody about this, we'll kill all of you. You see,
So then-
it only makes sense to you. Therefore, it's your story, your speculation.
Sure.
But it could be something else.
Yeah,
Right,
there are endless scenarios you can come up with, right? Which means, like, I mean, when people go, there's just no reason for them to lie. That's just ridiculous because, like, Oblivion just demonstrated you can just come up with all kinds of reasons, right?
Sure, but the idea is that money rules the world. If I were to become a billionaire
Not if you
overnight,
make
right?
the money. Not if you're in control of the money. Then
Right, but if I were to become a billionaire overnight and I decided to charter a plane, I could do so because I have the power to
no,
do
you couldn't.
so.
No, you couldn't.
If I was a billionaire, I couldn't charter a plane.
Nope. Not to go where you think you can go.
It's highly regulated and only certain.
Yeah, this isn't GTA, by the way. You know, you can't just roam around freely. No.
Sure, but wouldn't you say? I guess we could all agree that people with money and power have certain allowances and certain access to, say, even like an authorization through
Not all of them.
their money.
Sure.
Well,
But
if you have
think
money,
they're
and,
gonna tell you? Why do you think it's restricted to certain people in the highest of power?
so who's restricting that?
Good
The whole world.
question. Yeah, it's
Are you saying that? Well, okay. To your point, are you saying that these people who are restricting access are infallible and unable to be bribed by money and power?
Look, man, you couldn't even leave your house a few years ago. So,
Yeah, that's
look, you think you're
copyrighted,
just going to
sir.
jump into a plane and fly to Antarctica and see where you can go? I don't think you're going to be able to do that, dude.
But you could make the choice to leave your house, right?
You could, yeah, and then you could get shot down too.
people have done it and they have died. Absolutely provable. They've done it and they've died. Well, allegedly.
You can't just do these things, right? It's all right for a speculation to say, yeah, okay, I'll just get a plane and I'll go, right? But it doesn't work like that. When you leave an airport, you have to tell people where you're going, right? And then you'll get approval to leave the airport. So if they don't like where you're going, you won't get approval to leave the airport from that country. You think that country's just going to let you leave and go wherever you want?
So let me pose this question to you.
Because where are you going to fly from, right?
Well,
fly from Australia, South Africa, or South America. Are your three choices, or New Zealand?
Right. So let me pose this question.
I'm not going to let you go.
Let me pose a question to you. So, the people that are restricting access, do you believe that the people that are restricting access don't know what is out there? Or are you saying the people that are restricting access do know what is out there?
Who knows, man? Who knows?
They have to know, because if they're restricting access, why would they restrict access? They don't know what's out there.
Maybe only a few
if you're in
people
the
know, and
military-
they're just getting told to do something. Yeah.
Yep. If you're in the Navy and your job is to shoot someone that crosses a particular line, that's what happens. Someone crosses a line, click bang. You don't have to have the reason why you have to do it. You were given an instruction, you follow orders, or you don't get paid.
We have to follow.
You've got a job, haven't you?
We have to follow that logic to its.
Do you have a job? Yes or no?
Yes.
If you don't do your job, do you get paid?
Obviously not.
Right. So that's what happens with these other guys. The little carrot is dangled in front of them. Do your job or you don't get paid. That's it. They don't have to know the reasons why. They just have to do their job.
Sure, but let me follow that to its conclusion, right? The person at the top, at the very tippy top of your
do your job or you won't get paid.
Right, but the person at the very tippy top that makes all the decisions, are you trying to say that that person that is restricting this access at the very, very top?
Listen, mate, you're just speculating. Unless you are that person, you will never know. I will never know, and the guy sitting next to you won't know either.
Agreed. But we could also make logical deductions upon why the restriction is in place, correct?
No. We already did that. We already did that.
Inferences more so than deductions.
Either way, you could still make a argument to say why would they restrict access, right? You can't make an argument. Why would they restrict access, right?
Yeah, you can. Hang on. Yeah, you can make the argument, but you can never come to a conclusion.
You just don't know. It could be that they're just gaslighting you. It could be that there's somebody orchestrating this from the top who just wants to break the human psyche so badly that they'll just tell them something that goes 100% contrary to what they directly observe and experience for themselves, and they'll believe it, and therefore, thereby, you'll have absolute control over whatever they think. If you can gaslight them about what they see at the beach, tell them it's exactly the opposite of what you're actually experiencing, you've got total dominion over that person's psyche. Could just be that, but again, I speculate.
Yeah, and then they come in and argue for them. Then they come in and argue for them as well, unprompted.
So one thing I would challenge you with is how did they get to the point where they can restrict? Right, they have to have power.
How are you going to come to a conclusion on that?
Well, they have to have power, influence, the ability to.
They've got it. Stop. They've got it. You know how I know? Because you're in here arguing for it. That's how I know they've got power and influence.
And how are you going to come to a conclusion on something that you don't know?
You should
watch
Attack on Titan.
You know we can measure the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know we can measure it doesn't have curve. Guts. Do you know that?
I've been told both ways, so it's I've done like a dive on flat Earth and all that. The thing that kind of gets me is the reasoning behind it, and that's why I've put the point forward that
it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference on the conclusion, though, dude. Because if you measure something to be a surface, like a flat.
No, I know. I get your point.
And it doesn't matter why they're hiding it from you. It matters: is it a flat surface or is it not? So those things you can confirm, right? These things you can do for yourself. those things that why they're hiding it, you can never confirm why they're hiding it, or even start to speculate why they're hiding it. You can start to speculate, but again, you're going to end up with a no answer because you can't confirm it. You're never going to know. But you can measure the Earth. You can measure drop over distance. There's supposed to be a curve, right? So you should be able to measure a drop over a distance over water.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
I guess the reason I put the point forward is it matters to me the why. So I agree with what you're saying, and you've all made very, very good points. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's fair enough, man, because it is an automatic question. Yeah, like why are they doing this instead of are they doing this? I understand, man. I get it. I was there once.
For sure. Well, it's been great talking to you guys. I
come back anytime.
Hope you guys have a great day, blessed day, and I'll see you guys later. Take it easy.
See you, mate. Nice chap.
I gotta say, I mean, it's a good question. Why? But
it is, and it's an automatic. It's a natural question too.
Can you tell me how much this bottle is?
What?
Why?
Say again, CB. Shit.
Sorry, guys, I was hot micing. My bad.
Oh, I didn't hear what he said.
He said, "Can you tell me how much this bottle is?"
Oh,
that's why I said why.
That doesn't sound like the question of a wealthy man.
You poor. You broke.
Yeah. You're poor, you're broke. You don't have to ask why. Like how much.
Hilarious. All right. It's dinner in the oven.
Food again?
Yeah, sorry.
You broke. I see you guys catching on to the memes now.
Yeah.
You looking for some Cristal?
Some Cristal, dude. I'm not that black, all right? Come on now.
I only know that one from like songs or something,
Yeah, exactly. You gotta pop the Cristal.
Bottle of 40.
Don't drink that trash, bro.
Get your 40 in a paper bag.
Oh my god.
You one of those homies?
Hell no, bro. Do I look like a cholo, bro? Loco on the corner? Hell no, bro.
3/4 pants and a white singlet.
Well, how long were you talking to that guy?
About 10 minutes max, maybe.
Oh, really? Wow. I'm surprised you guys let him stay on camera that long.
He was alright, man.
Oh, just like, does it limit the room here or no?
I thought he came in. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I thought he came in with those other two guys, but then when he started talking, realized he didn't.
Yeah, he was like interested in the subject and stuff, so.
Yeah, it was cool. It was good. Refreshing.
But still, these new guys come in and they always want to talk about everything other than why it's flat.
Right.
Just why would they lie? How big is it? How thick is it? It's like
how thick is it?
How what shape is it? It's like, dude,
their minds are kind of blown, and they're just wondering, like, what does this all mean, right?
Yeah.
What does it all mean?
It's just so new.
That's when they can start getting black pilled too. Like that leaves that door open to go, fuck, they've lied to me about everything. What else have they lied about? And then it goes to they've lied about everything, and then they get really black pilled.
But what's sad is like, where are they going to go to? What are they going to look up? Are they going to go to YouTube? Seriously.
Yeah, they're going to go end up in a server with other speculators talking about speculation all day. Coming up with these crazy ideas. Like out of ponds. You want to Snapchat me, do you?
Snapchat?
Yeah. Isn't that what you just said?
No, I said should we speculate?
Ah, I thought you said. I thought you were talking to someone and you said, "Can we Snapchat?"
No, dude.
Are you like 15 years old?
Hell no, bro. I don't get the Snapchat. That's so like 10 years ago.
No, but seriously, if somebody heard about Flat Earth, what are they going to do? They're going to go to YouTube first, right?
And
you know damn well
and then they're going to watch
they're going to get
thousands of videos about speculation. Then they're going to get pushed onto Dave Weiss's interviews, and then they're going to join his app, and then they're going to go, "Oh, I don't think this is for me."
Yeah. That's why they come here. Come here.
Exactly.
We're live.
I mean, you're lucky if people come in here, right? I mean, it's just you're dragging them in from the politics server. It's
I think
kind of sad.
some of these guys think we're too serious.
We're too serious?
Yeah, like, well, no, they won't talk about anything else, but I've heard a lot of people say that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You won't allow anyone to talk about something other than, and I interrupted and said, something other than what we can prove? Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, exactly.
I've looked into Flat Earth. I've seen your model.
On the Flat Earth model.
Go ahead.
The Flat Earth model. It's like, oh, show it me.
I saw it on Facebook.
That floating pizza planet.
They get so mad when we tell them there's no model. There was another guy here recently. He's like, so then what's the conception? I'm like, there isn't one. What? So you're not understanding my question? I'm like, yeah, we do. So what's the idea
I love how
then?
it starts, CB. I love how it starts. So on the Flat Earth model, you must do this. There's no model. And on your... what?
Yeah.
And then it goes into what you were about to do.
Yeah, it's like, show it to me right now.
And then an hour later, you finally might sink it in their mind. And then they're like, oh, if you're lucky.
Oh, what is
That's why I believe that.
Everything's referenced from a horizontal reference plane. What does that mean?
Yeah, bro, I've been yelling it from the rooftops. Flat Earth is the Earth outside right now, as is. That's it. What else is there?
But if it was flat, and
dude, you almost triggered me with that one, dude. But if it was flat, then blah 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 blah. It's like, no, you just made that shit up directly from your asshole. Got to be one of my top 10 pet peeves when they do that. Well, if it's flat, then it must be like this. Who told you that? Where are you getting that from?
If it was flat, it would be daylight for 24 hours.
Like,
bro. Go to Antarctica in the summer. Fucking fine, mate.
Forever.
If it was flat, you could see all the way to China.
Like, dude, please, no. Like, flat earthers are flat earthers because of the way the earth is right now. Well, like, what do you mean? We're not like, yeah, well, we should see to China, but we don't because blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, that's what globers do. Well, there's curvature, but you don't see it because of all these reasons. We're not like them. We don't need to say, well, we should see across the whole earth, but like, no, we shouldn't see across the whole earth. We don't see across the whole earth. So there's no need to think that a flat earth would see across the whole earth. What are you, Superman? What kind of eyes you have?
I was just watching Top Gun Maverick, Top Gun 2. And then the very beginning of the movie, they're like faking not what is it called? Faking not having communication. And they're like, yeah, this is where we frequently observe lack of communication. It's called, due to the Earth curvature, it's called the Earth bulge.
Bruh.
It's literally in the movie.
Yeah, they had to add that in, didn't they?
They said it's called the Earth bulge.
Bruh.
That's the scientific term for it. Bulge.
Some globetard wrote that little skit there. We gotta squeeze this one in, guys. There's too many flat earthers talking shit. I'm gonna write it in this movie. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. Actually,
maybe Tom did it because his god is from a volcano called Xenu.
What the hell?
An alien from outer space. He's a Scientologist, yeah.
Yeah, I have heard that, whatever that means.
Yeah. Gods are aliens and they live in volcanoes and they came from, I can't remember what planet, but the main one's called Xenu. The main dude. He lives in a volcano. Weird cunts.
Don't Mormons have a similar thing?
They get given a planet when they die.
Yep.
What the hell?
Yep.
Yep.
How do you give someone a planet?
God does it.
Oh. Okay. Is it like buying land on the moon?
Yeah, but you donate all your money to the Mormon church and that guarantees you a planet. So, yeah, kind of.
Imagine. Could you imagine? That's so wild. And they're buying it.
Yeah. And they buy special underwear, too. The Mormons do.
Here you go. Scientology beliefs center around the idea that individuals are immortal spiritual beings called thetans, trapped in physical bodies. These thetans have experienced numerous lifetimes, including others on other planets and intergalactical civilizations. Scientologists believe that through auditing and various courses, they can regain their true selves and reclaim their spiritual potential.
It literally sounds like they've made fun of Scientology in Grand Theft Auto 5. I don't know if anyone's played that here, but there's like a side quest. You can join this like Scientology thing called Kiflom. It's super weird, but they make fun of it. Actually, it's pretty funny. Anybody familiar with that, or is it just me?
Never played that quest, but I know GTA 5 for sure.
You never did the Kiflom thing, dude? It's actually so funny. You should go back and do it. It's really hilarious the way they poke fun at it.
Well, I played through GTA 5 like 10 years ago, so maybe. I forget.
Oh, yeah, dude. What a W game. Maybe they'll have some flat earth content in GTA 6.
That
wouldn't be that surprising.
Well, it's all
You'd
flat. The
like
math's
this
flat.
one. Some Scientology writings suggest that societal decline occurs when women are not primarily focused on domestic duties.
Uh-oh. Locking into misogyny headquarters.
Don't they even have like this device that detects things?
It does, yeah. It's called auditing. Yeah, they connect you up to these electrodes, and they reckon they know if you're lying or not. And you go through these
Damn.
It's like brainwashing too. So they make you repeat all these things. Have you ever seen that documentary with that Leah Remini?
Who?
Leah Remini.
Nah, no
She
clue.
was the wife in Queens. What was that show called? With that fat guy from the Mall Cop. King of Queens. Remember that show, King of Queens?
Nah, man.
You're too young. She did a documentary. She used to be a Scientologist. She did an in-depth documentary. It's fucking worth watching, man. It's crazy. They started stalking her and this other guy, and they were threatening her and
Damn.
stuff. It's crazy, man.
My
Are there any flat earthers?
Sounds like an ex-girlfriend. That's no big deal.
My sister got messed up with Scientology for a while, and she explained to me how these auditings, if I recall, they were auditing sessions, and they sit opposed to each other, and they sit there and ask questions and yada yada, and you're supposed to bring up things that messed with you, like when you like for instance, like if you're trying to go to sleep and then you get these weird thoughts that bother you, right? And then you're supposed to express these thoughts, and then they go away and they don't bother you again. And then supposedly,
they record them and they use them as ammunition on you if you ever want to leave.
Ooh.
Well, perhaps. Yeah, perhaps. But supposedly, your goal is to be clear of all these things.
Spiritual enlightenment.
Yeah, and supposedly Tom Cruise at the point was like the only one that was ever 100% clear of
That's
these
fucking
things.
cap.
I don't know. It turned out that what she was describing was hypnosis. It was basic hypnosis.
It's psychological manipulation, yeah. And they turn your family against you and stuff like that as well.
Oh yeah,
there's no flat earthers in here that are involved with themselves with that stuff, right?
I wouldn't think so, man.
I can't think of anybody that. Yeah, like also I'm in Scientology. That'd be kind of surprising.
Well, yeah, if they believe in aliens and thetans and beings from other planets, then probably not, man.
It really sounds like you're saying Satan with a lisp. Like, I'm a Satan. Like, you should probably think about that.
That one. Yeah. Thetans. Oh, I never thought of it like that. That's weird.
I don't know how people get so tricked.
That just got stranger.
Yeah, fact.
My sister quit, and she got out of it, and they hounded the hell out of her.
I'm so freaking gullible.
But she wasn't in it for very long, but they really hound the hell out of you. The higher you are up, I guess I've heard the stories, they really trash you.
Hey, what is the Scottish Rite?
Wait, their leader is Mike Tyson?
What?
Satan.
Oh my god. Yo, what is the Scottish Rites?
That's a sect of what are they called?
Illuminati?
Yeah. Well, what are the ones?
Yeah.
With the
the builders. What are they called? The Freemasons.
The Freemasons.
Freemasons. Yeah.
There's a big building off the freeway that has like two birds, like two eagles facing opposite ways, and with a number 32 on it, and it says Scottish Rite. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
What is this shit?
By the way, CB,
I have I have a kind of, I don't know if you want to call it a lodge there, but down the road from where I am, there's a little place, and you drive by. If you look up, you see they have the Square and Compass logo over the door. And I used to drive by that every day going to school, and
You never see
everyone was
anyone there though, yeah?
no, very quiet all the time.
Like, and they got some dope real estate, probably, and like probably a good prime location. There was one back in Cincinnati. There was like a freaking Freemason building, like right next to this big, giant tap theater, like huge theater, and it was just right there downtown. I'm like, what the hell is this? Why is there like an Illuminati building down there?
I can think just off the top of my head, I can think of 10 just near me. Yeah.
Holy
in the surrounding 4 suburbs of mine, I can think of 10.
In the suburbs?
Yeah, kind of.
Damn.
It's inner city, but inner city suburbs.
You don't gotta flex on us like that, dude. Come on now.
CB, you missed a whole rave from, basically like a presentation from Sporadic, aka Amish, last night or yesterday. And with his understanding of Freemasonry and its connections to the Jesuits and the Scottish Rites and Catholic Church and all that shit. So, like, if you want to know about it, ask him, man. He seems to know what he's talking about.
Damn. All right. Yeah. W Amish. Dude is one of my favorite flat earthers right now.
It was a Freemason that told me Earth was flat back in
really
95. Yeah,
95. Holy smokes!
Yep.
Damn.
So
Bro.
I think when it all came up in 2015, it had already been planted in my mind for 20 years.
And what did you just say? That who's this crazy cat? Earth's flat. What's he talking about?
Well, he's sort of like my uncle. He wasn't my uncle by blood, but he sort of we grew up in the same street, and everything was really close street. And this is later on, I was working with him. He's a builder. And his son said, if you want to slack off, just ask him tell him to tell stories about stuff. And I knew he was a Freemason. So I'd always ask him about the Freemasons, and he sort of wouldn't tell me anything. He would sort of like, it's sort of secret and stuff, whatever. He was tight-lipped. One day he just goes, look, Earth's not a ball. It's a grid.
Ooh.
And the Freemasons can pinpoint people on this grid and make them do things.
Ooh.
Yeah. And I was just like, what the fuck? But I remember looking out the window of the car and instantly seeing the lines that you get on the maps, on the street directories.
Mm-hmm.
Automatically saw them out the window, sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? I kind of had a vision of I could just see what he was talking about.
Yeah.
It was a grid just like it was on the map. It's just a flat grid. That completely made sense straight away. But yeah, they would know. But there's a blue lodge and a red lodge apparently. So there's a lot of people go to the blue lodge, but only very few go to the red lodge where all the dark stuff happens. But I don't know. They were very tight-lipped about it.
You don't hear people say the word grid very often, but that's
It's probably a good way to describe it, I think. The plane.
But I'm saying it's not a ball. It's not a globe. It's not round. It's a grid.
W.
Shit. Wasn't he talking about ley lines or something? We can target people on these lines and make them do things.
Don't say transfer lines around here. You're gonna have APOC on
Yeah, the ley lines are positioned on a. I don't know how they transfer it, but I've seen the ley lines on a sphere.
There's not many. I remember looking at them not long ago, and I remember just thinking, gee, there's not many, are there? It's not like
the points where they all intersect.
Yeah, there's not many lines. Yeah, compared to the
Really, they all seem to be where all these major buildings are as well.
Yeah,
the pyramids are on a ley line, intersection of a ley line, more like it. Yeah, it's where the ley lines intersect. Washington DC, London, and the Vatican.
Weird.
The pyramids, lots of things.
How much shit is in the Vatican? Like, that is mind blowing itself. Just think of what in there, all their books and stuff. And
LA,
all their. Was that?
LA is on it. Oh no, it's not.
LA.
It's not LA. Yeah. It's San Diego. Wow. Right at the border. 4, and then you got just off the coast of Florida. Yeah, look at these ones. It's crazy. Salt Lake City. Huge one in San Diego.
Wait, what are you talking about, dude?
Ley lines.
What are you talking about? Wait, well, you're freaking me out, man. I'm just kidding. Wait, what does that even mean?
It's like supposed to be like energy lines.
Oh shit! Wait, so like, what do you guys think about that?
Don't know, man. But all these
like
major
huge one in San Diego. Should I be worried, or is that a W?
I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Wait, I can feel it right now. I feel the energy. I'm just kidding. That's crazy, though.
So Houston's on one. El Paso, Texas.
The thing about that type of shit, dude, is if these type of people are talking about it, like, you can take it one of two ways. One is they're just crackpots talking shit, or there's something to it that they know and we don't. Period. Like, it's kind of dichotomous like that.
Period.
We hear about the Freemasons and the Illuminati and all these guys. They run the fucking world, dude. Now, if it's the peons spreading this type of stuff, it's all just horseshit, sure. But you can probably find this type of stuff in the readings of the kinds of Manly P. Hall and Albert Pike and all that stuff. I haven't read it, so I wouldn't be able to tell. But if you can find it in their books, these guys were 32nd, 33rd degree top G's. So
top G.
You'd have to investigate, but only after doing that might you actually know.
We have Dragonite that's just joined the panel, guys. Welcome, Dragonite. W Pokemon. Feel free to chime in. It is Sunday night. Actually, it's
Who's this
night.
Pokemon?
Yeah. Who's that Pokemon? Man, I never had one of those, unfortunately. Them shits is hard to find, boy.
Listen to this, right? At the end of this particularly. Ley lines are imaginary straight alignments. Well, you can't have straight on a globe. Between significant landmarks or structures often considered to be connected to ancient paths, earth energies, or mystical powers. The concept popularized in the mid-20th century suggests that ancient civilizations deliberately erected structures along these lines. While some believe ley lines possess supernatural properties, mainstream archaeologists and scientists consider them a form of pseudoscientific theory.
Whoa.
An archaeologist calling someone a pseudoscientist. That's funny.
W. Guys, we have Mark that's just joined the panel as well. It's a globetard, right?
They're all
Pretty sure it's a
globetrotters.
Oh, facts. But I'm eating Wagyu right now, dude. I'm trying to cook somebody. Mark, you're up. We also have Corvo as well. Planes go up, planes go down. Corvo, Vlad the Impaler. Just a quick reminder, we're also live as well. Shout out to everybody on the panel.
Shout out to CB.
Hey, man. Ain't no sweat off my back. This is, you're supposed to do things you love and enjoy, and it will never be work. So
I don't think you get enough credit sometimes for keeping it, keeping people talking. You know what I mean?
Well,
or keeping like a subject going or something like that. You know?
I appreciate you guys that. But hey, listen, they already gave me a plaque, bro. We're good. I got all the recognition I need. Have you guys seen my plaque?
You want to get a gold watch? A long service
Actually,
leave or something?
I think I'm gonna get one actually. An Omega or something soon. Let me show you my plaque real fast.
I wanted to get a nice watch. I ended up getting a Casio G-Shock because I thought I'd wreck something else. It's still a good one though.
Yeah, I feel you.
Like $600
that's
or
a
something.
W.
Like got a compass and shit on it.
Nice, bro. I'm trying to get me an Omega here soon.
Yeah, that wouldn't last on my
Anyway, there's my
and fucking smash it.
La-di-da.
You don't like my
compass.
A compass.
You're asking how much that bottle was, and you're talking about buying an Omega. I don't think so, buddy.
It didn't have a fucking price tag on it, bro. Like, I got some Wagyu. Like, I'm gonna have some red wine with my Wagyu. I'm sorry.
What'd you get? A Pinot
You see
Noir?
my plaque in the chat. Oh, I gotta get a cab, bro. Come on now, we in California. Boy. Guys, check out my plaque in the chat. That's how you know it's official. I am just, I've been appointed as the head of the cultural development department. That's all the recognition I need, dude. We're good.
Integrating the three generations that exist on this server.
Yes.
Wait, is that for real?
Yes. Yes, it's legit. I had to send it in, wait for approval.
Is that a Freemason symbol down the bottom?
No.
You should have put one on there just to fuck around people's heads.
It's just no, it's legit, bro. Dude, I'm so glad you recognize that. Go ahead.
Yeah, dude, that's the symbol of the Rosicrucians. You're fucked.
Oh
yeah,
shit.
Yeah. Is that,
I need to like it's like a notary, you know. That's how you know it's legit.
What's all those little symbols under there? Is that it looks like Celtic or Gaelic or something, is it?
Look, it's how you know it's official. It's like Old English and shit, dude. Yeah. I had to sign it, send it in. Yeah, man. But yeah, dude, mending the 3 generations, I love that shit, bro.
Nah, dude, you don't understand. You see, on all the dots of all the eyes on that plaque, those are all Illuminati eyes, and I can see at least 2 of them. So you're doubly fucked already. Now, if there's more,
Listen,
wow.
You don't know what kind of stuff I had to go through to get this plaque, bro.
Oh shit!
You didn't put your real name on it though.
No, like CB. That's how you know. That's how you know it's official.
I know your initials are CB, but
You guys probably wouldn't even believe what my real name is, bro. Some of you guys actually know what it is.
I know what it is.
Yeah. It's like what irony, you know what I mean?
It's Tyrone, isn't
it? Yeah, might as well be.
Tyrone.
That's funny as hell.
Why was I thinking that exact same name?
No, you fucking weren't.
I was. That's fucking weird, dude.
Cap Earther, bro. Tyrone. I'm not that black, guys. Come on, man. You fucking guys.
Well, of course, right? You can read, so.
Oh shit! Oh, we're going full racist tonight. I'm here for it, guys. I'm here for it.
And he likes watermelon.
Yeah. I actually don't like watermelon. I don't even like fried chicken.
What?
Guys.
You ain't black.
Yeah, that's how you say it. That's exactly how you say it there.
But you got some of that grape drank.
No, I don't like grape. I don't like grape shit either.
Is that like Ribena or something?
Ribena. Too funny. I don't know why it took me so long to darken the profile picture because everyone's like, you must be like, you're weird. So like, all right, ChatGPT,
Like a
darken
white,
this shit.
like
for
a
me,
white
please.
Japanese guy.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, some people think I'm actually like, they look at me like, oh, are you like Asian? I'm like, no. Oh, are you like Italian? No. Oh, are you like Latino?
No, I like fried
No.
chicken. Oh, you
I'm
black.
You black? Oh, you black. Yeah, so it's funny shit.
You get everything but half, like half black.
Yeah, that's like the last thing they guess for me.
Are you Mexican?
Holy shit, you're Mexican? I get stuff like that all the time. I'm what they call racially ambiguous. You just drop me off in any country, I'll probably fit right in.
I was going to say racially challenged.
Maybe true. That may be true. There's probably some truth to that.
Drop you off anywhere and you'll be all right.
Low key,
That's
dude.
funny.
There's some truth. Like I go to Mexico and they'd be like, because TJ is like right there. Mexico's like right there. I can drive my car to the border and walk across. And I'll walk through the they have like a US line, like foreigners, and then they have like, the other line. And I just go through the other line. Like, oh yeah, right this way, I say. I'm like, yeah, gracias.
Yeah, and then you walk out, hey, patrón.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, muchas gracias. ¿Dónde están las mujeres?
Bien, bien.
It's pretty
Hasta
nice.
mañana, amigos.
Yeah, pretty much. I haven't been down there in a while.
Nah, you know what your real test will be is if you can walk through the fence, the hole in the fence.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yo.
If you're Mexican, they'll let you through.
That's funny, bro.
Yeah. If it's legit, they'll be like, "Oh, he's going home," Cool, no problem.
He's
Go,
going
let go.
get
Right
out of
this
here. Yeah, let him get out of here. Yeah, exactly. Oh, too funny.
Yeah. Gotta go, guys. Catch you later.
All right, Timbo. How it going, bro?
Hasta mañana. Ese.
See way. All right, guys, that's Timbo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Timbo for adding content tonight. This is a chill panel, bro. Not a whole lot of people. Only person in here is Zyka. Zyka and Mark. I think Mark is the guy that's like, I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken. He's like, if you could take a trip to space, like why wouldn't you do that? I don't know, maybe that's a different guy. I'm pretty sure the last time we spoke, he was like, you guys aren't even trying hard enough to go to space. If you just went to space, like you should just put more effort into that. It's like, what? It's like putting effort into going to Narnia. What effort? Yeah, chat's saying that's the same Mark. Facts. That's dumb. You're not just putting enough effort into like trying to go to fictional places that don't exist. Why would we try to do that? Well, you could prove the flat Earth if you like went to space. What? What are you talking about, dude? You already proved the Earth is flat. We don't need to go anywhere. What kind of effort do I need to put in to go to Hogwarts? You know? You can't go there. So it doesn't matter what effort, technology, finances, hopes and dreams, none of that's gonna help you get to a place that is not real. So it's just dumb when people say that. Well, you're not trying hard enough. Really? You think it's a lack of effort? Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll just say hi to the rest of the panel here. We are live, guys, so make sure if you're not following the YouTube channel, make sure you go give that a follow. Let's take a quick look over there and see what's the vibes. This is Helio's channel. We're at 1.34 thousand. So 1,000, just a little under 1,500 subscribers. We have more videos than subscribers. That's crazy. I wonder if we're getting shadow banned. But make sure you guys subscribe. And let's click on the video. Let's see who's live. We got people in the chat. Probably from earlier. 12 likes on the video. Make sure you like the video, guys. Subscribe. Say what's up in the chat. You know, stuff like that boosts us in the algorithm and whatnot. So get over there and say what's up in the chat. I just dropped a comment. Oh, shit. Oopsie. Let me switch accounts real fast. Okay. YouTube, what up? Cool. All right. I liked the video. I subscribed. I said what up in the chat. Did my part. But yeah, we're up to 1,340 subscribers. We got 30 people watching on the YouTube. Damn, that's impressive. There's more people watching on YouTube than are in the panel right now. But I want to say this. You never know who's listening, bro. Honestly. You never know who's listening. I think my best point for that is how there are some big names out there that have dropped certain phrases or words that definitely originated from here. You got to ask yourself, where did you first hear the word globetard? Was it in here or somewhere else? There's a pretty good chance you heard that for the first time in one of these communities or one of our people. Globetard, that's the phrase, that's the word. Now, I can present to you 2 people that have used that word. 3. Let's get some math going. Let's find out their audience size. Wikipedia. Does it not show? What the heck? So Andrew Tate. Love him or hate him, the guy has dropped the word globetard before. And doesn't say how big his audience is here. Maybe I can search it. In December of 2023, Tate had over 8.5 million followers on Twitter. As of August 2024, Tate has 9.9 million followers on X, Twitter. He was the third most Googled person in 2023. And his Wikipedia article was ranked among the top 25 in 2023. Fucking impressive. Okay. Now, he's dropped for the audience the word globetard. You got to ask yourself, where the hell did he hear that from? Maybe he wasn't directly listening to our streams, but someone was. Right? Unless you genuinely believe that, I don't know. I've never heard that word globetard outside of this community. That's our shit. For sure. Trademark, copyrighted. So that's a big name dropping bombs that may have originated from here. Maybe he actually listened to our stream. You never know, guys. That's my ultimate point that I'm making right now, is that you never know who's listening. There's 30 people watching us on YouTube right now. Could be you literally do not know. People could be tuned in, that are mega celebrities, and they're learning from us. So that's why it's like always imperative to, is that even a word? To just like keep cooking. Always drop gems on the stream. Even if it's dead air, come on, say something. So you don't know who's listening. It's not that we have demographic or information on the listeners. So you should just assume that someone's listening, you know? It's also live and recorded, so people can go back and listen if they want to. That's one name. There's like, I can name 2 others. Let's look up Sneeko. Sneeko's audience size. So Sneeko, let's see. He's almost got like 1 million followers. Let's see here. Let's just check his social blade. Okay, it's up to 1.27 million followers. He got banned off of YouTube in 2022. But he was up to 1.3 million followers. Let's see his Twitter. He's got, let's see how many followers he has on Twitter here. Okay, not about 1 million followers, bro. And he's also literally saying the word globetard to his audience. Again, ask yourself, where did they get that from? It's not a random word you just pick up off the ether, bro. Whatever that means. That's 2 people. That's 10 million people right now. And third, but not least, let's look up John Zerka. Some people in the chat are probably like, fuck all those guys. Okay, I get that. Yeah. See how many followers Zerka has on Twitter. Get out of here. Oh.
To the middle of the screen until you reach the app switcher. Then swipe up on the apps you want to close.
Weird. My phone just tweaked out there for a second. Zerka. God damn it, it wants me to sign in. And welcome to whoever's showing of Dracula and Antropian. What's happening, dude? I hear you breathing. Zerka has 170,000 followers, and Entropian's gone. Dracula Philosopher. What's happening, dude? Also, Grisp, Elbow, Kembo, Mark, Mike, Zov, T-Dub, T, Zyka, Crit, and we are live on YouTube, guys. But anyway, hope you guys got the point about always cooking on the stream. You never know who's going to listen. Could be a celeb, could be just Joe Blow. Somebody's out there listening, guys. So keep cooking. Keep your foot on their necks. All right, where do we go from here, chat?
Not too sure, man. Late as fuck here.
What was that? What?
Yeah.
So, you said, where do we go from here? I'm like, I'm not too sure. It's late as shit. I don't know who's going to be popping in.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't stay out too late. I'm probably gonna go for a run with my brother in the morning, so I shouldn't stay on too late. But got some energy. Feel like I'd book a little bit. Hopefully, get some activity going. I don't know. It's kind of dead as fuck right now.
Who's in here? No newcomers or anything?
Well, there's Zeke at the bottom.
Zeke is the only one at the moment. And there are things says flat Earth also, so maybe they're trolling, but maybe they're legit. Yeah, I called on the last 2 people, but they were shy, so welcome.
Come on, don't hold back on us. Come on.
I know, right? Well, maybe I can go through my I got some content I could maybe drop for you guys. Oh, I do have some content for you guys. Hold on. My Instagram, I found a video recently. It was like an AI clip, and said something about Antarctica. It was so weird. I don't know who made this video, but it had some content about ice wall and flat Earth and stuff. I don't know. It might be TOS because it mentions the N word. Let me see.
That's easy. Nigga Tech built the big off by any fuel nuclear engine. So why Antarctica? Simple. The fat niggas came to find the ice.
Should I not play it? It keeps calling. It says the N word a couple of times. I don't want to trigger anybody. But it's like an AI video someone made. We're like, yeah, we went to Antarctica, and then we saw the ice wall, and like, blah 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 blah. I'll just post it in the chat, I guess.
Do you guys ever run through those pre-recordings or pre-clipped recordings of gems that were picked up over the years, like a radio broadcast type thing?
What do you mean?
You know, there was like a radio kind of loop playing through like a bunch of key moments over the years. What was it called? The FE bot, I think.
Over.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, sort of.
Oh, is it only over there?
Well, wait, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, I'm low-key confused.
I remember at some point I would jump in one of these channels when few people are here or nobody or whatever, and there was a bot that was just playing recordings of stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know,
That's at
clips
the
of
home
gems.
server.
You know. Oh, is it only there? Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Really?
When it was
Because
quiet,
I would have thought that yeah. Because I would have thought that the YouTube bot would have been in there also, and it would have been broadcasting the bot just to keep on you.
It was.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we only have the FE bot over at the home server. We could use it to play. Like if I have a video, I could put it in the bot and it would play for us. And the YouTube stuff.
Used to be super easy to use, and then someone changed it all, and it's like, I quit trying to get it to work in the end.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know why the fuck we don't go over there. Like, we could at least go over like a day or two. The fuck?
Nobody's in there anymore, so I'm like, I'll just jump in where everybody
We
is.
shouldn't just abandon it, dude. That's what pisses me off. We put so much work and effort into that place, and like, it's been abandoned, and we just don't go over there. Like, why?
It's definitely great for archival, affairs. But
it doesn't have to be. We're all here. All we have to do to decide is click on the fucking live stream and just go in. Like, that's all we have to do. We should just at least do it. Like, if we're gonna do politics and religion, that's cool. But it doesn't have to be every single day. We could pick like 1 day or 2 days out of the week and go to the home base. I don't see why that's not a thing, dude. Like, if I need to start that, I will, because I don't think we should just leave it dead. Like we built it up so much and it's just been left cobwebs and shit. I hate it. I like what we're doing here. There is definitely a benefit to this, but it's just annoying that we've abandoned our home base, bro. Like, we don't have to leave forever. We should go over there. We should just do like every Thursday or what, just pick a day, like just make it every Monday or something, or we do speculation Sundays over there or something like that. Just pick a day every day consistently. That's the day we're in 24/7, make it a whole event.
Yeah.
Because we had so much more control over there. It's our server. We have way
I'm
more
open to that.
control. We have control over the events, the bot. There's more stuff we can do. Like, we should
Was it
not
not?
just abandon it.
Was it not more about like there's no new people over there?
Well,
You know?
I don't think because we never had that problem. The well never dried up. You know,
Really? So
so that's
randos
not
would be
the
like,
issue.
"Oh, there's a Flat Earth server, so I'm going to join it." You know?
Yes,
Really? Okay.
100%. Yeah.
Who browses servers?
Well, I mean, I see where you're coming from, like thinking like that, but dude, we never had that problem. We never had a problem of like, where is
Okay.
everybody? Like, we always had people coming in, and I think a big part of us coming over here was like Spake, you know, love him or hate him, shout out to him. He was like really big on having these like, what do you call it? Like field trips or like these mission trips or whatever you call it. Going to different servers and like linking up and like he was really big on that. And so we
Who?
started this politics thing and well, you probably don't actually you might not remember him, but his name was Spake Face. He also went by
No.
Panto. Yeah. Him and I look at a falling out. But he's not even he doesn't hang around anymore. But like he would
Mm.
welcome whoever just joined Quets and whoever. Probably resolve.
Kembo, I think. Or
Nice.
Elbow.
So oh shit, Radman's here?
No, Elbow.
Elbow's been here. But yeah, he was really big on these like, you know, field trips. And so he would go and be like, hey, are you cool if we have a channel? And so that just popped off. You know, it just popped off and we've been here ever since, dude. And like I like it. It's
Well,
cool. At first I was like, man, what's all this bullshit? But like now I see the mission now. But we should not abandon home base, bro. No.
Well, if you would propose that similar to Speculation Sunday, we have a segregated day to do something like that. I don't know if you would want to. Someone would want to propose like a 1 day where it's like it's just regrouping, you know, reconciling, whatever, at home base per se, or just have the day there, but also do all those things because it's a safe space, you know.
But here's the thing. I've been
I don't
saying
know.
this. I just
Wouldn't
need
be
to put my
against it.
freaking foot down or something. I don't know. I need to stop asking and just do it or something. Because I've been saying this for a long time. We just pick a day, pick 2 days. There's 7 days in the
Oh
week.
yeah,
We're here in politics like every day. You know, it's not that we have to stop doing this, but we need to, especially with people knowing where we're at, like they're gonna find us, bro. They're gonna be like, damn, what how many times have you joined? You click on Discord, you go to politics, nobody there. Politics and religion, nobody there. You're gonna be like, all right, where is everybody? You know, you're gonna be wondering where they're at. Are they on X? Where are these ninjas? Then you look in 24/7. Oh, they're there. Cool, great. Just click on the thing. You know, they're gonna find us, bro. So I think we do that. I think we just need to pick 1 or 2 days out of the week, and that's where we're at. Honestly, and the way to do that, in my opinion, put the damn bot in there. Put the YouTube in there. I'm not about to sit in no panel with no YouTube. Why do you think I'm asking for live all the time? I know I'm joking, but like low key, I'm serious. Like, are we live? Like, dude, if we're not live, then what are we doing here? That's the whole point. We got to be live. It's like a streamer not go. It's like a streamer like not being live or something. It's like you got to be live, dude. So just put the YouTube in there, and that's where we're at. Done. Maybe I'll talk to my boy Flat Lloyd, right? We'll figure something out. But 1 or 2 days, 24/7, we're in our home base because we can't just have it die, bro. The chat's always lit. The chat used to be so lit. It was so fun. I don't need to remind you guys how W our server is, but letting it just collect cobwebs is stupid.
I mean, is it really? I mean, I can recall a few times over the last maybe few weeks. You know, albeit, yeah,
Not
like
enough.
people weren't necessarily in the room, but it had been referenced to new people. It's like, hey, you know, we've got all our archives and references and shit like that in there. Go check it out.
That's
People are
fine.
like, okay, you know,
It's not
it's so
enough.
it's something. At the very least, it's something. You
That's
know,
fine.
but if you want
I
to,
just
yeah, if you want to
it's
amp
not
it, yeah, if you want to amp it up there, I'm game for that. But just knowing that it's not totally a total loss just yet.
I mean, let me ask you this. Watch this, Mike. I'm gonna go over there. Watch this. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go over there. I'm gonna search from Mike. Let's see.
Last post.
Yeah. Wait, what the fuck?
Oh, granted, it'll be a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just search from Creation Bear. Fuck, we'll do that. I don't even know how to find you over there. What the hell? From Creation Bear. My last message, May 16th. And honestly, a lot. I haven't been typing over there. It's like me posting shit in the admin room, like memes and shit. Because
Yeah,
we got an
okay.
admin room, guys, dude. The admin room is crazy over there, dude. We be posting crazy shit, dude. The admin room is fucking hilarious. But yeah, man, we need to go back over there, dude. I'm sick of this shit. We put in so much work. That's the thing. All right, I'll stop bitching about it. But yeah, we'll do something about it soon.
Yeah, have your mod powwow or something like that, and make the call.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it.
I'm down.
If you build it, they will come. I don't even need to ask mods. We'll just put the bot in there. It's over. That's where we're gonna be at. All right. Damn, I need my soundboard back, bro. Holy. We need to go to politics. This politics religion doesn't have a soundboard. It's painful. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Maybe I can get some clips going for you guys while we're chilling before I roll up out of here. I'll probably jump out maybe at the top of the hour or something. You know me, I do like clips. It's been a while since I've used these, so maybe I have to see what I can do.
Get that B-roll.
Yeah, I do have a ton of B-roll. Let me just drop my gate real fast and I'll play some stuff. It should be pretty fun. I can just riff off some of these clips. Cause like I'll be watching like podcasts and you know streams or just videos. And something will happen in the video that makes me think of moments that we have over here. And then we can just reflect. It's because, like I said, you never know who's listening. There's probably a lot of new people listening. That's what I did when I was new. I was a listener. I just sat quiet in the back. No one knew who I was. And I just take notes. And so you don't know who's out there just listening, taking notes. And so a lot of times I try to address stuff to those people. You guys already know what to do.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I mean, that's how I started. I had a friend who had, brought up the topic, thought I was an idiot, went over some shit, whatever. He sent me all the Eric Dubé and the Flat Earth Dave guys, yada, 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 went through all that. And then he sent me a link to you guys' live stream. And I think I was listening for a few months. Right? At the time, like when, back then when Gregory was around, right? And last year, February time, I think. And then or before that. And then I jumped in and I'm like, fuck it, I'll create a Discord. I want to say hello. Thank you guys for your service. Doing a great job. Like your shit. Like the way you guys communicate. Yada, yada, yada. And then I got roped in with you clowns. So I'm stuck. But that's what happened. Because of the YouTube. Now you guys are cursed with me. Here.
Who checked you in?
You and Matrix.
There you go.
Never gonna forget that. Fucking Matrix railing on me. He's like, you motherfucker, your alt count, I remember your voice. I'm like, shut the fuck up. I just got here. It was hilarious. And then you and I stuck around for a couple hours chit-chatting. Remember that?
Yeah.
It was great.
The one.
Bro, I'm laughing my ass off. I have so many good clips, bro. They're just chilling on my server. We should honestly go through some of these before I get out of here. If I mute the YouTube and something TOS gets played, is that bad still?
Wait, if you mute the YouTube, it no longer picks
you can
up?
deafen the bot, I think. Can you? No, we can't do that here. Can
No,
we?
you can't deafen it. You can only server
Damn it.
mute it. What the fuck? See, that's what I'm saying, bro. We need to go over to the freaking home server every now and again, bro. We got Roots, we got Daz, we got Ninjas joining, bro. Damn it. Dude, I want to play a clip so bad. It's just a funny clip where this guy, he's like, I labeled it taking the facts with a grain of salt. Because he makes the point where he's like, because flat earthers will say something that might be a little offensive or it's vulgar or like abrasive or brash or whatever. And they'll be like, well, I don't like the way you said that. It's like, well, it's the truth though. Regardless of how it's said, it's the truth. And so in the video, he's like, if some like guy is like, oh, you stupid N-words, there's a fire, get out of here. Are you gonna get out, or are you gonna be like more concerned with what he said or how he said it? Like, no, there's a fire, you're gonna leave. It's not about how it's said. And so I think that's something that I noticed Globers will do. They'll be like, well, you're not presenting your flat earth truth in a nice way. It's like, well, we're giving you truth. Sometimes truth hurts. Sometimes truth is, they literally say that truth hurts. It's not meant to be nice or sweet or sugar coated or glittered up, And it's a really funny clip, and people tell the truths in other places than just here. Sorry, I know I'm fucking Yappuccino right now. What do you think about that, Mike?
No, I was just saying that's a classic video or clip. I know what you're talking about.
You remember that? You remember that shit?
Of course.
I just rewatched it. I'm like, dude, this is so funny.
Yeah, I remember that. Who else but you played it?
Yeah, well, you got good memory. It's been a while, but I really want to play it, but it says the N word in it, so I don't want to get anything banned. So funny though. Yes. And whatever. We'll just move on. I'll do another one. I don't want to jeopardize the panel. God damn, that's a funny clip though. This guy's name is Tommy Sotomayor. And he makes the second point. He's like, oh, you black bitches. If you're on the Titanic, he's like, if you're on the Titanic and it's going down and there's like lifeboats, and some guy's like, oh, you black bitches, get on the boat. Like, are you going to be mad and triggered that he called you black bitches? Or are you going to get your ass on the boat? Like, it's more about the truth sometimes, and as opposed to like how it's said or the way it's phrased or the tonality of it or whatever. So I think that's a good reminder for those listening and also those delivering the truth. You don't have to be nice about it. Like, I've heard this I'm not sure if it's growing, but like I definitely hear a lot of people saying things like, "Oh, this happened recently. Oh, well, you would connect more with your flat Earth truth if you just like were nice about it, dude. No, sorry. Like that's not a goal for me, at least, to be like super sweet and gentle about it. Fuck that.
Yeah, what do you want me to do? Massage your feet and braid your hair?
Yeah, yeah. Doesn't Miggy say stuff like that? Like, oh, do you want us to like rub your back? Or if someone says that, that cracks me up. Yeah, man. Like, no, we're not gonna do that. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just try to reduce the volume when he says it. I'll play it. Go ahead, Mike. You want to say something?
I was just gonna say, like, it is useful sometimes to navigate the waters, with people. Like, if you just dump everything on them all at once, like it's analogous to, you take a fire hose to somebody, they're just gonna like, what the fuck, get out of my face, But you deliver it properly, they might be more inclined to receive it. I guess that's more of quantity than it is quality in that sort of sense. But
we had a sorry, go on. Thought you finished.
No, yeah. I guess it's more of a quantitative question than qualitative. But I think it can be both. Like you get somebody on their back, on their hind legs. They may not be receptive to it. So it's I hear your point. It is critical, but some people are just not ready to handle that. So.
Just
pick your battle.
Gotta play it by ear a little bit. I mean, but we because earlier today we had this fantastic discussion in here with this dude. He was super chill. He was just asking questions. He was like, "Yeah, that's interesting." And he wasn't combative or anything, And a few of us chimed in, and nobody yelled. Nobody got called a retard. It was fucking awesome, man. I really enjoyed that discussion.
Was that the guy with the camera?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I realize I can play it. I'm gonna drop the volume when he says the N word. So it's only 1 minute and 20 seconds long, but just so you guys can hear the clip. Honestly, it's really funny. You're gonna hear some nonsense and cackling and laughter in the background, but like try to catch the point though, right? Where you might hear something offensive, but it also might be the truth, and you need to not be a bitch. Basically, ultimately, you just need to not be a bitch if someone's telling you the truth, dude. So this is Tommy Sotomayor talking to some 304s on Fresh and Fit.
Now, you should ask you something. How do you feel about racism? Is wrong, right? So if a guy comes in here right now, he busts in the door and he said, "Hey, you stupid fucking! There's a fire outside." Are you going to sit here?
Yeah.
CB, it's kind of being filtered out.
Garbled? Oh shit! I probably my bad. I forgot to turn my freaking suppression down.
Yeah, voice suppression. There you go.
Fuck.
All right. You had it. You had it.
All right, one more time. Sorry, chat. My bad. Honestly, my bad. I'll do it one more time. It's only a minute long, so just bear with me here. Again, you're gonna hear lots of laughter and stuff, but just like hear the point. Honestly, Tommy's making a really good point here in front of a bunch of girls and stuff, but it's a strong point. It's why I saved it. But just something to remember. Let's take a listen.
No, you should ask you something. How do you feel about racism? Is wrong, right? Yes. So if a guy comes in here right now, he busts in the door and he said, "Hey, you stupid fucking! There's a fire outside." Are you going to sit here and debate his racism and hatred? Yeah. Yeah, see, take the information and save yourself. How much time are you gonna spend on your way getting the fuck out of here? Letting them know racist is. You're gonna be saying it. You won't say a fucking word. It's racism. I'm gonna say it.
Mo's dying in the background.
I'm gonna say it on the way. I'm gonna do. He's gonna come here and say that, and then I'm just gonna like push him down so he can stay in the fire. You're not gonna be thinking of anything like that with a fire going on. Sure, and they don't. Titanic. Said, "All you black bitches get off."
Oh, dude, Mo, bro. I freaking love Mo. He's in the background. He's a sound engineer. Bro is just dying the whole time, bro. So funny. I actually love Fresh and Fit, bro. Honestly,
That's pretty
watch
funny, man.
It's awesome, bro.
For some reason, I think your voice expression was still going on there, but I heard
Was
more.
it trash still? God damn it.
Yeah, I don't know. Because you got some voice suppression, right, as a feature. But then I guess maybe just with the exuberance of the clip, it kind of just gets washed out in your microphone. So
I just realized I had like my my MacBook's noise suppression on. Whatever, it's fine. I'm not gonna play it again. But you guys got the point. Just like and also we have somebody just joined.
5K.
5K. What's up, dude? Go ahead, 5K. What's up, bro? So you just joined? Don't worry, you can hop in the backpack. We'll carry you. And he's gone. Well, we tried, chat. We tried. I don't know, bro. I know FNF gets a lot of hate and people don't like it and stuff like that. But dude, there's something about the team. They just mesh so well together. Mo, Chris, who's a flat earther, by the way. The producer of Fresh and Fit. He's a flat earther. His name's Chris. All those faces that I put in the chat. I'll put one in the chat right now. This guy. That's Chris. He's a flat earther, bro. Like they someone donated to the to like one of their streams a while back, and they were like, yo, get Dave Weiss on the show. He'll talk about flat earth. And they were like, oh, don't worry, we're gonna have on John Zerka. He'll talk about flat earth. And then Chris, since he's like the producer, he does a lot of the camera angle changes and switches cameras and stuff. What he'll do is he'll put the camera on himself and do stuff like this that's in the chat. But what he did when that chat came through, he said he put the camera on himself and started nodding and stuff because and like you would expect that they would be like, oh, flat earth, yeah, no, that's stupid. They were like, oh no, flat earth, Chris would love him for sure. They were like, oh, flat earth, nice. Yeah, Chris would love him. And Chris puts the camera on himself and starts nodding and stuff. I'll put that in the chat as well.
Hey CB, do you know John Zerka? Or does any flat earthers know him?
Of course. Yes.
Can't we like use him to infiltrate Fresh and Fit? Like, can't we get John to bring you or somebody else, Elijah, somebody on?
Now, yes and no. Yes and no. The thing with Fresh and Fit that I've come aware of, and I've spoken to some of their Discord mods and stuff, like, and this is not uncommon or exclusive to channels like Fresh and Fit. It's like pretty common across the board. If you need to be vetted if you're gonna go on the news. If they're gonna bring you on, you need to be vetted. They can't just bring on any random person that has no history on the internet, bring you on and hope for the best. They need to see that you've done something consistently, properly, demonstrably over time. And so Fresh and Fit, like they're not just gonna bring on any rando. You have to have history, content. You've been doing this for a while. You know what you're talking about, etc. Now, they can't just bring me on. I'm a nobody. Nobody knows who I am. I don't have history, content, etc. So they can't bring me on, bro. Who could go on there is someone in the community that welcome back 5K as well. Someone that does have a history, content, doing it for a while. We only have a few of those. To be honest, Witsit, I've talked to Witsit, and he's like, he felt really confident. He's like, oh yeah, I could definitely get on there. And like, would I support that? Maybe. Dave Weiss, like those are the characters that could potentially go on to a show and have something to say. They're not just gonna bring on, as much as we'd like Indio or somebody to go on there. Nobody knows who he is. He could just go on there and just say some crazy shit. They had to kick him off and apologize for his behavior. So, you know, that's why I think Miggy's idea of like, let's go mainstream, let's go big, let's have a show is great, because we do 100 shows, 1,000 shows, whatever. Then we got history. Then we got content. People can look back and see, okay, these guys are consistent. They're not just going to crash out on our stream. Then we could maybe go on a Fresh and Fit. Now, Zerka himself has done some really good content on Fresh and Fit. He's like, he's done it with the girls. He's done it without the girls. He's been on Jesse Lee Peterson. This is, let's see, I have a...
You know, my only problem with Zerka, though, is a bit unhinged, right? And he's not exactly the most credible person after his... what did he do with Tiki Taki and a few of the crazy shit?
Fucking smoked by Tiki Taki, yeah.
Yeah, he's not exactly the best advocate.
Yeah. Yeah, but hey, listen, bro, he's got a big audience and he's willing to tell his audience that the earth is flat, so I gotta give him credit for that, you know? And so, let me just play a clip real fast. I'm gonna switch mics so you guys can hear this for real. 1 second. Just give me 1 second, chat. Let me switch some things here. But I do want you to hear how Zerka is willing to tell his audience, and not only his audience, but like the Fresh and Fit audience, about the earth being flat. Here's the clip. Hopefully you guys can hear this shit.
Sua, I want to hear the panel's thoughts about international agreement.
Wait, the hell? Hold on, chat. Yeah, so someone donated and was like, what do you guys think about the international agreement to not explore Antarctica? Right? The treaty or whatever. It was a donation.
Sua, I want to hear the panel's thoughts about international agreement to not explore Antarctica.
So that's actually Chris in the background. He's like, oh shit, flat Earth. It's him who says that, by the way. Chris is hilarious, bro.
National agreement to not explore Antarctica. That's some deep shit right there. Yo, are there any globetrotters on this panel?
Okay, that's Sneeko. Sneeko says, are there any globetrotters on this panel? Again, we talked about this earlier. Where do you think he got that from, dude? 100% that's from us. 100%. Globetard, that's our shit. So yeah, Chris is like, oh shit, flat Earth? And Sneeko's like, are there any globetrotters? That's 2 people in a row. They're like flat earthers. And then Zerka pops in, the third person. Listen closely.
For Antarctica. That's some deep shit right there. Yo. Are there any globetrotters on this panel? Yeah, facts.
That's great.
The Earth is flat. There's a firmament. That movie too long.
This is like an heart attack over here.
This fucking homosexual believes in the Mars. Every picture of Mars, lander, and space, and Pluto, and Planet X, it's all computer-generated pictures. That's why it's called sea level, because the sea is level. That's why it's called tectonic plates, because they're plates. That's why it's called horizon, because it's horizontal at 120,000 feet. Just like Einstein, your Jew fuck said it's a motionless plane. The Earth is an observable motionless plane. The Earth is flat. There's a firmament. Read page 1 of Genesis. Don't worry. It's gonna be fine tomorrow.
Dude, honestly, bro, like he was saying some facts right there. Bro was spitting facts. It's horizon, horizontal, motionless plane, etc., etc. Like that's facts, bro. So I gotta give him credit. I gotta give the guy credit. I know he's vulgar. I know he's like loud and fucking crazy. But he's willing to tell large audiences about this stuff. And that's not something that most people are willing to do. You know, they're like, well, I gotta get, I monetize my audience. And if I say flat earth, I'm gonna like break my audience in half and shit. He's willing to do that. So I gotta give the guy credit for that, regardless of how you feel about him. So that's a big clip. I'm so glad I was there for that live. That's 3 guys out of a room full of, let's see, there's Bills, Mo, Fresh, Myron, Chris, Zerka, Sneeko. That's 7 guys. And out of the 7, that's 3 of them that were like pro flat earth. Half. And like Myron doesn't take a stance. He's like, it's not important to me. He's like, these other things are more important to me. Fresh he's spoken not like positively, but like when it comes up, people are like, oh yeah, Chris likes flat earth. Like he doesn't just shit on it just randomly just because. So fuck, man, I don't know. I could totally see us going on a show like this eventually. We just need more time. We need more consistency. We need more online presence. And definitely in the future I could see it happening. Don't be fooled, man. Like that show, especially Myron's solo content, and also MrBatman.com, welcome. Myron has a lot of solo content where he just goes live on his own without Fresh and some of the other guys, and it's really good content. He's going deep on like other truths and wars and political stuff, and he's covering like what do you call it? Like crime. He does like true crime and all kinds of stuff. He goes into all kinds of shit. And like there was a stream recently, he was like, yeah, they lie about everything, chat. They lie about this, they lie about that, everything's a lie. Like he's I can see it. I can see him maybe not being a flat earther, but he's there. He's super close. So
Can you imagine QE being on that show?
that would be crazy, bro. Somebody though, honestly, it doesn't even have to be QE. Maybe like it could be anybody, really. Shout out to QE. That would be crazy. I don't know if he would connect super well with them ninjas, but somebody.
I don't think so, but I'm just imagining like somebody's gonna say something stupid. Hey, he's gonna go off the fucking rails.
They might love it because honestly, like, Myron's like, welcome to the most toxic, racist, misogynist, sexist stream on the internet. Like he's so funny when he does shit like that. I know he's joking, but like they love that shit. That like they're here for the beef. They want to say things that are controversial, no things that no one else is gonna say. And that is the kind of person that I don't know.
Yeah.
I just rock with that. I rock with that heavy, dude.
I could just see QE be like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Don't
They
fucking
might actually
overtalk.
like that. They would love that. I feel like they could be in the background hitting the Don DeMarco button, like, "You're Don DeMarco." After Kiwi's cooking somebody's dumbass. Like, I can just so see it. I've got a vision for it, so. I just need time, man. Maybe one day. But yeah, bro. Shout out to these big... even like Andrew Tate. He's got clips. I have clips of Tate being like, the earth is flat, space is fake. You guys want to hear it? This is it right here.
Earth is flat and space is fake. Elon wouldn't lie to me. Did Elon say it's a circle? Well, whatever. Yeah, Elon wouldn't lie. I believe the Earth was flat and space was fake until Elon started doing space. Can't trust NASA from the Nazis. Alex Jones is right.
Bro, that's Andrew and his brother Tristan. This is like right after they like got out of jail. They did they did like a fake jail stream where they like live stream themselves in jail. They like set up their own jail and live stream themselves for 24 hours and some shit. Huh? Roots, you're hot micing, bro. Unless you want to chime in.
You guys stand up. Am I off mute?
Yeah.
Oh shit, my bad. Sorry, dudes. My microphone
No worries. Yeah, it happens, bro. No worries. So, yeah, like they did like a fake jail stream, super funny, and like I remember watching that stream live. I was like a madman. I don't know why I was watching that, but like so many viewers were watching that live. At least like, pretty sure there was like 500,000 people watching live. It was stupid. So many people. And he's like, the earth is flat and space is fake. Like, he just said that on the fucking stream, live. What? Where do you think he got that from? Space is fake. That's like copyrighted from our shit. You know? Then Tristan's like, yeah, I thought it was fake and gay too until like Elon. Like, they always talk highly of Elon, but bro, I'm telling you, the truth is getting out there, dude. More and more people know this stuff. And these big names, like, I know people don't like Tate. I know people don't like Fresh and Fit. I know people don't like Sneeko. I know people don't like Zerka. It's fine. But, dude, they have such a large audience. You have to consider that, bro. Like, that doesn't mean you have to like them. That's fine. Like, you probably have good reasons why you don't like them. No problem. But, dude, they have a way bigger audience than we do by, like, 10x or more. And they're telling their audiences the earth is flat, space is fake, shit like that. There's something to be said about that, you know? Sneeko, you heard Sneeko say directly, are there any globetards on this panel? Bro, that's our shit. 1000% that's our shit. So, I don't know, man. Shit's crazy. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna play 2 more clips and I'm gonna roll up out of here. I think there's you know, some people might know Zerko, some people might not. Just 2 clips from Zerko on Fresh and Fit talking. Brings up Flat Earth a little bit more. Like like Myron mentions, like, yeah, like sometimes like I watch like base documentaries with my girl, right? And I think Zerko's like, oh yeah, I'll watch like Flat Earth documentaries with my chick and stuff like that. I'm like geeking my ass off. Let me just get this in order for you guys. 1 second. Okay, yeah, this is it. So Myron's like, yeah, you know, like I like to have like similar like, you know, commonalities with my girl. Like we'll watch like documentaries that are based and shit like that, right? This is like a 1 minute clip.
my rule is like I like to hang out with them, and they have somewhat similar interests. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, bro, I've watched like fucking
careful. You get Chad, it's like a deviant thing. When you watch band documentaries with a girl, it's like we're not supposed to watch this kind of porn.
And then she's right. It's like that's true. Oh damn, yeah.
And the best is when they're washing dishes and they start saying like it's the Jays. You're like, yeah, get rid of this bitch. Come destroy your life. All right, let's no more of that.
We're in the shadow room.
I thought we got a delay. We don't have a delay? Oh, shit. All right. We love the baseball team.
Yeah, obviously it's not. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
No, but Angie's great.
Okay, and then this is the other half.
You, Jay, what the? Man gets head to some Zion. What the fuck? That's like when I oh my bad. That's like when I used to like get I used to get my dick sucked watching flat Earth documentaries, and she's like, again, John with the flat Earth, and I'm like, babe, I want to be real. Like, I'm not gonna hide what I like.
Fucking what was I watching? What was I watching?
He's watching Boston.
I was watching Europa, one of my mates.
Yeah, Chad.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
Mine's fucking a bitch to Ryan Dawson. Ryan Dawson's monotone voice is getting them wet.
They attacked the tower at 12:45 p.m. Sucking his dick.
Yeah, babe, that's Muhammad Atta. He was next,
Bro, dude, so funny. But like, they're sitting there talking about flat Earth, bro.
Damn, those guys are loud.
So loud, so funny. I was there for that live too. Like, so funny, bro. Byron was having such a good time, like with Zerko on the panel. And dude, if I go look right now, let me just take a look at their YouTube real fast. YouTube. Dude, Zerko's funny as hell. I know people don't like him, but I think he's funny as shit, bro. Let's see. Fresh and Fit. 1.57 million subscribers, bro. Like, dude. We have 340 subscribers on our YouTube. These ninjas have 1.57 million. 1.34 thousand to 1.57 million, bro. That's a lot of people, bro. Like, so dope. And also, if it makes you feel any better, we did a collab with their Discord. Fresh and Fit Discord, Flat Earth Discord. We did a collaboration. And we found out that there's a whole bunch of mods over there that are Flat Earthers, bro. It's not like they're red pill. So some of them are already red pilled on this. So it's fucking awesome, bro. Like, we're in a good spot. We're in a great place. And we're not the only ones that know this stuff. Not by any means. There are definitely other people that know this truth. They're just not here. So anyway, I appreciate you guys listening to the clips and shit. I probably should roll out of here. I need to go to bed soon. But it was nice bringing out some old school clips and stuff like that. There's plenty more where that came from.
Yeah, appreciate it, dude. Good stuff.
Yeah, whether you like the whole red pill sexual marketplace stuff, it's still red pill at the end of the day, and red pill will lead to more truth. So these are our guys, you know what I mean? Whether we like them or not, these are the most likely people to wake up to Flat Earth next. So we really should align with them, creating a legion, whatever it is. Maybe we start super chatting them more, whatever it is. But we need to infiltrate them and get the truth out.
That is, you know what? I like that you said that. I haven't thought about that. And honestly, I genuinely think, like, I know there's like you have to be careful, chat. That like conception that people have, like mainstream people have of flat earthers. So like they have all these like weird assumptions tied to who a flat earther is. And it's often way askew. It's like not even close. And I would say that happens very often with like quote unquote red pill stuff as well. They're like they assume a bunch of stuff that may not exactly be what it is, and so people hear Fresh and Fit and they're like, oh, well, that's just like the girls on the panel. No, not really. To be honest, the content that I absorbed from Fresh and Fit, especially in the last year or so, has been the stuff without the girls. There's so much more content. Like Myron does stuff that's solo. Also, welcome Emo Ken as well. This your first time here, buddy?
Emo Ken.
Yeah.
Emo Ken. What's up, dude? What's
Emo Ken?
Have you been around other flat earthers? Have you talked to flat earthers before, bud?
Oh no, I'm just here to listen to it while playing Lego Indiana Jones.
We're actually doing a no listening panel right now, so we're glad you could join us. But have you talked to a flat earther before?
No, not really.
Wow. Yeah, you clicked on a flat earth channel, bro. But it's fine. We'll just give you a quick introduction. It doesn't have to be anything too crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go outside.
I have.
Well, that'd be a good start. Yeah. Chat. What else do you guys have for him? Anything? Quick introduction. Who's got a good elevator pitch?
Well, I can tell him what flat Earth isn't, and I think that's a good place to start.
All right. Yep. Hit it.
You've probably seen, if you've tried to Google flat Earth or YouTube it, you've probably seen a disc in space. That is definitely not flat Earth. That's a straw man, and that's a way to attack the idea to make it look stupid. So flat earthers do not believe we live on a disc in space.
Yeah, I'll reverberate that. Oh shit. Oh. Well, we don't have a lot of beliefs, to be honest. It's not like a belief system. We just go outside and observe the earth, measure the earth, navigate on the earth. It's just the earth outside that we're saying is flat, and for a couple reasons. But I could probably ask you some questions about the universe, and then we would be a lot alike. For example, Ken,
I mean,
what
I
shape
don't really question a lot of things about the universe because I don't care that deeply about the universe. It's not going to help me file my taxes or put food on my table.
Well, it's not supposed to change those things. It's not like knowing the nature of reality is not gonna like relieve you of your life's responsibilities. If you have a family, you still gotta take care of your family. If you have a job, you still need to go to that. If you have like a purpose, you need to still do those things. And so I don't think it's like a bad idea to know your surroundings. For example, like I always use the example of like,
oh yeah, I never said
if you
don't
woke
know
up
your
in a
surroundings. I'm just saying that I don't need to know the universe to know my surroundings.
All right, fair enough.
I think what we're trying to get at is that the idea of a ball in space has consequences. One of those consequences is we live in an endless, expanding universe. Basically, there's a vacuum in the sky. So when you look up at the sky, you will imagine, or a glober will imagine, an endless place with balls of gas and matter in a vacuum. And I think that has a profound effect on your own psyche. So whether you like it or not, you are affected by this belief.
Why does it have a profound effect on your psyche?
Well, because a lot of threats can come from that sky. The sky in the heliocentric model, whether it's aliens, whether it's meteors, all these ideas of solar flares, these threats to the whole of mankind can be shaped by the idea of space. And if everybody believes it, then we can put a tax on it. We can charge people for it. We can control people through fear.
But has that happened?
Well, I mean, what's your stance? Actually, I don't want to go into that topic, but there's knock-on effects to that. So, we have things like global warming, we have things like the Space Force, we have endless and billions of pounds of funding going into this place that could just be a complete fabrication. We're being told who we are by the people who are pushing this model and this idea. I think the latest idea is that we were created by aliens. You know, that's going to have an effect on your philosophy.
Who said that?
Well, if you look at the History Channel, they play Ancient Aliens on repeat all day.
Don't look at the History Channel. Everyone understands the History Channel's bullshit at night.
Nah, not so much, dude. There's a lot of people who get all of their main belief system from the TV.
Also a lot of, I'll be honest, there's a lot of idiots. There's a lot of idiots.
Yeah, but how did we get there? We didn't start off.
Know. There's always been idiots. Idiots aren't a new phenomenon. There's always been idiots, man.
Yeah, but just as a general rule of thumb, the further back you go, it seems the more educated we were. We've been dumbed down.
Well, no, it's just that we didn't write down that there were idiots. Why would you write down about the idiots?
No, it's not that.
Not a lot of people wrote down about the idiots.
It's not that
now we have things like social media, and we can document everything.
No, but before social media, it was obvious we were being dumbed down by the collective decisions we're making. You know, for example, look at global warming.
I mean, I would tell you that the Cold War was pretty dumb.
Right, but what I'm saying is that you need a flower bed to be able to grow these dumb ideas. And that flower bed is the idea that we live in an endless vacuum, that we are not the center or the focus of anything, and that we're on the edge of this endless vacuum of space. That alone creates an insignificance to your life, whether you like it or not.
I mean, I don't ever think about it because I just go to my job or drink coffee.
It's pretty depressing. It's pretty depressing.
No,
now, if
it's not depressing at all because I'm not thinking about my death.
No, but what I'm saying is, why would you sit and wonder about how insignificant we are? You wouldn't.
Exactly, I don't.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, but you still believe it. You still.
I mean, I don't ever think about it.
It's still the basis of your cosmology, whether you like it or not. Doesn't matter how much time you put into it. The model that you have of the world in your mind is a ball in a vacuum, insignificant due to chaos and randomness.
I mean, to be honest, my model of the world really isn't that deep. My model of the world is mostly like my road and the road to my job and my city. I don't really think about Ohio or Florida.
But what I'm saying is, that's a consequence of the dumb cosmology we've been given. People don't care about space, and people don't care about the surroundings.
Well, no, I don't care about that stuff unless if I'm in the mood for it.
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense. Nobody understands this.
What the fuck
this
you
model.
mean it doesn't make sense?
A vacuum in the sky goes against all logic and the laws of nature. A spinning, curving.
Well, it's not in the sky. We're in it.
No, but I'm saying we're in the vacuum, yeah? We're a ball floating in a vacuum. That doesn't make sense logically. It goes against the laws of nature. Water curving around a ball goes against the laws of nature. All of the consequences don't make sense.
I would be a technical dickhead and say that, well, if you get a ball and then pour water on it, you can see it clearly curving down to the bottom and then dripping off. But I'm not gonna be an asshole like that.
No. You're helping me. You're helping me because the ball runs off, right? The water runs off the ball, right? Why? Why does the water run off?
Yeah, because the gravity's down to the floor. That's why it's not towards the ball.
It's not gravity. It's called relative density. Okay, it is gravity. It's specific gravity.
But is it gravity or relative density?
Specific
because
gravity.
You tried to correct me, and then it's like, no, it's gravity. It's like, which one is it?
Dude. Just listen. Yep. Specific gravity is synonymous with relative density. If you hear somebody mention specific gravity, what they're actually discussing with trying to bring up to you is relative density, and that is the fact that more dense things in the medium it's in will go down, less dense things in the medium it's in will go up. So we know the nature of water. We know water will always seek its level and its equilibrium and run to its lowest point till it lays flat. So that's how we know Water can't stick to the surface, a curved surface. It will run down, seek its equilibrium, and lay flat.
I mean, that's cool and all, but this is more of a gravity problem.
I've just told you, we're talking about relative density. You can call it gravity, but what you're actually talking about is specific gravity. You're not talking about the Einsteinian or Newtonian gravity. That's the idea that you've got around your cosmology. That's the bit where there's no evidence and no force. So there's a misconception of gravity that has allowed people to believe that we live on a ball in a vacuum. But that's not gravity, not gravity that we're discussing. So this is what I mean. There's a misconception, and these misconceptions allow us to jump to conclusions. Now we're worried about aliens. Now we're worried about solar flares. Now we're worried about meteorites.
Well, I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, you may not, but we're a collective here. We're a collective
Are
here.
you worried about aliens and G-men and things like that? Are
No,
you?
I know it's nonsense.
Okay, good. I'd be worried about you.
Look at Hollywood. Look at the films. Look at the TV. Look at the media. These are the
Actually,
biggest,
hell,
most exciting ideas.
When was the last Alien movie? I don't remember. Was that like 2010? Hold on. I gotta Google this. When was the last big budget Hollywood film? When was the last? Ooh, 2019. What was it? That's Avengers Endgame and Infinity War.
You just Googled the most general question.
I know. I don't remember the last Alien movie. I wanna find this out. Hold on. Let's find out the last Alien movie. I don't remember Alien movies since like.
I mean, look at Netflix. Look at Netflix, dude. Look how people are addicted to Netflix. Yeah, but you've got to remember, it's not all about you. We're a collective here.
Yeah, I know.
When I say we're being dumbed down, I don't mean me or you. I mean collectively, the population. I mean, for example, if you look back at older societies, celebrities were philosophers. Celebrities.
That was also the time before
physicists.
modern medicine.
Yeah, but modern
medicine. I wouldn't want to live in that
modern
time.
medicine has created the most unhealthy population in mankind's history. So don't give modern medicine too much credit. What's modern medicine
I mean, you
doing
just
for
said
us?
it gave us the best population, most healthy.
No, the sickest. No, we're the sickest population.
Oh, sorry.
Cancer never existed in the old world. Diabetes never existed in the old. No, these are new.
Actually, we were.
These are new problems.
Well, hold on. Let me tell you a fun fact. Like, I'm not doing this as a way to be a dick. I'm just really giddy about fun facts in history. So back when we came over, like Columbus came over, that's its own thing. When Columbus came over, we were at risk of getting the natives diabetes because the sugar in their diets compared to the natives' diets. It's fucking wild, and it's not something you ever think about. But I like little history nitbits and fun facts like that.
Okay, well, look, that's just that's part of the narrative or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of controversy around.
We were literally at risk of getting the natives diabetes.
Yeah, let's not start a conversation on the natives of America.
That was in our diets versus the natives' diets.
Right, but there's all sorts of different theories around what happened to the natives and why they were sick, and if they were sick, and what happened to them.
No. They didn't get diabetes, or at least I don't think they got diabetes. I don't think they got diabetes. It's not stated if they got diabetes. It just says they were at risk of getting diabetes. So I'm assuming they did not get diabetes. They were just highly at risk of getting diabetes.
Okay.
I'm not saying this is how they all died. This is how they disappeared. This is how that stuff happened. I'm just saying at the starting of it, they were at risk of diabetes.
Okay, my only
and
point
it's a cool
is
little
not to start a
history
conversation. Yeah, but it's not a fact. It's a theory. But
No,
anyway.
it is a fact.
No, it's not.
Look
What's a
this shit
fact?
up.
Define a fact. What's a fact?
What?
What's a fact? Define it.
I'm not playing that game. This is stupid.
You said it was a fact. What's a fact? Because I'm telling you it's a
Do
theory.
you not
that
know
you
what a
have.
fact is?
I do, but I don't think you do. So I'm asking you to define what a fact is. What is a fact? Because if you're going to make absolute statements, you need to be able to back it to understand what a fact is. Do you want me to tell you?
I'm gonna let this sink in.
Do you want me to tell you what a fact is so you can put this into context?
I mean, hell, whatever gets you happy, man.
It's not for me, it's for you, dude. If you don't want to know, then that's fine. I don't have to tell
I'm
you.
good with whatever.
But if you're going to make a claim something's a fact, you should at least know what a fact is by definition.
I'm good with whatever. I'm just surprised that we're questioning what a fact is.
But because you're throwing it around willy-nilly without knowing the meaning of a fact. And this is why there's so many people who believe in a globe. The globe is not a fact. What you said earlier is not a fact.
I'm talking about literal history with Columbus and the Native Americans, and you're questioning, do you know what a fact is?
So define history.
I'm not even talking
what's
about
history?
flat Earth world. I'm not even talking about flat Earth world, cubic Earth, potato Earth. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fucking natives.
Listen, you think I'm being pedantic, but this is really important. Like, the key to understanding flat Earth is by understanding the difference between a fact and
Trust
a
me,
belief.
I get it.
Between knowledge
I
and a
know.
belief.
I know.
Right. So what
Don't
I'm
worry.
saying to you is the assumption that we have facts around the globe or around history is debatable. It depends on what you're talking about. But a fact is that which can be proven. A fact is that which can be verified to be true. So when you make a claim of something you cannot verify or we cannot verify collectively, it isn't a fact, is it? It's a belief. And that's all I'm trying to say. And when it comes to the globe, every single claim is a belief and not a fact. Every one of them. There is no direct evidence for curvature motion. There is no evidence that there's a vacuum in the sky to create that term fact. It's a belief. And it's the same with history. History is it's a set of beliefs basically written on the study of the past. But we have no way to verify a lot of these things. Some things you can. But what you talked about with the natives, that's not verifiable. So I'm not being a dick. I'm just saying this is Flat Earth 101. You need to be able to establish the difference.
I'm just saying that we have sources that say and cite their sources from the sources that cite their sources that cite their sources that cite their sources from the museum that cite their sources from things like the original text that someone wrote down on something like a ship log back in 14 whatever the fuck. Like, that's how sources work.
Sounds like Chinese whispers, but the problem is if your original source...
Well, I mean, no. You can go back to the history in the museum if it's still there, if it's not burnt. Because that does happen sometimes, which is unfortunate.
I'm sorry, dude, I misheard. What did you say?
Which part?
The last bit you said.
That you can go back to the sources at the museum unless if it burned down, which is an unfortunate thing that happens sometimes.
Okay, let's talk about the sources of the globe, right? What's the original source of the globe?
I'm not talking about the globe. I'm talking about the thing that you can't back up Native Americans.
Oh, you want to talk about the source of the claims for the Native Americans? Well, what is the original source?
I'm not talking about that specifically. I'm saying that you say that you can't trust history.
You can't trust history. Because if
what about the sources of the people that wrote down history when it happened?
Right.
If I wrote down that I had oatmeal yesterday because I had oatmeal yesterday.
Yeah, I get your point. I
can back up that I had oatmeal because I wrote it down.
So let's keep this flat Earth related. Let's look at the history sources, yeah? So the history states that the first... One second.
Holy shit, there's history?
So history states that one of the first claims of a globe was Ptolemy. Ptolemy from Greco-Egypt. He apparently created the geocentric model, okay? He also created the Septuagint Bible, but let's not get distracted. He created a lot of the modern ideas that we have of the world. So where did he get his geocentric model? By looking at the sky. So he looked at the sky, made a claim, okay? Now there's an earlier source from that. There's a claim that there was a guy in...
Is geocentric the flat one or the round one? Fill me in real fast.
Geocentric is the Earth-centered ball.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And there's an earlier source. So where did he get this source? We don't know, but in history, they tell us that there was an ancient Greek called Aristosthenes who put some sticks in the ground, measured some shadows, and apparently figured out the size of the ball we live on.
A little more complicated than that, but go on.
That's pretty much what he did.
No,
it's not much more complicated
than that, but go on.
How so? Okay, how so, if you want to interrupt? How so? How's it more complicated than that?
Send you a video on it, because I'm not educated in that field enough to explain it, but I'll have someone else who is explain it.
We are very aware of the Aristosthenes test. We're very aware of the claims that he made.
Oh no! This is a newer guy. Don't worry.
But listen, what he did doesn't prove we live on a ball, because we can do the same test on a flat table with a lamp.
Oh, all right. I say cool.
We can see the shadow lengths, and we can calculate the sphericity of a flat table. It's like you don't want to hear it, bro.
Yeah,
maybe you think I'm being a dick or I'm being a bit condescending. I don't mean to if I seem that way.
I'm trying to type.
I'm trying to get to the point.
Deep, man. I'm trying to type.
Yeah, but you're missing the most important parts of what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, because I'm trying to type. Give me a minute.
Yeah, you're trying to find something that I know more about than you, and you think I don't. So I'm trying to explain to you.
Damn it, I can't find that guy. Proceed. Are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, you can go on what you were going on about.
What was I talking about?
Man, I don't fucking know. I was trying to type.
So what's the point in me picking back up then? I told you weren't listening,
to you now because I'm not typing.
Yeah, so that experiment doesn't prove anything. You can calculate the sphericity of a flat surface by using shadow lengths with a local light source. So the whole point I was saying that was to say that the original sources for the globe are not factual. Do you understand that? They are not proof or evidence of a curve. They're a correlation. We have correlation. We can look at the sky, correlate it. Maybe we live on a ball. We can look at shadow lengths and say, if we lived on a ball, this is how big it would be due to the shadow lengths. And the sun would be this far away. But do we have any evidence for a ball? Do we have any evidence for curvature or motion? No. Zero. So, the globe isn't a fact, it's a belief.
Okay.
They just present it as a fact because they do not want it questioned. And there's a lot of intelligent scientists and academics who build upon the idea we live on a globe using these correlations, but never fundamentally question, has anybody ever measured the curve? Has anybody ever measured the motion of the Earth? Has anybody ever proved that we can have gas pressure without some sort of containment for the atmosphere? No. But we just assume that, yes, it must be true because we have some correlations and people wrote papers on them and we have a model now. But that doesn't make it true, right? Correlation is not causation.
I don't have the credentials to go fact check every single person right now. That would take a bit of time and a bit of money of hiring people, but at least a lot of this stuff you can go prove if you have the right enough credentials. a lot of people do prove this stuff. It's their job.
How?
You'd
And-
think
and
so,
what if-
wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But
And
they
what have
don't.
credentials got to do with anything?
I mean, if you have the right credentials, you can either prove or disprove things. You
How?
have
How
the
does having
wording of your
credentials?
credentials.
How does having credentials make you give you more ability to prove or disprove things? How exactly?
Because you'd be more educated in the program than someone else.
Well, that's an assumption. There's plenty of people who know more than people with credentials
no
about a
shit.
subject.
No shit.
Yeah. There's plenty of qualified by experience people who don't have the credentials, who know more about, I don't know, electrical engineering than somebody who went to uni to study it.
No shit, dude.
Yeah, so you keep saying these stupid things.
No, it's because you're trying to take every little thing that I'm saying and then take it literal and not give it leeway of common sense.
Now, this is the point of Flat Earth. We assume too much. You assume too much. And that assumption has led you to a set of beliefs that are not facts.
This is exhausting.
It's not easy, dude. But you're fighting rather than listening.
No, I'm playing Lego Indiana Jones.
No, you're fighting. Dude, you're
I'm
fighting.
playing Lego Indiana Jones with an Xbox controller while I have you on my second monitor, dude.
I know, but you're fighting and just listening. And
I mean,
that's
fuck, I'm fighting
your
these
position comes
dudes.
from.
I'm talking with you.
Dude, I'm not interested in your Lego Indiana Child's game,
I
right?
never asked.
You keep bringing it up, though. I don't care. You're fighting against the idea that you are not assuming and that with enough credentials, we can prove something. So I'm asking you, what can you prove with credentials? What evidence is there for
Dude,
a
I'm not here to debate you. I'm here to listen.
So stop making dumb claims then that you can't back up. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Dude. Just okay, we're cool then. We're cool.
Cool. Proceed.
Proceed to what? I thought you said you wanted to play Indiana Jones. Now you're asking me to carry on.
Because I
You're
want to listen
confusing.
to you guys talk. I like having background
That'll be
noise.
boring. We need people to talk to about it, like people that think they live on a globe and how they think they know that.
I mean, hell, I'll fight with you.
Wait, you guys don't believe in that Mohammed pedophile, right?
What?
No, we
No,
don't.
this
We
is-
don't.
this
We
is the
don't talk
flat
about
Earth.
that here.
We believe in the flat Earth. This is the
No, we
flat
don't
Earth.
believe. We don't believe anything.
Yeah,
Listen,
you guys are imbeciles, basically. All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
So I guess
okay.
we don't know what we believe in then.
Get to scooting.
Respect,
I think
respect.
the guy who's talking, maybe time to skedaddle. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. We get a lot of trolls in here. Have you noticed?
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean,
Also,
there's
our
a lot of
position-
groups on the internet that get bullied because they're just easy targets.
Yeah, the thing is, anybody who stays around for longer than 30 seconds, they're the ones. If you wanna flip it, like we're not the ones who will be getting bullied if this carries on for longer than 5 minutes. It would be the other way around, and we try not to bully. But it's very easy to bully a glober. It's not very easy to bully a flat earther. I mean, you can throw
Did you
insults
just
from a
say-
distance.
Did you just say a glober?
Yeah.
We
You
have
guys
we
are
have
really easy to
titles for
bully.
this shit now? Is
Yeah,
this
you're-
is this like a you camp my camp thing?
This is a short word of saying you believe in the globe. Glober. It's just a shortened version of globe believer, right? But I want to address something you said.
I mean,
you said
sure, I guess if you're
you
using
said
that
something.
term every day, you gotta have shorter terms. But
Right,
like,
yeah, that's
are
all it
people
is.
using these terms every day?
Yeah, this is a 24/7 flat Earth. Yeah,
you could say NPC if you like.
Right.
We can call you globe philosophers if you think that sounds fancier and you like
I
the
mean,
sound of it.
I mean, whatever gets your dick hard. I
No,
guess
right.
I don't
There's-
care.
yeah, look, we you know, we're not us here, we weren't born flat earthers, man. We went through education system, learned about the globe, saw all the TV shows, we're exposed to all the same.
I mean, I
imagery,
hope we
blah,
all
blah, blah,
did.
blah. Yeah.
Yeah,
You look into it. You got to look into it and find out that there's not much to that. Yeah. Well, there's not anything to that. All that stuff, right?
Yeah, that's indoctrination. And when you say, "I hope we all did," you're basically saying you hope.
No, I hope we all know how to count
the
to
same
10.
indoctrination. Dude,
I hope we all have a basic education.
Yeah, it's indoctrination because I told you this is not factually based. This is a belief based on correlation.
Oh no, I'm not talking about like being told the Earth is round. Don't worry, I'm not talking about that. Like I know you don't trust the system and stuff. I know. Don't worry. It's okay.
It's irrelevant about whether we trust the system or not. The question is
Okay, I know. I know.
A reality?
It's okay.
Is the globe a reality? That's the question.
I
Does
don't
it
know.
present itself in our reality?
But we're not saying that you can't learn useful things through the education system. Of course.
Of
there's things
course.
you
That's
you
what
can
I'm saying.
learn. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, of course. It's just that he thought I was.
No matter who says so no matter who says something to you, whether they claim to have credentials or not, whether they've gone through extensive education, or they're just the local village idiot, if they make a claim, right? Then we're in the position where our stance is to challenge that and ask, what is the evidence? Is there verifiability to this? Is there falsifiability to this? Is it observable? Is it measurable? Is it testable?
Oh, yes, there is. If I say my hair is blonde, you can test that. You can taste that. Please don't taste my hair. But you can, and you can prove that my hair is blonde in real life. And it's not just a baseless claim on the internet. Now, trust me, I've probably learned more
So how
from the
do we do
village
that with the ball?
that's useful in my
before you
life
move
than
on-
I did from Einstein.
Before
But
you
it's
move on, how do we
provable.
test that with the ball? Like
How
your
do we
hair.
test that with a ball?
Yeah, you says if we want to prove you're blonde, we can do that. Great, and I agree. There is a way to prove that. How do we
Yes.
prove we live on a spinning, curving ball in a vacuum?
I mean, we're not talking about that. We're talking about proving my hair is blonde, but...
No, you're talking about that. We're talking about the globe. And we're talking about how there is no proof for the globe. You've used an analogy, so we're asking you to back it. How do you apply that to the globe?
Man, I don't fucking know. I'm talking about blonde hair.
So your analogy was false. It's called a false equivalence
Oh,
fallacy.
I mean, no, it was equivalent to that, proving my hair is blonde,
Right, but why did you bring that up in the first place?
because I can have establishments of fact.
Agreed. So don't you think it's good to be able to verify claims?
Like
Isn't
what?
it a good
the
thing?
world being round, or the world being flat, or my hair
There you
being
go.
blonde?
There we go. Yeah, we're talking about the shape of the Earth. Not the shape, but the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth is claimed to be curving and spinning. How do we verify that? Like your analogy you gave as an example, how do we do that with the ball?
Telescope, I guess.
But a telescope will show you that the Earth is flat, not curving.
No, you can like stare at the... I mean, don't stare at the sun, but they have the better microscopes to do that. But if you decided to stare at the sun like a moron, you can see, at least for a temporary amount of time.
Dude, why are you giggling? Why are you
Because it's
giggling?
funny as hell.
No, dude, you seem nervous. You seem nervous. You don't need... This isn't
No,
a
I'm
debate.
high as hell right now.
This isn't a debate. We're not trying to debate you. We know,
I
that
know,
you
I'm
haven't
having a
looked
great
into this.
time. I'm having a great time.
Don't need to be nervous. All we're asking
I'm
is...
not. I'm having a fun time.
Yeah, there's a lot of nervous people who have fun. But what I'm... listen,
No,
I'm not
what the
trying to
fuck
put
are
you
you
down
talking
either.
about? I'm high as hell right now. I'm just smoking weed. Don't say I'm nervous.
Well, maybe the weed's making you
lis-
nervous.
I'm No, I'm listening to Pirates of the Caribbean playing Indiana Jones with an Xbox controller. I'm not the nervous one here. I'm drinking
Dude.
coffee with a fucking cat mug.
I'm gonna have to turn you down. You're starting to shout. Stop shouting.
Okay.
I'm not trying to upset you, and we're not trying to debate you. We're just trying to get you to realize that the belief of the ball is nothing but a belief. That's all it is. It's a belief. And this evidence you keep saying exists. Telescopes do not prove we have curvature. Telescopes will show you that we can see 10, 20, 30, 40 miles without any evidence of drop over distance. You need drop over distance if we live on a ball. So a telescope is a flat Earth proof. It's not a globe proof.
Right.
So the point I'm trying to lead you to is to realize that any claim you make will not be direct evidence of this curvature or motion. And isn't that suspicious? You're not there yet, but the point I'm trying to get you is that because there's no evidence.
It's very suspicious.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Suspicious enough to warrant investigation, I would argue.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's what we've done, and that's what we've been doing since 2013.
Damn,
since
that's 2013. Actually kind of recent.
Yeah, it's fairly recent. Yeah, it's fairly recent, but it's been long enough to go through every single claim.
Yeah,
every single claim of the ball.
We should have got onto this earlier.
I was trying, dude. We kept talking about Lego Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can't go back and research this shit earlier because it's in the past now, but...
Right, and every single claim of the globe comes back as a flat Earth proof.
Holy shit, dude.
Long distance observations show the Earth is flat. Any experiment to detect motion shows the Earth is stationary.
Also, can I get sources on this? I gotta do some flat Earth researching to prove to my globist friends now.
Dude, it's about yourself. It's forget everybody else.
So, can I have some sources to send to my globist friends or not?
I wouldn't suggest talking about this with friends until you've got a handle on the concept or the idea.
No, that's why you send me the sources. Don't worry, I'm not educated.
I think we got some new people joined. Hello.
Oh, okay. Let's just move on then. Hello, people.
You're not interested, dude, are you?
Hello.
Let's face it. You're not interested.
No, I'm very interested.
You've just
Hello,
sat there
people. Welcome to the Flat Earth.
Sat there and told me I'm going to mute you if you try and pose as a flat earther again.
Fuck you mean? I'm bought over.
We don't need people like you who do not look into things to start claiming they're flat earthers. That's the last thing we'd want. Takes a long time to come to the understanding that the Earth isn't a ball.
So, do you want me to join your belief, or do you not want me to join your belief? I'm confused now.
Hell no. We don't want you to... It isn't a belief. This is what I'm telling you. It's not a belief. Stop saying it's a belief. We're talking about empiricism. Empirical evidence shows the Earth is not rotating and this surface is not curving. That's not something to believe. That I started this conversation saying there's a difference between belief and knowledge. It is a fact that there is no drop over distance.
Do you want me to just absorb it? What do you want me to do with this knowledge then?
I just want you to
Because I just said that I bought into it.
I don't want you
to buy into it. And you're not satisfied with that.
No, we don't want you to buy into anything. We want you to take the time to challenge your own beliefs.
Okay, I did that.
No, you haven't. You've done nothing but play Indiana Jones and yell on a mic nervously.
I mean, you can say that I'm nervous.
Well, you're not now. You're not now, but when...
no, I wasn't earlier.
Okay, dude. But the point is, you haven't looked into it.
Yeah, I've looked into it.
Stop lying, dude.
Okay.
In order to have this discussion, you need someone who's honest about it. You know, you honestly haven't looked into it.
Okay.
Because otherwise, you're not going to believe a word we say, and we're not trying to get you to believe anything. We're trying to get you to understand the established facts, the established truth, the natural laws of the world will show you and tell you that this place is not moving, that this surface is not curving. It can be proven as fact. You said the globe can be proven as fact.
And I'm saying I agree.
I'm switching it on you. No, the only proof we have in natural science is that there is no curvature or motion.
I'm saying I agree, and you're still lecturing me. It's really exhausting. I can say that I agree, and then you still fucking lecture me.
Okay, okay then. So if you're a flat earther, what's your top 5 flat earth facts? Go.
What?
What are the reasons that you know how you know the earth is flat? If you're a flat earther, let's hear them. You said you did the research. You got upset when I called you a liar, so I want you to prove it. How is the earth flat? How do you know that?
Well, I mean, go outside, look at it. There's a lack of visible curvature. You can tell it's flat by the horizon. The argument against the time zones, the argument against gravity, the lack of evidence of a curved Earth. What about it?
Yeah, but how do you know these things? Did you just hear me say it, or did you actually do research? Did you actually do tests and experiments to prove this?
I mean, should we go out right now and do my backyard and start doing these?
No, you kind of insinuated that you'd already done this. I'm trying to find out whether you really did or not. Because I did these things. You know, I went out with my old man with a camera. We did some long-distance observations. Because you said we could prove that we lived on a ball, that there is established facts. That's when I asked you what's a fact. So the only thing I was trying to do was prove to you there is no established facts when it comes to the globe. It's just a belief system. It's a cosmology.
Of course it is.
Yeah. Well, then we're good. We're good. We're keeping it real. That's what it is. It's a cosmology and it's a belief. It's philosophy based on several correlations, some sticks and shadows, by looking at the sky, then doing and making a model. That's how we've established the Earth is a ball. But that doesn't comport with reality. And I said to you, it's suspicious to the point where it's worthy of investigation. Becoming a flat earther isn't a belief decision. It's a, oh shit, okay, fuck, we have no evidence for this ball. Okay.
Well, shit, we have no evidence for this ball.
Right. I'm not trying to get you to believe anything. I'm just trying to get you to accept the actual established facts. I'm surprised you haven't asked the why would they lie question.
What was that?
I said I'm surprised you haven't asked why would they lie.
Who?
You. Why would they lie about it? The
Why would who
credentialed
lie?
people. The people with credentials who are so-called proving the globe that you claimed earlier. Why
I
would
don't
they
fucking
lie?
know.
That tends to be a question that comes after understanding that there is no evidence for the ball. A lot of people usually ask, why would they lie about it?
I mean, probably money, maybe pushing their ideology. Actually, that one would make a lot of sense. Yeah, that's probably the reason. Or they got paid off. Like, there's a lot of reasons why someone would do something.
Right. I actually liked your answer there. Yeah. It's multifaceted. There's multiple reasons, I would imagine.
Government could have paid them.
They could be hiding more land. They could be hiding the creator.
Yeah.
There's a lot to it.
There's a lot of motives for a lot of different people. There's also some people that aren't even logical in their motives, so you can't even try to guess. Some people are crazy enough to do things for made up motives that seem fucking schizo to others. And then that's how you get their top 5 most wanted.
I would argue the biggest point to this is taking established science and turning it into theoretical. People now believe that looking at the stars is science. People now believe that discussing relativistic principles is science. And what that does
I would say it's more of a nature thing.
No, nature would be natural science. So we're talking about what causes things in nature.
Wouldn't the stars be natural science? The stars are natural. That's in nature. It's not on Earth's nature. It's in the space nature, if you want to call it that. There's probably a better term out there, but I'm not that educated.
You could argue that about virtual realities in virtual reality nature. That's not natural science.
Maybe you could. I don't know.
Well, you could, but you wouldn't be in the realm of natural science anymore.
Well, I
natural
guess you
science.
just answered that question there yourself. I'm not educated in this.
I know, dude. I'm not saying you are. I'm not trying to debate you. I'm trying to tell you that looking at the stars isn't anything to do with natural science.
Of course it isn't.
But you just claimed it was.
Well, I guess it's not. I was wrong and I made a mistake.
Well, they're natural. They're part of the physical and natural world, like whatever they are. But using them for any scientific inquiry is going to be extremely difficult since you can't do anything with them. Like you can only look at them, and observation of natural phenomenon is just the first step in the scientific method, right? Can't get hands-on with them. Can't peel them back like an onion. See how they work, as Fred Hoyle said.
So, Emo Ken, you still there?
Yeah, what's up?
So let's say you genuinely did come to the conclusion that the Earth wasn't a spinning ball. How do you think that would change, the claims of society? How many things do you think, in terms of knock-on effects, there is to understanding that we've been lied to about the Earth?
Shit.
Do you think it's significant?
Well, yeah, it's got to be. Like this is the base fundamental of reality, I guess.
Right.
Like this,
Yeah.
it's all based off the foundation of the log cabin. The log cabin itself doesn't really matter unless if it's the foundation. The foundation is what everything's built on. So if the foundation is the thing that's the problem, then everything else on top is going to be fucked up as well.
Right. And I'm not just
Exactly.
talking about science. I'm talking about some of the...
I know you're not.
Society, where we're putting our money, where we're using our funding,
It
where we're putting
funnels
our
to
energy.
everything.
So this lie is like, it's keeping mankind in a chains, in a set of chains. It's bleeding us dry. It's taking away our understanding of who we are. And if they did lie about the bull, that also means they've lied
It
in
means
history.
they probably lied about other things.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So there's huge consequences to this claim of a bull.
I know.
Huge.
Very big.
Right. Yeah. Which makes it a worthy subject, genuinely. A worthy subject. Whether you're into, philosophy, spirituality, science.
Oh yeah, because it funnels down to everything.
Right, yeah. And those who have not come to the conclusion, well, they could be building off a faulty foundation, all of their belief system, all of their philosophy, right?
Exactly. It doesn't matter what you say because the foundation is the problem. For an example, if you live on a village that's overhanging a cliff, so the only foundation you understand is, well, we need rope to stand it up. If you're building on solid ground, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know if you follow that analogy or not, but
no, I do. It's brilliant. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I agree. I agree. And then we have all these problems now in cosmology. Yep. We have something called the axis of evil. We have the EMB radiation problem. We have the not enough matter in the universe problem. It starts to make sense why they can't build a working model of the universe.
Wait, hold on. We don't have enough matter in the universe?
Yeah. In order to...
I haven't heard about this. Can you go on?
Yeah, have you heard of dark matter?
Like, as a very, very rare off thing, but yes. Like, I've heard about it as, like, essentially the impossible shit. But nothing more than just that.
Yeah, it's a necessary claim.
Like, I kind of forget about it until someone brings it up.
Yeah, because it bears no relevance to anything, apart from if you're trying to justify that the universe operates in a mass-attracting mass. The reason for the orbits is due to mass. Pieces of mass are attracted to other pieces of mass.
So it's kind of like everything's a battery.
Well, everything's attracted to
you got the positive
everything.
and the negative end.
That's the claim. No. The claim is that large masses, are attracted to other masses. That's the claim. And that's why they say we have the orbits that we have, right? The problem is we do not have enough mass to keep everything in place. We're seeing perfect alignments. We're seeing regular every year the same constellations. We're seeing these orbits with only, you know, a single mass, elliptical orbits where there's no mass on the other side. We've got all sorts of problems. If it's mass attracting mass, we have all sorts of problems with the cosmology. We can't model it. So there's a thought experiment called the 3-body problem.
What's the 3-body problem?
When we try to model more than 3 bodies, more than 2 bodies in a gravity-based physics environment, we're not able to model our universe.
Are we modeling this? Are you talking about modeling it on a computer or something?
Yeah, that's why I called it thought experiment. So when we try to reenact the sky, the orbits, and the bodies using math, attracting mass.
I mean, you can't get nothing perfect on a computer. This is like saying, why is my computer getting the error? Meanwhile, you're staring at the.
No, that's not his objection. Continue, other guy. Well, like, if our models are even close to being accurate, like the error will be. What's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, you're not trusting. You're
negligible.
You're using the computer as your evidence of why this can't be possible. Meanwhile, staring at this.
No, but you're missing the point here. We can't go past 2 bodies. So, if we was to say mass attracted mass,
in your simulation,
and we want to,
but
we can't simulate it.
Life.
No. You think you're staring at
using Newtonian mechanics. He's right. So using Newtonian mechanics, the 3-body problem is unsolvable, and that's because each body influences the other, and so it's nonlinear, and it's sensitive to initial conditions. And there's no general solution with Newtonian mechanics. You need Einstein's general relativity.
Right. But what I'm saying is, he asked about dark matter. What is dark matter? So dark matter came about because of these problems.
Are you saying that I have to back dark matter? I don't know what
dark matter does.
No.
That's not even
trying to tell you.
Sorry, I think this argument is happening. If you ask what is dark matter, you're asking the wrong question. Because what's happening is dark matter is a result of a model. You should be asking, is this model that I'm invoking, is this reflective of reality? Like, you should be asking more foundational questions than that.
He's not looked into it at all. You sound like you have a little bit. So I'm trying to give him a layman's. Yeah, I can tell you know what you're talking about, and I was trying to give him a layman's answer because the question was, the point was that the model doesn't work, and reality doesn't comport with the ideas of a heliocentric model. So I mentioned a bunch of things, like the axis of evil and like dark matter. Things have to be, holes in the model have to be plugged, and that's where you astutely said dark matter came as a result as having to plug a hole in the model. Because we can't model the universe, because mass doesn't attract mass. Not only that, there isn't even enough mass in this universe or in the sky that we see to be able to have the orbits and have the constellations and the stars move as they do. So they had to come up with dark matter to explain how this could work. Now, dark matter is unexplainable. It's the absence of matter. Yeah, they're basically saying there's something magical taking the place of the mass that we need to explain this. So that was my point. My point is they have to create all these new ideas, so they're building off a faulty foundation to plug holes in a model that never worked to begin with.
I said that as well.
Yeah,
you're right. So you're right, with a bit of nuance. Like, it's not that dark matter is like the absence of matter. This is with the model that we have, using Einstein's general relativity. Let me see, try and remember. I believe that basically,
I'm assuming we just don't have the formulas and stuff yet to try to replicate it.
the things that we observe, like gravitational lensing, like the cosmic background radiation, it's basically like a mathematical entity that is used to make the equations work, pretty much. Like we observe this, the model predicts this. We need some object to balance the equation, so they created the mathematical
Definitely.
construct
We're
dark
just
matter.
missing a thing.
I don't know what that means. Like, I don't.
We're missing a
lot
part of the equation, probably.
We're missing a lot of the equation. It's a model.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're
that's
making
why
It's not even. If you ask me, I don't even think dark matter exists. I think we just need to find a better model that describes reality better.
You're completely good in believing that. It's not a thing we can prove yet.
Well, that's not true. So, like,
can we prove it?
Well, so, like physicists right now would say that the evidence for dark matter is Einstein's theory, right? Being able to predict phenomena that we observe, and that's what his theory predicts. His theory predicts the existence of dark matter in order to balance the equation, like gravitational lensing, right? Light bends more than we expect around massive clusters, and if we assume that all that is there is matter, then it would require more mass than we can observe. We're not observing the amount of mass that is creating this observed effect. If we take Einstein's theory of general relativity to be like precise or accurate, then this is what would be predicted. There would be mathematical. There would be objects with these properties, right? Like the properties of dark matter would be, I think, like doesn't absorb light, right? So can someone correct me if I'm wrong? Like doesn't absorb light, or
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's a ghost in the shell.
Like what are properties?
What?
Of dark matter?
It's undetectable. It's basically you could argue it doesn't exist, and you'd be factually correct.
You would.
There is no evidence. There's no evidence. There's no evidence of dark matter existing.
Oh, and I'm not even like a proponent of dark matter. I don't even think that this is a good model. But like, given the current model we have, dark matter interacts via gravity. It does not absorb, emit, or reflect light. It's invisible, but we can infer it via gravitational, like fine-tuned gravitational experiments, and the degree to which the light is bending around it. It's called gravitational lensing. So a physicist who's a proponent of this would argue that the evidence for dark matter is the absence of the mass that would be required to create this observation. That's what they would say.
Right, but we don't even have the ability to prove that Einstein's relativity theory of the warping and bending of light due to the warping and bending of space-time is even a real thing. We're also having to make an assumption because we can't prove that. So it's a correlation.
You're hinting on a very interesting philosophical dilemma in the foundation of physics. So physics foundations is the study, more philosophical than experimental. It's the study of the ontology of physical objects in our models. So when Einstein theorizes that there is a space-time that is bending coupled with the presence of matter or mass, there's a question to be asked. Is there really a thing called space-time, which is a real physical object that this model is modeling?
Oh, that's easy. No, it's not physical. Time and space are concepts like length and height. So no, there isn't such thing.
Just let me finish. That's what I'm getting to that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Or, much like Newton, are these concepts just concepts that are really useful and make predictions that come true? Currently,
ding, ding,
ding. That's your position, right? You wouldn't be wrong for believing that, but I'm telling you, like, that's not something. The only way to prove that is to step outside of our consciousness and observe true reality, base reality, which we have no way of doing. all we have are models. All we can do is make predictions.
Yeah, so that was my original point. My original point is the only evidence for a globe is correlation based on philosophy. We don't have any direct evidence for dark matter, for curvature, for motion.
What do you mean
for
by
a
direct
vacuum.
evidence?
So something that can be validated or proven, some sort of experiment. You can't do science on any of these subjects. These subjects are what we call metaphysics. So you believe that, not you, but a global would believe that warping and bending of space-time causes the appearance of mass attracting mass. You've got several problems. We have no evidence of mass attracting mass. We have no evidence of time and space being anything more than concepts. And we have no evidence, we have no experiments we can do on the sky. So this is metaphysics.
So if your basis for evidence is like directly observing space-time, well, like, here's the thing I think you're not understanding. All we have are models. So anytime you do a scientific experiment, you're going to be using
Mathematical
a model.
constructs. That's all you've got. Is a mathematical
exactly.
construct to describe
That's
something.
exactly it. All you have are
Here's the kicker.
mathematical constructs.
You've got to prove what you've got first.
How?
Exactly. That's what we wanted you to say.
That was my whole point, dude. My whole point is that to believe in the globe, you've got to go into philosophy. You can't go into empiricism to prove your globe. That was my whole point.
Philosophy necessitates empiricalism. Like, I don't think you can, like, anytime you make an observation, right, you have to assume something about that object, that which you're observing.
And then we can validate, we can use the scientific method to prove causality, and then we're doing science. Right. But if we're going to do anything science related, then we're going to come back with a stationary, motionless plane. We're also going to come back with no dark matter, and we're going to come back with no claims of the sky being, a universe with balls of gas in a vacuum, which go against the laws of nature. Everything that's claimed by the globe goes against natural law.
There's a couple of wrong things there. So one, the atmosphere is completely consistent with natural law due to the fact that it's a gradient. So it's a pressure gradient. So when
what's a pressure gradient?
Yeah, that's just where it grades into. So like you start with an area at the bottom of high pressure, and instead of discretely, like an example of something discrete pressure would be
kind of like a car gradient, kind of like the shine of like a car gradient.
So any gradient just means grades into, rather than like it's continuous. It's not discrete. So like it's like as you go up, density gets lower and lower and lower until you have nothing, which is a vacuum.
That's incorrect. By definition, you can't have a gradient without a container. There is no gradient where there is nothing on the other side. That would be a vacuum, and all the gas would disperse into the vacuum. So the only way you can demonstrate a gradient, if you're going to be honest, the only way you can demonstrate a gradient is within a container. So the necessary antecedent for a gradient would be contained gas or a volume of gas. We have a steady PSI on the Earth.
So the container, so you can have gas pressure in a container, right? Because the container is providing some force per unit of area, and that's all that pressure is. It's just a force per unit of area.
So how do you have pressure without a container for the gas to press on?
Yeah. So in the absence of electrostatic forces that are provided by the container, you would have some. In the case of Earth, because it's big enough, the gravitational force is what's providing the pressure gradient. So what's creating the
Well,
pressure
hold on. We've just the gravitational argument is what we were on the table discussing. We have no evidence for the warping and bending of space-time or mass attracting mass. So you're in a circular argument. You can't use gravity to prove gravity because all we can prove is relative density, and we can only prove that this gradient caused by relative density can only exist within a container. So you're in a circular argument.
So when we do, for example, I don't know why you're saying we have no evidence of the bending and warping of space-time, you do realize that that's just a mathematical construct. Like, no one is going to be able to prove
invoke it as a container.
Huh?
You can't invoke a mathematical construct theory philosophy as the container.
Again, so in a container of gas, in that case, you're modeling the thing that is creating the pressure is the electrostatic forces from the walls of the container. The container is irrelevant. It's the force that matters.
Yeah, but how does that translate in reality? You need a surface for the gas to press on.
No,
that's what we.
No.
That's the necessary antecedent to
PSI.
Wait. Hold on.
Square inch of what, my friend? Think about it. You can do it.
Why does the surface create pressure? Let's start there.
You mentioned it. It's a relationship. Yes, you. Good. Who was that?
Oh,
sorry. I was just saying because the gas is pressing on it.
Pressing on it.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Can you formalize that?
Gas.
The fuck you mean? He said pressing on it.
Gas pressure is
Do you not
defined as-
understand?
Yeah, like what does that mean?
Gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of the container.
Like if I get a container, if I get a small metal box, fill it with air, and then I make the small metal box. I mean, if I make it smaller, you have a higher
That guy's
pressure
got it.
in a smaller
There
area.
was a guy. Yeah, but okay, so the other guy had it. It's the force of the walls of the container on the gas.
Yeah.
Wrong, the other way around.
It's the force the gas exerts on the walls of the container due to
Those are the same.
motion.
Those are the same force.
No, due to its motion. Newton's
third law. Newton's third law, right?
Hey, slow down. Stop
Those are the
trying to
same
reconstruct it to suit your twisted argument. It's the force
bro,
that
hey, calm down.
gas applies on the walls of its container. This is cited in multiple spots, mate.
Those are the same. Okay. That quantity.
Walls are just there
is gonna
minding
be
their own
exactly
business, and the
the
gas
same
comes
as
along.
If it floats your boat for me to say the other way around, that's fine. But I'm telling you, like, it's the same force. Forces come in pairs. So the force that the walls of the container exert on the gas will be the same force that the gas exerts on the walls of the container by Newton's third law. We agree?
No, Newton's.
I agree.
Newton's out.
Okay, no. Newton's out for cosmological phenomena. That's where the model breaks down.
For everything. Laws of motion and gravity.
On Earth, like, you do realize the ideal gas law is derived from Newtonian mechanics, right?
Everywhere.
Everywhere? What is everywhere?
Just in general, he was wrong.
No, he wasn't. Like, do you believe that the ideal gas law is true?
Yes, the ideal gas law is true, but that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that Einstein was Newtonian physics is correct. Yes, we understand that how gas pressure works, and the ideal gas law is a good explanation for that. But the guys are right. It is the pressure that the gas exerts on the container. It is the gas itself that causes the pressure by being contained.
Who disproved Einstein? I missed that one.
Wait, hold on. Let's not deviate too far. So, if you believe that the ideal gas law is true, that's derived using Newtonian mechanics. So, if you don't think Newtonian mechanics
it's the other way
is right,
he used the ideal gas law to try and come up with his theories, but the problem is the ideal gas law is testable, repeatable, demonstratable, whereas Newtonian mechanics is not. So your sleight of hand, you're saying that the ideal gas law justifies Newtonian physics. It's the other way.
No. That's not what I said.
You said the ideal gas law came from Newtonian physics. That's incorrect.
Yeah.
Hold on. For us casual people in the back, what even is the Newtonian gas law?
PV equals nRT, where P is the pressure, V is the volume of gas. Yeah. P is the pressure, V is the. I'll even write it in the side chat. P is the pressure, V is the volume of gas, okay, and that is equal to nRT, where N is it's usually moles, but it's the number of particles, basically. T is the temperature, and R is the rate. Wait, is R the... No, R is not the rate, sorry. R is the ideal gas constant.
I mean, I don't see a problem
So it's
with that.
contained
Do you
then.
see a problem with that?
Yeah, the problem is, in order to have a volume of gas, what's the necessary antecedent for a volume of gas?
A volume of gas. That's it.
Container.
I mean, if you have a problem with
Containment.
that, just write up a scientific journal and send it to whoever.
No, we don't.
So,
need to do that.
in the
we
absence...
can establish this. We can establish this with logic. You can't have a volume without a container. So the container.
I mean, hell, if you're, I'm not questioning you. I'm not questioning you. I mean, if you're right, go send it to
No,
NASA
he's
or
not.
whoever.
No, he's not right. He's not right.
Oh, okay.
When we talk about a volume
Yes,
of
I am.
gas,
Yes,
no,
I am.
you don't.
Well,
need
you guys can
Are you
fight
gonna let
it over
me?
the corner.
Just let me make my case, please. Stop. Please stop.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say that in the absence of a container, if you have a volume of gas, it will disperse equally randomly in all directions. Is that why you believe that that's a prerequisite?
That's a physical law within the ideal gas law. That is how gas behaves. Without containment, gas will move in all directions, causing random collisions, and it will disperse into the available space. Yeah, that's how we know gas to work on the Earth.
In the absence, right, of any other force. Yeah, you'd be right. If you take a container of gas and you put it next to a vacuum, well, we know what's going to happen. It's going to disperse equally and randomly in all directions in the vacuum. That's because the volume or the column of gas isn't large enough to be affected by gravity. In other words, gravity's not going to
Now,
trigger the pressure gradient.
stop, hold on. Now, prove this experimentally for us. Surely this has been done.
Prove what?
Prove
One
gas
sec, one sec.
not fucking off.
Yeah, but
Not
one sec.
off?
Volume. One sec.
Yeah.
Volume is just going to be the area which any amount of gas will be restricted to.
I mean,
The space that it's restricted to, right?
Could you
There's a
say
force that's
that? Could you say that
ahead.
like tires are a good example because it keeps them inflated?
No, we know what happens with a tire, right? You open the tire, you press the little button, it's gonna fly out of the tire, right? Because
Well,
that's the only
But
point.
So
I
it's a
mean,
great
like,
example.
when it's
Yeah,
in.
so it's a great example. Yeah, it is a very good
Yeah.
example because as soon as that containment is released, as soon as you open that container, the valve, then the gas will violently escape from the tire. That's how gas works.
Yeah.
So
Or
he's claiming there's a magical force called gravity that can contain the gas. We're asking for proof and evidence that a pseudo force of bending and warping of space-time can act as a physical container. Because he can't demonstrate this on the Earth, so he has to go into philosophy.
What the fuck?
Okay, so two things here. First,
So first off and foremost, what are the
Uh-huh.
two corners here? What are we fighting over?
right. So what we're fighting over right now. First of all, I just want to one thing that I want to get clear
this
is that
crap.
the ideal gas law is derived from Newtonian mechanics. So implicitly, everyone in this room talking about the ideal gas law agrees with Newton. So when I brought up the laws of motion, nobody should have said that was wrong.
And that's
Are
a
we on the
straw
same
man.
page?
No.
Yeah,
Just
not a
because
straw man.
Yeah, it's a straw man. Yeah, because the ideal gas law is fact and true, that doesn't mean that mass attracts mass. That's your problem. You have a correlation, once again, a correlation that you think is evidence, but you cannot directly evidence mass attracting mass, and you cannot evidence gas being contained by anything more than a physical container. Impossible.
You're making a straw man. I have never said that the ideal
No, he's
gas
not, because
law-
you have to
Hold-
prove
I'm gonna go
Can you let me
microwave
finish?
some
Can you let me
rice.
gas
finish?
pressure
Please don't-
without a
please
container.
Please don't interrupt. We're
So it's
getting
not a
there.
straw man. He's
We never-
claiming
I- we're-
what you have to prove in order for your magic ball tard gas pressure. You have to
I
prove
do-
gas
ideal
pressure
gas
without a
law
container.
I never said that proves the existence of gravity, or that the existence of gravity proves the ideal gas law. That's not at all what I'm saying. Are we on the same page?
You said gravity holds it all down. So you have to prove to us gravity creating your gas pressure without a container, just gravity doing it. That's what you've got
Yes.
to prove to us now.
That is
Now,
what
in reality, gas pressure is created at ground level and goes up. So where is the gravity that pushes the gas down? Because all gases are moving in random collisions in different directions. They're not being uniformly pulled down. So you have zero evidence for your claim.
So I just want to take this step by step. Like, I want to have an honest, good faith conversation. So there's a couple things that we're going to go over, right? One of them is, as you said, how does gravity create a pressure gradient? Like, because as you said, gas is moving
You're not here
randomly.
to school us. Right, we'll ask the questions.
I'm really trying not to be like condescending, but like ask your questions. Just please don't interrupt when I'm making a point. The first thing
No,
that
you don't moderate. You don't moderate this chat. You do not tell the moderators to not interrupt you, and when they can and can't speak. Well,
I'm not
that's
saying when
just
you
how
can't.
it goes here.
I'm just like can't we just be respectful to each other, right? I'm not going to interrupt you. You're not going to
Don't
interrupt
get too
me.
big for your boots, bro.
Okay. The one thing, and I put it in the side chat so we can like stay on track. I don't want to go in millions of different directions like a volume of gas. The ideal gas law is derived from Newtonian mechanics. So all of you agree with Newtonian mechanics. Can we
We don't care.
get
So
that?
the first one you can scrub.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay. Like, you say you don't care. Do you at least agree? Do you see the reason?
The reason you want us to agree with that is so you can drag us through this part of Newtonian laws, or any of his other statements are true, therefore the rest are. So no, we're not going to agree with you. You're going to scrap that because we're not going to agree and have a all-for-one fallacy thrown in our face. Or all or nothing fallacy thrown in our face.
There's no
And I can
fallacy
smell it already,
happening.
so please don't. Throw it in the bin, scratch the first one. Move on to your second point.
Well, if we can't agree on the first one, then nothing else follows.
Yeah, but
'cause
you're
then
wrong.
You guys are.
No, but you're wrong.
I'm not
PV
wrong.
equals NRT is not Einstein, is not Newtonian's work. You've got Boyle's law, you've got Charles' law, you've got Avogadro's law, you've got other laws, that created, that developed into what we know as the ideal gas law. Just because Newtonian included the ideal gas law in his physics doesn't mean he was correct. The ideal gas law is not Newtonian. Stop saying that.
So all those laws that you just listed are derived within the framework of Newtonian mechanics. So you're contradicting yourself.
Zero care.
Yeah, so what? So what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that Newtonian physics, it doesn't mean we live on a ball, and it doesn't mean that gas can be contained by
We
a
haven't said anything.
non-pseudo force.
We're not even there yet. All we're doing is
You've got a
Yeah,
very
we're gonna
sly
get there.
way. You've got a
it's
very
not
sly
sly.
approach. It is, because you're trying to say, because we understand that the ideal gas law is a law of gas, of nature, that we can agree on, that means we must now agree with all Newtonian physics. It's bollocks.
Well, if you don't agree with all of Newtonian physics, then you can't. Then how did you derive the ideal gas law?
Through Avogadro's law, through Charles's law, through Boyle's law. I've already told you.
How are those laws derived? How are those laws derived?
By understanding pressure and volume and gas behavior. Nothing to do.
Under what
because
model framework?
When you talk about Newtonian
Under what model
physics,
framework?
No.
Under Boyle's law, Avogadro's law. He just told you. Please start listening.
How are those laws derived? Under what
Forget
model framework?
Newton. We didn't need Newton to understand the
forget
behavior of gas. Yes.
No, we literally cannot. We cannot have a
Because
conversation.
Newton included gas laws doesn't mean that his whole theory was correct.
Newton didn't
And that's
think gas
why
law. Like that. That's not.
Newton was superseded by Einstein, because his theory isn't correct. I think you forgot about that. Newton was superseded by Einstein, meaning that he hasn't got the right physics, he hasn't got a complete theory, and actually it doesn't work, and that's why it was superseded. So stop pretending
cosmological scale.
Newtonian physics works.
It does work.
The ideal gas law works, but that's
On
not
Earth.
Newtonian. Stop giving
It
it to
works.
Newton.
On Earth. Like,
And you've tested this off Earth to verify it.
Einstein's... No.
Don't
Forget about
fucking sidestep it. You've just
Forget
claimed
about
it only
space.
works on Earth. So, have you tested
No.
this, or has somebody else tested this off of Earth to verify your claim? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, they have.
Liar.
No, that's not a lie.
Yes,
So
you're
where-
a fucking
where's
liar.
this been
You've been called
demonstrated?
out.
Yeah, so the first instance of Newtonian mechanics being unable to predict a phenomena was the precession of the perihelion of Mercury. And this was directly observed by astronomers
Boy,
in
I'm
the
back. What I
17 and
missed.
1800s.
So not science then. So
What?
not science. So not science then.
What do you mean, not science?
You're using metaphysics when you look at a Mercury and you make assumptions about it. You're not doing any scientific experimentation. You're correlating your predisposition of a ball and claiming that must be due to the cause of the Earth being a spinning ball. In reality, you haven't proven causation of anything to do with Mercury. So not science then.
Okay. So you're saying, so why? Okay, let me try and. So you're saying
to,
that
to the other guy who's involved earlier in
precession-
listening. Do you see why I said all of the claims of the globe is correlation? There is no science. It's metaphysics. You're seeing it in action, my friend. You're seeing someone who believes that they have scientific evidence for sky observations. It's not science.
So what? It's like delusion, or
No, it's an assumption. They have to pre-assume we live on a ball to make these claims. They haven't proven the ball to begin with. And this is why he's making his circular argument. Newtonian physics doesn't work. He claims it does, but it was superseded by Einstein because it doesn't work. Because in nature, we don't see mass attracting mass, and we don't have any way to prove anything about Mercury. We have to already assume we live on a ball.
So it's not scientific because it's not in a lab? I'm very confused as to why you don't believe this is scientific.
hold
Because
on.
it's an assumption.
I'm gonna play like a devil's advocate thing here for a sec, and then I'm gonna probably boot up a different game on Steam. But just assuming, like, I can learn at least one thing from the Village Idiot, let's say. Like, some things aren't reliant on other things. Like, if I wanted to teach you how to comb your beard to make it look majestic or something, I don't need to
Yeah,
teach
this is not
you...
going anywhere in a hurry, Emo. Go play your other game.
Like, I don't have to teach you about the philosophy of the
Pseudoscience.
world to teach you one thing.
Well, I think we're having a fundamental disagreement on what science is. Why is the precession of the perihelion of Mercury not
Because it's
scientific?
pseudoscience. That's why.
What science?
It's not. Yeah, that's a great question. What do you guys think science is?
Yeah, let's just establish that and get it out of the way. What is science?
Science, natural science, is the experimentation of the natural world to determine causation. So in order to do science, you must follow something called the scientific method. This is a rigorous method that over God knows how long has been refined into a process. If you're not able to manipulate your variables and set up what's called a scientific experiment, you're not doing science. If you claim you are without the scientific method, by definition, that is pseudoscience.
What's the definition of pseudoscience?
That which claims to be science without actual scientific method, without following the scientific method, without an observation, an experiment, independent and dependent variable, then being able to manipulate that to find the cause of something. If you're not doing that, you are not doing science.
Well, that's wrong. That's just flat out wrong.
Well, you can call it wrong, but yeah, bad luck. Deal with it.
Well, okay,
You
sure.
can
I
cope
don't know
all
where
you
you
like.
got your philosophy of science from, but there's a bunch of systems that can't be
So
controlled.
science now is just doing observations under your
No.
Yes,
Just
yes,
doing
yes.
observa-
Because when you look up in the
Are you gonna let me
sky,
finish?
you're
Are
making
you
an
gonna let me finish?
observation. So if I read a porno, I'm now doing science.
Hey, calm down. Calm down.
With any sort of
You can stream about porn later.
observation, if you just look up at the sky, that's not science. But that's not all you're doing.
So what is your independent variable and dependent variable whilst you're looking up in the sky? Please enlighten everyone. What of this science experiment?
Again, can you control the sky?
No.
No, right?
So you can't do experiments on the sky, right? Agreed?
Correct.
You can't do experiments on the objects we see in the sky. Do you agree?
Right.
Right.
Exactly. Not that you can't do an experiment, but that the framework of your experiment has to be different. If you can't, just let me finish, please. If you can't take your variables and put them in a lab and alter one variable to observe an effect in another, what you have to do is something else.
Yeah,
what you have to do is it's not
philosophy.
So you're not following the scientific method, therefore not science. AKA
you haven't even let me finish. You haven't even let me
We don't need to. You've sunk yourself already.
You have, dude. And the reason why we're calling you pseudo is because you're claiming it to be science. That is the definition of pseudoscience. As soon as you claim it's science, you've become pseudo.
No. You haven't let me finish. In a laboratory setting, an independent variable might be something like the weight of the thing, or something that you're controlling to observe a dependent effect. Like, let's say, you guys understand what I'm saying. The point I'm making is, if you can't do that, then your independent variable in this case is not a mathematical value; it's a model. The independent variable in this case is the model of Newton's gravity versus Einstein's.
And a model is not reality.
DV then.
Again, this is just such a everything you guys are talking about, the ideal gas law, this is all a model. So then you would also agree that the ideal gas law
the
is not
difference
reality.
being, we can do that in a lab, put gas into a container, pressurize it and go, oh wow, you need a container to hold gas pressure. You, on the other hand, without the container proving gas pressure is going to be somewhat entertaining. So here you are telling us it's just a model, but we are actually doing it. You're not.
Okay, when you're doing it, you're doing a model still. So
when I've got a box and it's got gas pressure in it, that's just a model.
Right, that's ridiculous.
Gas pressure? You're modeling gas pressure.
You can systematically study the behavior of gas through observation, experimentation, and reasoning, and you can come to the conclusion of the causation of gas pressure. And that's where you get the PV equals nRT definition, due to the systematic study of the natural world, aka gas pressure. That is science.
That's science. You can also make a prediction about the sky, and if your prediction turns out to be false, then you know that your initial assumption, your hypothesis, was mistaken. That's how we know Newton was wrong.
Wrong.
So you're saying
you can't look at the sky and do an experiment. You've already agreed to this. You can't do an experiment on the sky.
Not in the traditional sense. You can't take the sky and put it in a lab.
Method. So what that means is you're having to make assumptions. You're not doing science. You're making assumptions. And to claim it's science is what pseudoscience is. How many times do we have to tell you this?
We're not even claiming anything's causing anything here. Science is much broader than just cause and effect. You can do science to determine a cause and effect. You can also do science to determine if your predictions under a model are correct. Like that's what you're. Okay,
Physics.
that
We're
dude.
talking about physics. We're not talking about
Yes.
psychology or sociology or economics. We're not talking about mathematics or statistics. We're not talking about technology. We're
No, we are
talking
talking about
about.
mathematics and statistics.
We are
You
to
can't do
know.
science without. You
We
can't
are
do science without
talking.
mathematics and statistics.
No, mathematics is is a tool that you use. Okay, we are talking about natural science, aka physics, chemistry, biology. Okay, now
I'm trying to get
using
at the heart of
natural
this issue. Like
using
okay,
natural science, using natural science, you can't do an experiment on the sky, can you? You've already agreed to this.
in the traditional laboratory sense, no.
In any sense, you don't need to take it to a lab. You can do
Oh
scientific
yeah, that's not. No,
experiments
you can do an. No, you can
outside
do
of
an
the lab.
experiment. No,
You can do
you can do an
experiments
experiment.
outside the lab, but the sky and Mercury is not an object you can do an experiment on, is it?
No, sure you can. Just take two models. Just take two models. Make a prediction. One model comes false. One model comes true. You've just done an experiment. Like that's
No, that's
textbook
formal. You've
experiment.
now moved from natural. You've moved outside of physics now. You've now gone to
this is
mathematical
physics.
modeling. Nope, that's not physics.
You're
That's
doing that.
mathematical
Okay.
modeling.
Find me an experiment that
Okay,
doesn't use
mate,
mathematical
stop.
modeling.
Mate, stop. You have some idea in your head that theoretical physics is the real world. No, it's not. You can get as many imaginary models as you like and glue them all together and make a paper plane. I don't care. But natural science and theoretical science are not the same. Never have been, never will be. Okay?
Amen.
When you're thinking up your theoretical models, i.e., you don't have anything to grab hold of and throw across the room when it fucks up,
Find me a natural
it doesn't
model
mean anything.
Find me an experiment in natural science that doesn't use models. You can't.
What are you talking about? Mathematics is a tool. It's a language, a way to communicate. So when we use PV equals NRT, what we're doing is we're turning
mathematical
physics.
models.
We're turning physics experiments into a language, a mathematical language. Okay.
Yeah, that's called a model, dude.
Yeah, but the mathematical part is tooling. It's language. You're turning it into a language. You are not. That's not part of the experiment. In order to do the experiment, you'll need your dependent variable, your independent variable. You'll need your observation, your hypothesis, and then you need to prove that. If you can't prove it, it's not science. It becomes metaphysics. That's all. We just need you to concede on this, and we'll chill out. But if you can't accept this, then we're going to go around in circles.
We are okay. So when you say prove it, prove what? Cause and effect?
Yeah, prove your claim that gravity is causing gas to behave in the way that you say it does. Because we don't need you can't even prove gravity. We don't need gravity to understand how gas works. The ideal gas law doesn't involve gravity. It involves physical containment. But you're doing all this to avoid the fact that you need a container.
Do you realize that science can do more than just establish cause and effect relationships? You can prove other things.
Okay.
So like what?
Stop using
certainly.
the broad term science. We're talking about natural science.
Like you can prove, does a model predict a phenomenon?
Yeah, that's not natural science, is it? That's not natural
I don't know what
science.
you mean by natural science. Dude.
Physics.
Like this.
Physics.
This is physics.
I'm not talking about modeling.
This is like mainstream physics.
No, you're talking about modeling and statistics. That's formal science.
You can't
formal
find me an experiment
science
that doesn't use a model.
Listen, they claim economics is a science. Yeah? We know that's not a science. You are getting poured up in what's called formal science, which is not natural science, doesn't have experimentation, doesn't prove anything.
We're going to keep going in circles. Like, it doesn't, like, we're not trying to prove a cause and effect relationship when we talk about Mercury. We're just trying to determine
We are
model.
Because yes, we are, because you brought up why did you bring up Mercury? Because you're trying to prove gas pressure without containment.
No, that's not why I brought up Mercury. It's because we got into a debate.
You're trying to get into gravity. Yeah, because you're trying to get into gravity. But you don't have any natural science to back up your claim for gravity.
Oh, sure you do. You have Cavendish.
No, Cavendish is a correlation. You're not able to remove. You're not
that's
able
a scientific experiment.
You're not able to prove mass can attract mass through the Cavendish experiment. There may be attraction.
Like
There may be
the
attraction.
independent. Wait,
Wasn't
that's what gravity is. It's an
Cavendish.
attraction. It's mass attracting mass, dude.
Cavendish
What?
wasn't trying to prove gravity. Cavendish wasn't
No,
trying to prove the existence of gravity.
because he already knew. Because he already knew that
so-
it existed. Everyone did.
Right. So
But
try
it
try
still
again, then something else. Then try again.
No,
Something
it
else.
still proves gravity exists. Like
no,
independent
it
variable.
doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
assumes that- assumes
Like,
You're
that-
correlating.
Do you want to go step by step in the scientific method to show you how it's an experiment and why it works? Like, are we at
didn't
this
say
point now?
A, you're claiming it proves gravity. How about you go and look up the hypothesis for that so-called experiment and come back and tell us exactly what he was aiming to do? I don't think you'll like the answer, and I'll tell you a little hint. It wasn't fucking gravity.
What do you think it was? What do you think it was?
We don't need to get sidetracked by that, because the point on the table is you're trying to prove that you can have gas pressure without a container. Cavendish doesn't help you with that. That's the point here. We can speculate on Cavendish later, but right now you're making claims you can't back up, and Cavendish definitely isn't a proof of gravity.
No, it is. Like, I don't even think we can. We're going to keep going in circles if you guys don't accept the fundamental science here.
That's not a proven
It's you that doesn't know what it is. What part of that can't you understand?
You're the one who's
You're the one that's letting this down. You're the one that keeps tripping around in circles. The only one in here that keeps saying weird shit is you. You're the one that has some kind of issue with not understanding the difference between science and pseudoscience. Straightforward question. Does it follow the scientific method? Yes or no? If not, pseudoscience. You can call it what you want. Grasshoppers fucking. I don't care. It's pseudoscience if it's not following the scientific method.
I love it when you're in the house matrix.
Yeah, okay, so I've literally put it in the side chat. There's the hypothesis. There's the independent variable. There's the dependent variable. How is this not an experiment? Like literally textbook lab experiment. This is...
Cavendish isn't proving gravity.
That's the hypothesis. Gravitational attraction between masses follows Newton's law of universal attraction, and this attraction can be measured in the lab. That's the hypothesis.
That was Cavendish's hypothesis, or your bullshit twisted one?
No, that was Cavendish's. Do I have to pull up the OG fucking like texts? Are you?
Yes.
Are we?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Go and get his original fucking document and post it up for us. That'd be swell.
Out of that, find the.
And when I do, will you concede that you were wrong?
No, out of that, caption his hypothesis, please.
You're going to find you're the one that's wrong here, and that you're making an assumption, and that you're correlating any kind of attraction between two objects, that mass can attract mass. We don't have any evidence that mass attracts mass, and also you've not isolated. It's not an experiment where you've isolated enough to prove gravity or mass attracting mass is caused through this gravitational force. There is no force. You don't have a force. But we'll get to that point once you bring up the original paper.
It's definitely not a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, we'll get there. All right, I've got the PDF. Let me find the page.
could just take Alpha's method to hit and just ask for verification of the existence of outer space. Sorry, correct myself there. The vacuum of outer space.
Emoken, do you see how all of these arguments lead to assumptions? There is no direct evidence for any of this shit. Gravity is fully understood and explained through relative density, aka specific gravity. We know why things go up and down. Claiming that mass attracts mass has been superseded by the warping and bending of space-time, which cannot be proven, so it's an assumption. Like I said, you can't bully a flat earther. We literally are just standing on the empirical truth of the natural world. All of these formulas back our understanding of the world, not a pseudo globe without any evidence. Welcome to real science.
Can anyone hear me? I can't hear anyone. Is everyone just
No one's talking.
Oh, okay.
We're patiently waiting for you.
Hi.
Okay, I'm gonna upload it to the side chat, and then I'll get you the page numbers. Cool. Oh, I can't. Can I DM it to one of you? The PDF?
Yeah, you can do it to
Oh, actually, no. I could just send a link in the side chat. There we go. So here, let me copy and
This is like
paste.
the actual page.
So what pages are you referring to? I mean, this is
gonna be the very first one. The quote that I put is gonna be the very first one. So as somebody else
heading XXI, experiment to determine the density of Earth by Henry Cavendish, Esquire, FRS and AS.
Mm-hmm. Yep. As someone else pointed out, yeah, he was never trying to prove gravity with this. But here's why it does.
That's all we needed to know. You don't have to say anything else. You said he was. We said he wasn't. You've just shot yourself down in flames. Thank you. Class dismissed.
So here's how, right? Because he's assuming sorry, not assuming, using the Newton's gravitational equation, F equals G m1 m2 over r squared, right? He's using this equation to derive the density. He uses the measured force to calculate G, and then from G, back calculates Earth's mass and density.
So he was not trying to prove gravity. You've already stated that.
Yeah, no, he wasn't trying to prove gravity. He was trying to calculate
Excellent.
the density.
Your claim was that he was trying to prove gravity.
No,
Remember
no.
that? Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no.
yeah. You don't
My claim was
me. That's why we
that-
sent you off to go and find it.
My claim was that this is an
Because we know
experiment
fucking
that does-
well that's not what he was doing.
So I'll concede that I was wrong about the explicit hypothesis. The explicit hypothesis is that many years ago he contrived a method of determining the density of Earth by rendering the attractions of small quantities of matter. My point, though, my proposition, was that this is still an experiment which proves the existence of gravity, given that...
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Balls move left, right doesn't prove balls move down. It doesn't prove the causation. Okay? You've got a name for an effect. Effect. Shit goes down. What is the causation of gravity? Guess what, mate? I'll save you some fucking heartache. Science, to date, does not know what the causational mechanism of gravity is. Do you understand what I just said?
That's the mainstream position. That's the mainstream position, bro.
Yeah, with gravity, all we have are models. In Newton's case, all he had was just mass attracts mass.
To date, they do not know what the causational mechanism of shit going down is.
I would agree. All we have are models. No physicist.
Excellent. So no gravity.
Yeah, and it's also too general to say mass attracts mass because we don't see this with gas, right? So everything with mass, isn't behaving the same, is it? Gas doesn't behave this way. So to say mass attracts mass is also an assumption.
Okay, if the independent variable of this experiment is the mass, and the dependent variable is the observed force of attraction, that would be grounds that changing your independent variable causes an effect of your dependent variable. We all agree on that. That's what this experiment does. And I'll put it in the side chat.
It proves the correlation. It proves the correlation. But the problem you've got is it doesn't prove why things go down. It doesn't prove. The only thing that you can use to prove why things go down is what's called specific gravity or relative density. That, due to the gradient, is only possible within a contained system.
Okay, we're going to get to going down. It doesn't prove that things go down, sure. You're right. That experiment alone doesn't. What it does prove is that mass attracts mass.
No, that's too general.
Oh my gosh.
Well, yeah. I mean, the Newton's gravitational equation is general. It applies to any two bodies that are massive.
Yeah, you haven't proven that all masses are attracted to all masses because gases go up. You don't have any model where all masses are being attracted to the Earth. You don't. It's dependent on the background medium because you will have a ball under the water going up. So mass isn't attracted to mass. It's dependent on the medium. That's relative density.
No. It's not dependent on the medium. There's reasons for why some gases go up and some go down. It's not to do with relative density. Relative density doesn't provide a direction.
Why would at ground level? Most gases spend a big amount of the beginning of their creation time going up.
Yeah, you're right. If you fill a balloon with helium, what happens?
Yeah, then that object, the balloon, becomes less dense than the air. Yeah, so then it goes up because helium is less dense than the majority of gases at ground level. Right.
Yeah, so why does it go up? Why not sideways?
Well, that's another
Let
question.
me have a wild guess. Gravity.
Well, I mean, ding, 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 ding. I mean, yeah, this whole relative density argument doesn't provide us a preferred direction. Like, why does it go up?
But your mass attracting mass argument doesn't provide a direction either, because Cavendish is not up or down, is it? No, it's not. Cavendish is not up or down.
Yeah, Cavendish is not up or down. But again, what Cavendish experiments prove is that mass attracts mass.
No, it doesn't. That's not
Yes, it
what his
does.
goal was.
It doesn't have to be his goal. If the
So tell me something. Hold
independent
on. Mage, have you actually looked into the Cavendish observations, or have you just read one and went, oh, wow, mass attracts mass, therefore I can go and shove it down someone's neck? Have you actually looked into it?
I've seen people recreate it. I haven't read this original document.
You've seen people recreate it. Have you ever seen it fail?
No, I haven't.
It fails about 50% of the time, where the little balls don't move.
Yeah, in bad
all
conditions.
All
like
we
where-
have to do to understand water and like pressure
It can fail
is
if you don't set up the
water-
experiment. Right.
Well, hold on.
If you don't set up the experiment right, it'll fail.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. You have to set it up correctly. I would have thought, being that I've of logical, sound fucking mind, that mass attracting mass, it wouldn't matter a fuck if you set it up correctly or not, because mass would attract mass and the balls would move towards each other anyways.
Yeah, no, that's just bad science.
No, stop. Don't tell me it's bad science. Mass attracts mass, remember. There's no such thing as not setting it up correctly. Okay?
No, there is.
Mass attracts
if the
mass.
torque doesn't-
If you set it up 99%, it should still work. If you set it up 90%, it should still work. Why? Because it's not the setting up that's the experiment, it's the mass attracting mass. So why
No,
does
the
it
va- the
fail
values that you have
50% of the time?
So
Yeah,
you
because
don't
the
have
value-
you don't have a
hold
step
on,
one.
hold on.
You
Are
don't
you gonna let
have
me
a
answer this
step
question?
one.
Are you
Yeah,
gonna let me
but you
answer the
don't
question?
have a natural. But you don't have a natural observation of mass attracting mass. This is your problem. Like the Matrix has just said, there is no naturally
Hold on.
observed phenomenon because you have to set it up in a very specific way. We don't see mass attracting mass in nature.
Okay, first of all, let's ignore the fact that the Earth is massive and objects fall to the Earth. Let's ignore that for a moment. Let's ignore
You
it.
mean relative density? Yeah, we don't need to worry about relative density.
We've already gone over why relative density is stupid because it doesn't provide a preferred direction. Why does it go up? Why does it go down? Why not sideways?
No, we don't need to define. We don't need to determine why. We need to determine how. How things go up and down are due to density in regards to the medium, and we are very consistent. We can be very consistent in this. If we change the medium, we change the direction of some of these objects. I.e., you put a ball under the water and it goes up.
Yeah, that's because oh my god. Wow. Yeah, that's because of buoyancy, which literally depends on gravity.
So like I said, we can explain this with relative density. There is no force involved.
Relative density doesn't provide a direction. Like, why is it going in that direction?
Okay, maybe it's due to the Earth itself. Maybe it's due to other forces. In Cavendish, you're not isolating electrostatic forces, so maybe there's another explanation. The whole point is not us making these assumptions. We are shooting down your assumptions because you think they are proof of something. You're assuming. That was my original point. There is no evidence of a ball without assuming.
Yeah, so how do you control for electrostatic forces? You can just put it inside a wooden box, like laced with metal, basically a Faraday cage.
So wood is not electrostatic, and are you telling me there's no electrostatic?
No, wood is an insulator.
In a Faraday cage, because there is.
I don't think you know how Faraday cages work, dude. Seriously?
I do. I think you don't understand the electrostatic nature of this reality and how it is present within a Faraday cage.
What is a Faraday cage?
It protects from electromagnetic frequencies, but there is still an electrostatic gradient within a Faraday cage. It's just contained.
And why would that electrostatic gradient affect the experiment?
This isn't my claim. Your claim is that you have proof of mass attracting mass. And I'm saying you don't even have a good experiment to be able to prove that. We don't even have a natural phenomenon.
Wait, hold on. I'm checking my physics textbook. There's no electrostatic gradient in a Faraday cage. That's just not true.
Everything is inherently electrostatic. Every material, wood, every material is electrostatic, and you have an electrostatic gradient within a Faraday cage. You do.
No, you have charges, but the net charge is zero. The electrical field inside is zero. That's the definition of a Faraday cage. I'm literally reading this from my physics textbook. Like, do you want me to pull it up?
Yeah, awesome. Did you do your Cavendish balls in the Faraday cage then? No.
We did, yeah.
You set them up on the table.
No, that's an
Weights
original document.
suspended on a wire. What happens when you suspend weights on a wire? They fucking turn. You were tricked at school, mate. Fucking wake
yeah, hold on. Let me get you the page.
What happens when you suspend parallel to a fucking wire, weights on the end of a bar, and they're offset? It turns. Wake up, kid. Come on. The reason it doesn't work sometimes is because some kids get lucky and they actually balance them perfectly. And they don't fucking spin.
Where is it?
He's just ignoring you. He's hoping he can find something in a book that says, haha, this is proof of gravity.
So here's
He's got
the
no proof
original
of gravity, no
Cavendish
proof
link.
of curvature. He's just a sheeple caught in this awesome
This is on
belief
page
system.
4. This is
You're
on
a
page
religious
470.
zealot. That's all you are, son.
Yeah,
No one gives a shit about page 470.
And page 473, yeah, he calculates the influence of the electrostatic force in the case, shows it to be negligible. Hold on, that's also in 515. So yeah, I think you guys are a little
I think you don't
ill-informed
listen.
on the topic.
I think you've got to learn to listen.
Okay,
Look,
yeah, so
this is
Cavendish
not-
controls for electrostatic forces.
Exactly.
Listen,
It
electrostatic
establishes
is not a claim. It's just highlighting the fact that you're not isolating, you're not able to isolate in an experiment to prove that mass attracts mass. You're also with Cavendish not showing a downward
did.
bias. Yeah, you're not showing a
did.
downward bias. Yeah, so I'm saying this isn't evidence for why
there's
things
no-
go up or down.
because gravity doesn't have a downward bias.
Right, that's your claim, but in reality, we do see a downward bias. And what you're
Yeah,
claiming
because-
isn't
that's 'cause the Earth is
concordant
massive.
with reality.
So the vectors are just toward the centers, and down is just toward the center of the Earth.
Towards center of what? A ball that you've not proven yet. I don't want to be rude, but if we live on a ball, there would be signs of curvature that are measurable. For example, me and you could shoot a laser dead straight across a large body of water and measure the drop over distance. Couldn't we?
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. You realise this has been done and there's no drop over distance when measured.
Was this done by flat earthers? Because
Well, it doesn't matter who it was done by. Could be done
No,
by
it
the Easter
does.
Bunny for all I care.
Wait a
but all they've
second,
got
wait
to
a
do
second.
is shoot a
Is he-
laser and measure the fucking height of it.
Is he
The
saying
reason
that
that
if a flat earther does something, it's not right?
I
Not
think so.
because they're a flat
That's not
earther.
what he said.
Well, then why would you ask the question?
Yeah, because generally speaking, lay people or people without formal training, they'll make a lot of just scientific mistakes. That's usually what I find with these quote unquote experiments.
So, scientific mistakes. So, when I hand you a tape measure and say measure from the ground to the laser, which is only about 1 foot, do you think you could do that?
I could do that.
Excellent. So let's drive around the other side of the lake now, and it is 28.6 miles across. So we've got a bit of driving to do. We'll go around the other side, and I ask you to do the same thing again. Measure from the ground to the laser. Do you think you could do it again?
What if the guy
Yeah, the
got
problem isn't that I
tired
couldn't do it. The problem is that my
Hold
results
on
are
a second.
probably
Hold
not
on a
accurate.
second. Someone's making noise. Right. Sorry, I missed
I could
that.
do it,
Do you think you
but
could do it
is it-
again?
Yeah, okay. I could do it.
Excellent.
Is it good
So-
science? Is it good science? No.
Why is it not good science? Please.
You're not taking into account confounding variables.
Confounding variables such as
What science is it that you measure with?
Hold on.
What science
Hold
is
on.
that?
Hold on. So I'm going to answer his other question. Confounding variables like the atmosphere.
what about it?
Yeah. The atmosphere refracts light, and so that's going to alter the true position of where the light actually is. Oh,
Okay,
sorry, where the
so
light actually
how
is.
about I drop this on you? At 150 miles, 150 kilometres, that's about 92 mile, the offset is about 7 millimetres. So we're only going 30 miles or 28.6. So 3 millimetres, I don't think is much to worry about. So
What?
we're off
Wait,
by
where did you
3
get-
millimetres.
Wait, where did you
We're
get
off
that
by
from?
3
Where'd you get that number
millimetres.
from?
How
Where'd you get that number
about we do the tape measure again? Do you think you can measure from the ground to the laser light? Yes or no?
Where'd you get that number from? 3 millimeters.
Who gives a fuck where I got it from? It's only going to be out by not much.
Yeah, by not much. Like, what is not much? You're not being a good scientist.
Okay, it's going to be out by 5% at best. So 1
Where'd
foot
you-
plus
where'd you get that
5%. What does that equal?
You're being a bad scientist right now.
It
Like,
doesn't
I'm asking
matter.
you-
Just shut the fuck up and... You know
No,
what?
it does matter.
I've had enough of you. You're a pain in the cunt. And everyone's going to cheer because they don't have to listen to it. Your refraction, mage, which you're going to pull your dick over, at best will range, and this is an extreme day. And I'm using refraction exceptionally loosely because by definition there's supposed to be a second medium for the light to pass through, and it bends at the joint of the two mediums. So it's not refraction. You're probably talking about looming or towering or sinking or some other optic phenomena, but it's not refraction. Anyways, on a good day, you're probably looking somewhere around maybe 7%. And when I say a good day, really, really, really bad bending of light. So 1 foot plus 7% or minus 7% ain't worth worrying about over 30 fucking miles. Alright? So, now that you've got that through your stupid thick skull, you're sitting there going, nah, I want some numbers to go with it. Get off your ass, stop listening to the fucking shit you're force-fed at school, and go outside and check some shit out for yourself. Fuck me. I'm sick of these snotty-nosed little fucking teenagers that think they know everything.
Well, that's not good science.
I think
never
the problem
claimed it was
is
science. It's an observation.
I think the problem is, and I don't want to talk about him in a negative way, but I think he's part of his identity probably is quite proud of his education and puts a lot of faith and trust in it. When it comes to sort of verifying that, I don't think that's something that is on his or has ever been on his agenda. So I think he's ran with it. I think what the quote they use is on the shoulders of giants. You know, he missed the discussion earlier where we established if the foundation is faulty, then like math, it's only as good as the inputs. Your conclusion is only as good as the inputs that you put into it. And I think this is the problem. You get people who trust fully and wholeheartedly what they've been taught, and they're not willing to question at this point. Too late for them.
I question everything.
Right, but you're not accepting that all of your evidences that you've given are assumptions. They're correlations.
I can get into that. What the other guy said about 7% not being enough, actually that is enough. That's statistically significant. So you can't actually...
Okay, 1 foot plus or minus 7%. Let's have a look at this. Get the old electronic brain out because I don't feel like doing that. 1 foot, 12 inches. 12 plus 7% equals 12.84. So it doesn't even make 1 inch at 30 miles. Difference.
Wait, 7% of 30 miles is 3 inches? That can't
Maybe
be
it's
true.
a hearing problem that you've got, not a learning problem.
No, that can't be true. They're
He
30
doesn't know how to
miles.
do
I didn't say
percentages.
that.
He doesn't know how to do percentages. That's why he doesn't understand what you said. So he's going to say something different.
Okay, Mage,
No, like-
I'm going to go nice and slow for you. 1 foot. What is 7% of 1 foot?
How many?
And add
Sorry,
it
is
on
it
to the 1 foot.
Is it 7% of 30 miles or 7% of?
No, that's not what I said.
So what'd you say?
1 foot.
Why 1 foot?
Because that's how high the laser off the fucking ground's going to be.
Okay, it's gonna be 1 foot off the ground.
Yep.
7/100 times 1.
Let me
Come
double
on.
check if this is true.
7/100 times 1.
Got 12 inches.
So obvious what he's doing right now.
7%.
He's using chatbot. He's using
just
chatbot to try to figure this out.
There you go, Radwin. There you go, Radwin.
No, I'm not. I can even share my stream. I'm just using like an online calculator. If that's.
But you,
Windows has
you
got
claim
one
to be
built
good at
into it.
math. Why are you not just answering the question? I thought you were good at math. That's really easy.
1.84.
He's not good
I
at
don't
this
know.
kind of math anymore. He's
'Cause
dumb
I
at
don't know
math
if
when it comes to
the-
answering questions.
So I don't know if the implications are true. That's why.
Okay, it
So you-
comes out
so you
at
said-
12.84. Please tell me you got 12.84 because that tells me I clicked the right button.
So distance to the object is 30 miles. Is the eyesight just at ground level, like 0 feet?
It's a laser. That's the distance you're measuring from the ground, 1 foot.
What's the eyesight
The other
level?
end,
How
at the
high
other
from
end,
the ground?
with your claimed refraction.
1 foot.
Okay, hold on,
the
hold
other
on,
end-
hold on. He doesn't understand even what you're doing. Dude, imagine this because it's the only way it's going to help you. You go into a gymnasium and you set a laser up 1 foot off the height of the gymnasium floor and you spin it around. Will it make a line around the gym 1 foot high on the wall?
I don't think so. I don't.
Okay,
think it's
you're
gonna
retarded.
curve.
Never mind.
I just don't know what
Go
you're
ahead.
asking.
You're
maybe.
just you don't understand what a laser is, do you?
No, I just genuinely don't understand your question.
If I take a laser and I
don't
level it,
understand 1
if
foot.
I level a laser, what will it be doing?
If you level, it's gonna go straight.
Okay, so will it hit a wall if I put it in a gym?
Oh yeah.
Okay, will it be 1 foot off the ground in the gym?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, now you understand. Now we're going to move the laser outside and have it 1 foot above the water, and we're going to shoot it. Over 30
Okay.
miles, you got a 7% in that 1 foot. So over 30 miles, you have 0.84 inches. It can be off, according to you. So now what are
Okay.
you going to do? Now do you understand?
No. What's the
Okay,
7%?
no, you don't understand. Okay.
What are you taking the 7% of?
That's your refraction. Because refraction normally flows between, on a strong day, 5 and 10%. So let's use the middle, which is about 7%. So 1 foot, which comes out at 0, but you've claimed refraction. So I'm going to add the 7% on top of that, which takes us to 0.85, so 12.85 inches. So you're now out by 0.85 of 1 inch over 28.6 miles. Now what I want you to do is keep that 0.85 in your head, because I want you to go to an Earth curve calculator and have a look at what the actual drop over distance should be for 28.6 miles.
Okay, so you're saying like we shouldn't be able to see it. Like you're saying the curve.
I
would
haven't
block
said
it.
that. I asked you to keep that 0.85 in your head. Or 84,
Where did the
sorry, my
0.85
bad.
come from? I'm on the Earth curvature calculator. I just put in the distance to object and the eyesight level.
So you put in the
Distance-
distance to object of 28.6 miles.
20.86 miles. Okay.
28.6.
6 miles. Okay.
to 8.6.
Eyesight level is 1 foot.
1 foot.
You probably had help when you were in school, didn't you? Like a lot of helpers. You know what I mean? Wink, wink.
Taking the pounds off him so he wouldn't eat them.
Yeah, you don't understand this simple shit we're doing here. And you're talking about science. That's not proper science. You don't even know what a fucking inch is.
Okay. I'm a visual learner, so that's why.
Yep. I was right.
Okay, so how tall an object would have to be?
Target hidden height. How tall does your target have to be in order for you to see it over the horizon?
Got it. Yeah. So, like, how tall an object would have to be for any part of it to be visible?
Correct.
So if the distance,
how tall would it have to be?
So if the distance to object is 28.6, eyesight level is 1. Ignoring atmospheric effects, I'm assuming, because it doesn't ask. The lowest visible point must be 500 feet off the ground, at least.
499.7.
499.76.
Yeah.
Or 76, yeah.
Excellent. Right. So, which one is bigger? 0.84 or 500 feet?
Say that again?
My God. Okay. You're claiming refraction is going to make a big deal. Your refraction gained or lost you, let's just round it to 1 inch. Do you think 1 inch, when you're talking 500 feet, is much to be concerned about? Yes or no?
7% of 7% of 500 feet? Yeah.
No, not 7% of 500 feet.
The guy's a
7%
retard.
of 1 foot.
It's pointless even talking to him. You can hear it in his voice that he's way in over his head right now. He's like in math 101, physics 101, all these classes that you should have in high school. He's trying to take them now in college, I think. Math, what is math? And, adding numbers, subtracting. He doesn't even understand that part of math. And he's talking about doing science? He's an idiot.
Absolutely. You can hear it in his voice.
I don't know. Can you tell me why you're taking the 7% of 1 foot rather than the 500 that you'd need?
Because the refraction, lasers shoot dead straight, i.e., fucking 0. So if you hold a laser up in the gym at 1 foot, it hits the wall at 1 foot. Remember that bit?
Yeah.
Can you tell by the condescending tone I'm not really impressed with having to repeat this to a fucking stupid person like myself? Now,
hey.
Then we grab said laser, we take it outside. The laser still points dead straight. Now you claimed refraction is the cause of the laser not being dead straight. Now, refraction will only give you between 5 and 10% offset. So, if we're at the ground 0, technically 10% of 0 is still 0. So, you're lucky I'm being nice. At 1 foot, 10%.
Let me think.
So 12 inches, 1.2 inches on top. So we've established that your difference of 1 foot is now going to be 13.2 inches. That's it. So when your actual drop over distance is 500 feet, 1.2 inches, I don't think that's going to get lost in the calculation, mate. Sorry.
I think you hot mic and Archangel.
Oh, sorry. What's going on in here? What are we talking about?
Drop over distance or lack thereof.
Who's are there flat earthers in here? Are they all flat earthers in here?
We're all here.
Majority.
We're just explaining
Yeah,
to somebody else that there's no drop over distance to be observed at any distance.
So you wouldn't take the 7% or 10% or whatever number of the 1 foot height. You would take it of the Earth's curvature.
You don't have any Earth curve.
You've got to prove the curvature first. That's what we're using the laser for, remember? Oh, that's a bitch.
Yeah, so what you do to model this is you would take... So you want to prove that there's...
No, we're not modeling it. We're out in reality measuring it.
Plus, you can't tell us anything about this when you don't know what percentages are.
No, I know what percentages are, but so it would be
how did you get it wrong?
40-foot difference, because the percentage that you're taking it of is the wrong quantity to take it of.
No. If I shine the laser on the wall and I tell you at the wall we could be off plus or minus 5% of the height. What are you gonna say? What's the distance?
Not of the feet off the ground. No.
Yeah, so it's not gonna. There's not gonna be any variation. Feet off the ground. It's always gonna be 1 foot then.
The laser will always be 1 foot, but the height that you need to be to see it is going to be different. Yeah.
No, it's at 1 foot you can see it. 1 foot you can shoot it, and 1 foot you can see it.
No, not over 30 miles.
Yes.
Yeah.
So taking into account atmospheric effects, yeah, you can, because the light bends downward.
No, light doesn't bend around the ball.
It doesn't bend around anything except a medium. So it doesn't have to be a ball. It just has to be a different medium.
Is there.
Okay, Mage, this is what's got to happen. In order for you to prove your light bending around the ball, and in this case, at 30 miles, it's got to bend 500 feet. So what you've got to do, at very specific intervals between point A and point B, you've got to have vertical lines sticking up, right? And as that light hits each of these vertical lines, the density of the air has to get greater. So when you go the first step, it hits the first line. The density has to get greater. Then from that point to the next point, it has to get greater again. Then it has to get greater again. Then it has to get greater again. This is what's got to happen in order for you to bend light around a ball. So from where you're starting from to the other side, it's got to gradually get colder. The whole way at a perfect rate the whole way in order for this to take effect.
Right, I'm pretty sure that's what happens. The density changes.
Wow.
Well, the problem is, mate, the density doesn't layer itself in vertical lines. It stacks itself in layers, all horizontal layers. So when you've got an air temperature and a water temperature, depending on the difference of the two, if one of them is warmer than the other, or vice versa, that will give you different effects. Sinking, towering, all optical phenomena that are known.
How old are you?
I'm 22, but okay, so we all know that the Earth's atmosphere gets less dense with altitude. So
we're not going out to stop. You're only 1 foot from the ground.
Right.
So
yeah, but
you saying it gets less dense with altitude means fuck all because we're only 1 foot from the ground.
Okay, so we're trying to establish, is the Earth a globe? We have the model. I don't, for whatever reason you don't
have a model. We have a laser. We're pointing it across a lake that's 28.6 miles across.
Yeah, but what's happening is that
Stop. You're pre-assuming globe. We don't know a shape yet. We're out there going, gee whiz, I wonder what shape the ground is. Here's an idea. Let's shoot a laser across a fucking great big lake and let's test and see if it's flat.
Wait, so you're not presupposing it's flat, right? You're testing to see if it's flat or round or curved.
Yep.
Right, so you construct two different models, one where it's flat and one where it's curved.
No, because we don't know what shape it is.
So you construct a globe Earth and then you construct a flat Earth?
That makes no sense, bro.
Yeah, then I don't know what you're like. What's your independent and
Yeah,
dependent?
you've been in here before.
It's not an experiment.
Times. You're bad,
This is not
dude.
an experiment.
It's not an experiment. So you're not proving.
No, it's an observation. That's all it is. It's an observation. I don't know why you suddenly thought it was an experiment.
It's an observation.
That's right, an observation where you look at stuff. We may then later compare it to something else, but at the moment we're going to look and we're going to measure. So we're going to set up a laser, we're going to set it up 1 foot from the ground, and then we're going to go around the other side of the lake and measure how high it is above the water. That's it. It's not really hard.
Yeah. And let's say you do that, and you're able to see the laser. How do you know that it wasn't? How do you know that the light wasn't bending toward the denser medium?
Well, you've got to prove that if you're going to make the claim of that.
Oh yeah, so then we just set up an experiment where we have two models, and the one that comes true is the globe model. That's the one that is verified by observation.
And the reason it's wrong is because the 7/6 bullshit is how you've constructed your model in the first place. So naturally, when you go and apply the formula of 7/6, it's going to work. Fancy that.
Yeah, it's not how. No. Oh, that's not how.
Okay, I'll tell you something now, and I need you to understand this. Your so-called atmospheric refraction, which you are appealing to, I would like you to go and look up how it's calculated.
So usually there's a standard value, but if you want to...
How is it calculated? Atmospheric refraction. How is it calculated? Since you're good at Googling shit, please do it. Just the formula. Exactly, Helio. Yep.
Observation. Well, can't do that. Looks like there's a couple ways to do it.
R times what? Something K minus something else. Brackets.
There's a couple different ways people have, but looks like what is this?
KFE over R. There you go. What is R? Mage? What is the R in the formula?
Say. I don't know which formula you're talking about.
This is a mind bender for him.
There's a couple.
What is R?
Just say something.
Well, R in what formula?
In the formula.
What is the formula? I'm looking at a couple. There's one that's R effective equals R over 1 minus K.
That'll do me. I'm happy with that. What is R?
Earth's radius.
Oh, so hang on a minute. You haven't got that yet. So how can you apply refraction to atmospheric refraction to something you haven't worked out yet?
From what I'm looking at, by using a refractive index profile.
He's an idiot.
So you're going to work out refraction from a refractive index profile from a radius that you haven't got yet.
This equation doesn't use radius.
What's the R?
Yeah, that one does. This one doesn't. Let me copy and paste it for you. Here.
Can you identify circular reasoning?
So
Yeah, no, that would be
here's your
cir-
other
that would be
problem you've got, Mage. If you're going to claim refraction, that means this refraction is there all the time. And if that's the case, how do you prove you're on a ball if it's always refracted? Because you'd never be able to measure anything. Because it's always refracted, remember?
Oh, I don't know what that question is. I'm trying to get you more details.
You're trying to sidestep the fact that you've just been bent over and sent home with no change.
It's weird that you got to read out loud to yourself.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what you're trying to
I was
cook
just
up.
listening to that.
Looks like N of H is the total refractive angle. So this definition,
Refractive
this
angle.
model,
Refractive angle. Hold on, angle. Angle measured from what?
measured from what? Like the device?
Angle measured from what? So you've just said there was a refractive angle. The only time I know of a refractive angle is when you apply Snell's law, and it's the angle from where the line of light travels from one medium to the other in relationship to those two mediums.
Well, if you're talking about angles anyway, you can't have angles on a ball. So him saying refraction is an angle. If you have curved air and curved water, you don't have angles, dude.
Yeah.
Unless you didn't learn that in school either.
Let me see.
Let me ask chatbot. Any other master globers in here like this guy?
Actually, let's just send this home. Hey, Mage, inside chat, can you see the lovely coastal picture there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Right, so you're having a good look at it. Down on the bottom, close to the bottom left corner, you can see where the cars are parked around that little half circle thing there.
Here, I guess we can just use Snell's law.
Yeah, no, you can't because you've got to have a second medium. Anyways, back to the picture. You can see where the cars are, left-hand side, down the bottom. See where the cars are parked?
Say yes. We all see him. Just say yes, buddy.
I see him, so you have to see him, dude.
Wait, you mean the cars? I see the cars.
Yes.
Side chat, coastal picture. You can
Pay
see that,
attention
yeah.
to him when he's talking to you so we don't have to repeat things 10 times. Stop looking at other shit and pay attention.
Where those cars are parked, in the middle of that half-assed roundabout. Now, when you scroll all the way to the top of the image, you can see the horizon. Now, see up probably a quarter of the way in where the coast sticks out? You can see that last little bit where it sticks out, right up there on the horizon. You can see water on the right-hand side, land on the left, and there's a definite line. You can see where it stops. Yeah. From that car park to that point that you can see sticking out there is 143 miles.
Okay.
Now, how high do you reckon the drone is above those cars? 500
not
foot?
sure.
1,000 foot? 2,000 feet?
I don't know.
You want to have a wild
Looks-
guess, mate?
1,000 feet.
1,000 feet? I'll be generous.
Yeah.
We'll take it up to 1,500 feet, just in case, yeah? Go and punch
What's
that into
not-
your Earth curve calculator. 143
Well, no, that's not-
mile,
No, I can't
1,500
verify.
feet.
No, it's ridiculous. You're just like you can.
Yeah. Go and put it in the Earth curve calculator. 143 miles,
You got me the number
1,500
and-
foot.
No,
So when
no,
I
this is-
send my drone up and cars look about that size, it's about
By the way,
300,
so the
300 feet in the air.
to
When
answer
the-
the
no,
other
no,
guy's
that's
question, how do we verify?
He's changing
the
everything
refraction?
around.
Yeah, Mage, this is how it's going to work. You're going to get on the Earth curve calculator, distance 143 miles. Now, I'm being quite generous in allowing you to have, you know what, I'll step it up to 2,000 feet. 2,000. 2,000 feet high that drone is, even though we all know bloody well it isn't. Where's
Yeah,
the
you're
horizon?
You're not seeing that drone at 2,000 feet, so whoever shot that is not going to take their eyes off the drone over an ocean.
Mage, just so you know, they are not made up numbers. That is the actual distance from that roundabout to that point that's way up in the end. 143 mile.
So that drone
That
is
is the-
143 miles up in the air.
Are you deaf or fucking stupid? At what stage did I say the drone is 143 miles in the air?
Well, you didn't. That's why I asked.
Well, right. So that means
So-
that's how many.
So like,
What did I say? From the car park to the point, way up in the distance. How far is that?
you mean to like when you say up to the point? Do you mean the horizon or the little? Because I'm looking at the point off of the edge of the sea.
Okay, let's do this the easy way. Do you know what a horizon is?
Yeah, it's the point where the sea meets the sky.
Excellent. So let's start right up at the